We good? Uh-oh, I swear I don't have my, maybe I've got my speaker on. You know, I'm an idiot. I don't have the audio on there. Maybe I got it on here. Someone's got an echo. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's gone. Nope. I still hear it through that computer. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. All right, you on a roll, boss? Sure. All right, we'll call this meeting to order. Get it started. Let's start with a roll call.
Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Dr. Beer? Dr. Bone?
Here.
Mr. Camp?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
Here.
Dr. Gardner?
Here.
Dr. Griffin?
Here.
Dr. Jones?
Here.
Dr. Cluck?
Here.
Dr. McGee?
Here.
Dr. Phillips?
Here.
Dr. Roller? Dr. Thomas?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Cool, sounds good. I guess first thing we need to consider approval for the minutes for the last meeting. Any motions there?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Was there a called meeting as well? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then we need to consider a motion for approval of non-appearing applicants.
So moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? That one carries through. And then vote for meeting prep for board members
So moved.
brave enough to be here. Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then we're going to talk about some rulemaking, it sounds like.
Okay, board members, we're going to go a little bit out of order today because you've just been handed two documents, and these are proposed rules. So what I need to explain to you today is how the rule process works. And the only time we usually change rules is if legislation is requiring us to change a rule that we have, or we create a rule only if legislation requires us to create a rule. On these two that you have in front of you, these are bills that were passed in 2025 that do require us to update our rules. We have 3 out there for approval, only 2 have been approved. Now, the way that this works is that I draft the rule to match the legislation, and it must be approved by the governor's office and the Department of Health before the board can approve anything. Okay? So what you have before you are 2 rules that have been updated, and we'll go through each of those. They have been approved by the governor's office and by the Department of Health. If the board approves, I will move forward to go before a legislative committee to get these rules changed, okay? We will have more rules in the future, but these are the only 2 that have been approved. Okay, so the first one that we have here, I'm starting, it says, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Part 140, Arkansas State Medical Board, Subpart 18, Rules Governing Physician Assistants. And what have changed is on page 2, you'll see that line number 6 has been crossed out to provide letters of recommendation. We no longer require that, so that has been removed from the rule. Renumbered number 6, 7, and 8, and number 9. And then I believe if you go a few pages back, let me get to that one. Page 6, a physician assistant has now been allowed to delegate, so that has been added to this rule. And that's on, it doesn't have a line number, but it's letter F. A physician assistant may delegate certain tasks as authorized under 1795-208 and the rules of the Arkansas State Medical Board. They changed the law that physician assistants can delegate, so we added that to the physician assistant rule. And then if you go a couple of pages more to page 8, the new section of this rule is the 17 CAR 140 1811. This is the compact section. Since they joined the compact, we had to add this in. So this is directly from the law. Anything that was in the law was added to the rule. So that's what I have here. And does anybody have any discussion or questions?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
that
We got a motion. That's generally how I roll. What's up with that, y'all? I mean, I know I'm loud, but, okay. I got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Okay, the second one you have here is actually for the medical compact. This is the compact for the physicians. And the law did state that we needed to create rules. Usually in the past, what I would do is that I would copy the entire act that went into effect and just make a rule from that. However, it is incredibly lengthy. It would have added at least 20 to 25 pages to our Medical Practices Act. So I did discuss it with our attorneys, and I discussed it with the Department of Health, and what I came up with was this here, A through D. And basically, it highlights that we are part of the compact, and it highlights the important features that are not usually known by licensees. So I went through here, and we're just going to read through this. The board is not required to adopt the rules of the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact Commission for those rules to be effective in this state. So in other words, it doesn't matter as far as licensure goes. The compact rules, if they come through the compact for licensure, trumps the licensure rules of this board. And the legislature can't say anything about it either.
Hey, we only got one copy. Only got one rule.
Oh. I'm sorry, I did not see that. If you will take one down and pass it around.
Thanks, Tom. I didn't see that.
I thought I was just being ignorant.
No. That's why I started flipping.
Okay, so I've just read over A. B says pursuant to Act 269 of 2025, all laws in a member state in conflict with the compact are superseded to the extent of the compact. And then pursuant to Act 269 of 2025, all lawful actions of the Interstate Commission, including all rules and bylaws promulgated by the Commission, are binding upon those member states. And then pursuant to Act 269 of 2025, in the event any provision of the compact exceeds the constitutional limits imposed on the legislature of any member state, such provision shall be ineffective to the extent of the conflict with the constitutional provision in question in that member state. So this is directly from the law. This is directly from the act that was passed. And again, this was just to bring out what is unusual when it comes to compacts, that the compact rule supersedes anything the board has on a rule for licensure or anything the legislature approves. So that's why I put this into the rule. That will be the rule for the compact. And again, this does have to go before a legislative committee before it can be officially promulgated.
So it says they can bust everything but the state constitution.
Yes, pretty much.
I know I've asked this before, but our hands are tied when it comes to this. Basically, it's already been passed.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And the board did not put forth this legislation.
Okay. There's basically, if we don't pass it, they get mad at us.
Basically, what this rule is that we were required as part of that act to create a rule, and this was the rule that I came up with.
Y'all are okay with it?
That's impressive, isn't it?
I mean,
We don't care about your board, just your state constitution.
yeah.
It tells you
Man.
exactly what that $26 million business is up to.
No comment.
That's gross rev. I think the net was 2 million.
Any other discussion?
Nope, I guess we need a motion. I can't make one. Hey, someone, do you want to hold your nose and roll on? But maybe it'll make things better, although, help you AMS, I'll say that for you. That's a good thing. Guys, hey, I'll go on and edit. I mean, what's? You could say, so Dr. Cluck reluctantly made a motion to put forth the rule. Is there a reluctant second? All in favor?
Aye.
If anybody wants to vote no, you can go right ahead. We'll roll call it out. No, I didn't hear any no's. Motion carries.
That's all I've got.
All right, that's all we got. You want to go to appearances now, boss? All right, we'll do that. Looks like first up is Dr. Allen.
Good morning.
Hey, Dr. Allen.
Hello. Can y'all hear me?
I can't hear you, but I can see you.
Oh no. Okay, hold on.
Unmute your mic.
Let me take these out.
Go down and get me some breakfast at Darling Seafood.
Is that better? You
Still
can't
can't
hear.
hear you.
Ah,
What? We'll get it worked out.
okay.
It looks like her mic's off, y'all. Any advice? I mean, it's turned on.
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, she's not muted.
Control A. Now?
Hey, Sarah, Dr. Allen, you working off AirPods?
No, I took them out. Let me try one more thing. Y'all hear me now?
I can't fix it, guys. I
Now?
need y'all's help over there.
Not now.
You can hear us though, obviously, Sarah, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. We can't hear you though, is the only problem. Man, I have no idea. I've never seen this game
Wow.
before.
I know.
Can I leave and come back? Will that fix the problem, y'all?
I'm gonna desktop.
She can leave and come back. Let's try to.
Hey, Sarah, we're gonna slide you in, slide you out, see if we can get it better. I appreciate
Okay.
your patience.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go on to the next one? I think the best thing, she needs to log back in.
Okay, is that gonna take a minute? That's fine. If you want to, we'll do the next one for a minute. Dr.
I don't think she checked in, but you can call.
Dr. Bashir and Dr. Dodd.
They just checked in.
Hey y'all, what's up? This is an appearance for consideration for licensure, and I'll kind of cut right to it. I think we all know the issue here, and I'll just make this simple. Hey, Dr. Dodd, I've looked at those regulations pretty thoroughly. I don't really see a place in Arkansas that's dedicated as a medically underserved population. Do you? Well, no, hold on. So my statement is correct, correct?
It's not, it's just a medical underserved population.
So you said it's not a medically underserved population what we're talking about.
It's a medical underserved area.
Right, so it's not a medically underserved population we're talking about. We don't have one, correct, in this area?
They are, I talked to the new data coming out in a few months.
It doesn't really matter so much because when you read that law, it says the regulations as of January 1st, 2025, right?
Right.
Right, so when we look at the map and the Excel spreadsheet we have now, is the area we're talking about a medically underserved population?
No, it's all, it is a.
No, I'm asking a simple question, Dr. Dodd, yes or no? Okay.
And the problem we have is that, it's not designated now, but I agree with what you're saying, but it's a medical underserved area.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying it wouldn't potentially help. The problem is we're pinned to the law.
That's the reason we have massive shortage of the doctors, we have, that's the reason why they have passed the law.
Oh, I really can't argue intent. All I can do is look at what's written in front of this board.
Right. But what we want, I just wanted to bring into your notice here that area I've been serving for 16 years and nobody cardiologists who came there for 16 years.
Oh, yeah, I worked at MCSA as a student a long time ago.
And there, we see people come and go, highest is the prevalence of cardiovascular disease. We are looking for a doctor. And we need, thankfully, this house is small.
Well,
Considering the fact that,
I guess I'll reserve comment on the law. And so I get that there's a need. I would actually put forth that the biggest problem in Arkansas is Medicare rates, and we can have a debate about that somewhere else. And so, you know, the problem is I don't see that this board can just do something that's not in the law.
Now, this is my question, how that helps us?
Well, I think the right thing here is that we get laws that are written correctly, or at least written to ensure the intent, I guess maybe is how you word that. I don't know how a politician or lawyer would word that, but to me, we're stuck. People get up mad all the time about boards and unelected officials making laws, and so we're kind of pinned to the laws we got. I'm not saying it's necessarily the best thing, but that's what this board is pinned to. A good friend of mine, and I say this all the time, told me, he said, Ward, you wouldn't get elected. You just got here probably maybe because you knew somebody, and there's 1,000 other people in this state do as good a job as you. And so you're not going to see me be of the opinion that I'm representative of the state of Arkansas because they didn't vote on me. And so we're stuck with what we got.
Now, I'm just asking you, like, because this is not there, but it falls every possible definition in that category.
It doesn't qualify the definition of medically unserved population, no, sir, because that's defined in that statute based on those tables and maps.
What they are trying to, I just had a discussion with that, but is there any possibility that temporary provision can be made in this kind of scenario?
We can't, right? That's the thing. We're not elected.
Yeah, because the ground reality is very different than what we are discussing here. We are discussing on how we try to have massive efforts to hire.
Oh, yeah.
So not only the kid,
But you realize there's people in this room from your area, right? Right. There's more than one.
with some authority in this area, because I'm 16 years, I serve the population, I see, there's hardly any cardiologists there. They all come to one-day office and leave. Transportation becoming a huge issue. Older folks cannot get out of the house, go anywhere. So one-day visit doesn't do any good to them. They cannot come to Little Rock all the time. We need help in that. And that's why I mentioned to even the Department of the Economics, and they give all kind of reassurances. But the problem is, we need to, at least in medical, all board know, we need help in it. I don't know how you.
Oh, well, I'm not really allowed to give opinions, but I think everyone is on the same page that things need to be better than they are. I mean, my office has a satellite office in Camden for the same thing you're talking about. Right. And I lived in El Dorado for a period of time. And so I had a pretty good guess. And so but I mean, man, we're stuck. I mean, because think about it from our perspective. If we just start changing legislative things to fit what we think is best, where do we stop? Tons of things that someone with my ego at times might want to change, but that's not what we signed up for on this board.
Now the case is in front of you, and I'm trying to, now you the authority, you.
No, I don't get to vote actually. And so, but I've got to be, I got to kind of be the mouthpiece a little bit until everybody tells me to shut up. And so, but that's the thing. I mean, honestly, I'm not going on a limb. I mean, Doctor, I agree. I think the best thing would be to try to put more providers down there. And I like that this rewards. Well, I think the best thing is put more providers down there. But I think we're stuck, man, because there's not a gray area for us. I mean, and the problem is us changing rules is in some respect easier than going to the legislature. But the fact is we ain't elected.
Dr. Dodd, I'm right here. What Dr. Gardner is saying is we have to follow the law. And Magnolia is actually my hometown. I don't live there right now, but I would love to have all kinds of doctors down there for my family to receive good health care. But we on the board are required to follow the law, and we can't make exceptions to the law. So basically, that's what he's saying is our hands are tied. So we're sorry.
Yeah.
I know, because this is kind of very interesting. And we thought that something can be done, and then you live in Victoria, and I do a lot of we have so many sensory which we are trying with because of the transportation. And then we have a medical, a lot of cardiology access. That creating a huge population, the number of one patient out in cardiovascular problem, like the number of heart attacks happening in South and Central Arkansas. And the basic education is missing in terms of the cardiovascular disease. And why? Because we don't have dedicated doctors.
Right. Hey, Dr. Dodd, pull that mic a little closer too. Yeah, because we got to record all this stuff. If it's on, yeah. Dorley, were you going to say something? No.
I was just going to clarify that the complication here is that the statute uses very specific language that is not ambiguous. And so the legislative intent, while we appreciate that, is not what we look at and what you can follow. You have to follow the very specific language of the statute that uses the term underserved population. That will have to be a designation made from Washington, D.C. of an underserved population in the state of Arkansas. As it sits right now, their maps on their website do not contain any such designation. And so unfortunately, as much as we would like to help these underserved populations in the state of Arkansas, there is no such designation by the federal government at this point in time in the state. While there are applications in process to get some designations in Arkansas, those have not been granted at this point in time. And so absent a designation from the federal government of such a location in Arkansas, a population in Arkansas, or a change in the terminology used in the state statute, you cannot grant a license at this point in time.
Dr. Dodd, if we had to vote, it wouldn't be good I don't think it would be good from that.
Well, you don't want to vote.
Do they want to withdraw the application?
I guess, whatever you think is the best, for the county.
Well, the problem is, Dr. Dodd, if we vote and we're forced to vote no, then that's a denial of license, which is a data bank entry for somebody. We don't want anything to do with that. She's just trying to help people.
Dr. Dodd and Dr. Bashir, if you do withdraw your application, we will keep your application because, as they have said, as the law reads now, they cannot grant you a license. If they deny you a license, it is a hit on the data bank. You don't want that.
Yeah, no.
So if you do withdraw, we will keep your information, and if the law changes, you can call us, you can reapply, we'll go from there.
And Dr. Dodd, you and I both got to believe your appearance today and all you said puts fuel to the fire to maybe find the corrections maybe everybody's looking for.
It's very much needed.
Oh, that's no doubt.
I'm not sitting here just because, I've been there for 16 years and I have seen cardiologists come and go. The community situation is not any better.
Oh, the hospital's got issues. We all know about that. Right. Right.
And a lot of doctors don't even take care of the Medicaid population. So we are doing there for so many years, and I actually spent 4 days doing 1 day in office, and I need all help in the office to get all the patients taken care of. And that's the whole idea for why we were trying to.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
And you can look at for the cardiologists and cardiologists, but nobody wants to stay for a very long period of time. And it's unfortunate, not only me, the hospitals tried. And we had the same problem, because nobody stays for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And they have a massive, as a matter of fact, not going to waste your time and tell you something. We have a big industrial complex in Camden where all kind of weaponries are made.
Oh, no, most of us are aware of that. I mean, these are mostly rural physicians up here.
They call it a Highland Park. The director of the Highland Park, he himself had a problem, so I ended up getting him. He became good friend. He came that, daughter, we need to have some sort of provide, because I have 3,000 people drive in the morning and work in this town and they go back home. If anybody have any problem, we don't have a proper healthcare system. People are trying to come up with the ideas to improve. The Camden Hospital has gone into a trouble right now. But we want to strengthen at least the most simplest part of the cardiovascular is educating patient. Smoking, eating right, these kind of things, but that has to go through the education and teaching through the offices.
Right.
Primary care doctors don't have all the time to do all these kind of educations. They do whatever they can, but then we need a focus, and that's a goal in that area. And transportation is a massive problem there.
Right. Well, I would tell you there's a larger problem, but we ain't got time for that today. And so, Dr. Bashir, you seem like a lovely person. I can't apologize enough. But I think you got a decision to make, and that's whether or not you want to withdraw your application. I have no idea. That is up to the people that got elected.
What happens is that the state can put in a request with the federal government to be designated, and then it relies on the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. Once that designation is made, it will be updated on their website. That is what we go by. So we have no control on how long the federal government takes to approve a request.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much.
And Dr. Bashir, you're going to withdraw your license application?
I think that's the best thing we'll do for now. And
Dr. Bashir, I got to get it from you. I'm sorry. This is where I straddle the place I don't have a degree, the legal area. Oh, you're not supposed to be happy with it. I wouldn't be either if I were you. Yeah, I get it. Okay. We appreciate your time, y'all.
Was that a yes?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
thank you very much for your time.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, you don't want to go back to Sarah? Alan? First one?
Test,
Yeah.
check one,
Pull her
two.
in. I'd pull her in, that's what I do.
Test, check one,
You sound
two.
good, bro. Yeah, I could hear you. It was amplified. Hey, Dr. Allen, how'd it go this time? Hey, I can kind of hear you. If you'll turn her up a little bit, it'd be great. I can hear a little bit now.
Test, check one, two.
Hello?
Hey.
Better? Oh, thank y'all. Goodness.
Well, yeah, I can only imagine what you're saying right now. Anyway, we'll move on. Hey, Ward Gardner with the board. I appreciate your time. Hey, and really, Dr. Allen, I mean, obviously, well, it may not be obvious to you. I mean, clearly looking at the application, you qualify for license. The reason I just wanted to ask you a few questions
Yes, sir.
is you've been in this wellness business for a while. And obviously from our standpoint, I mean, hey, girl, you got to a private equity buyout. I saw that. And so, what? Don't roll your eyes.
Strategic partnership, I'll say.
Yeah, right. It's called leverage with a lot of alpha. And
Uh-huh.
so the question for us always is, how do you execute supervision in this kind of thing, Dr. Allen?
Yeah, so that is very important to me. And I actually work closely with our legal team to ensure that we have the appropriate supervision. So I tell people our practice really is a medical practice in every sense of the word. We had our meeting last night, so we meet once a month. We talk through practice updates, clinical points, Q&A, M&M, and review cases together and how we can improve care. So for us, we make sure that our physicians and our providers meet regularly, and then we have normal meetings.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for us, the way I look at it from a structure standpoint, I mean, what are you doing at the filler patients? I mean, so are you seeing them before someone? I mean, because who's the end in Arkansas executing the care, Dr. Allen?
Yeah, great question. So our physician assistants and our nurse practitioners, and I do evaluate cases. Out of our over 700 providers, only about 70 of them do dermal filler. So we are very stringent on who we allow to do that procedure. They have to have a certain number of neuromodulator visits before they're even eligible to train. And then they do extensive training. At every filler training we run, I call it rapid response, but really almost like our code in aesthetic medicine, right? So that I know that our providers are well trained should any complications arise. And then all providers who are far away from their supervising physician, I say far away, but if they're more than an hour away physically from that supervising physician, they carry 16 vials of Hylenex. If they are within an hour, they carry 11 vials.
So you'll have physicians in Arkansas. See, I figured it was just you and people on King Street covering this.
Yeah, no. So we do have physicians in Arkansas, and I mainly want to be licensed in Arkansas, so that if there's a need that arises for patients with women's health, particularly, or if we have, if I do a training there, I'd like to have my license so I could have my hands on
Yeah.
the patient. Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw the clinic on King Street 2 months ago. It's nice.
Yes. Yeah.
I didn't go in.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good.
I
You
probably
should
need it, but I'm not. That's
Yeah.
not how I roll. Is
come
anybody
in
got?
next time.
No, ma'am. Not going to happen. I'm going to Darling Seafood and having a good time. And so has anybody got any questions?
I'll make a motion, we give her a license.
Thank you.
Motion is second to grant a license. All in favor? Any opposed? Thanks for being on it. Motion carries, Dr. Allen.
Yeah, thank
your
y'all
license.
so much. And if you ever have any questions or need any help with any med spa regulation, anything like that, I do that in South Carolina a lot, so I'm always happy to help.
You shouldn't have volunteered that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, call me anytime. It's my love. So thank y'all.
All right, go back to the beautiful weather.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Looks like Dr. Goberdon. I guess where'd the boss go? Oh, no way, dude. I mean, if anything, I need Botox for these wrinkled forehead of mine. That's from being mad all the time. We all know it.
It's not a concern for your
That's gray hairs for my patients, not my kids. Kids are okay. I guess, can you bring Dr. Goberdon in?
Henry, can you let?
Dr. Goberdon, can you bring him in? Hey, Dr. Goberdon. You there, Dr. Goberdon? Can you hear me? Hey, Andy, can you hear me? Any luck calling Andy? Can you hear me, Andy? What we got, guys? Okay. Hey, Andy, you there? Can you hear me now? Hey, Henry, what's wrong? Any guesses? Okay, now he's on mute. Can you hear me now, Andy? No.
Get out, get back in again.
Well, I get nervous. He's hung up right here. And so, hey, Henry, if I click everyone on Amy's computer, does it let him in? Or does that just let everybody in? Hey, Andy, any chance you can hear me? Okay. So, hey, Henry, can you text him and tell him we're going to put him out in the waiting room? I'm going to keep this train moving. Okay. I just texted him. We're going to put him back in the waiting room. And so if you would, can you, he got that message. So can you do that for me, Henry? Let's pull another one. Looks like the other one would be Hagenbarth. He's here. Beautiful. Thanks, Laura. Let's move forward. Don't look so nervous. It's out the star chamber. Come on up. We're going to work on Hagenbar because we couldn't get Andy Goderberg again. We had another technical issue, so I put him back in the waiting room on your computer.
You have to explain this to him. Have to explain the statute.
Hey y'all, it's good to see you. Who is everybody?
I'm Laura Dunn, Chair of Psychiatry at UAMS.
Nice to see you.
I'm Dr. Hagen-Bart.
Nice to meet you.
Dr. Chris Cargile, I'm the Service Line Director for Behavioral Health for.
How about that? It's nice to see y'all. Appreciate the help. I once spent some time with Yuta Bahady and Goog. He was awesome, man. The guy was way over my altitude. I appreciate y'all being here. Hey, what's the goal with the license app? What's going on? What do you want to do?
I would like to get as soon as possible board certified in psychiatry. I have substantial experience from Germany,
Right.
supervising residents, working in academic setting.
Yeah,
I'm
you'll
looking forward
you'll
to
tolerate us tardy Americans and everything, because that's not how Germany rolls.
I actually have I'm a U.S. citizen and I have family ties to America.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The one of my good friends did his ear surgery training over there. And you've already practiced in Germany for a period of time already.
A long time.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of get this. We've seen her app. Does anybody have any questions or motions they want to make to grant her academic license? I don't think she needs any. She don't need any waivers, does she? Yeah.
I'll make a motion to grant her license.
Motion and second to grant her academic license. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. See, it's not that hard. It was almost German efficiency.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to contribute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do they have to call you the Oberarzt? They have to call you an Oberarzt?
Oh, yeah, Oberarzt.
Yeah,
exactly.
I
Very
know.
good.
Yeah, I know
I
some
was
German
Facharzt
doctors.
in Germany, now I'm Oberarzt. Promoted, yeah.
Y'all be good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you want to do Hello next? Is Hello here? Yeah, hold on that one. Wait, you want to try Goteberg again?
Do you?
Yeah, we gotta get it done at some point. We gotta tackle the telemedicine issue. Andy, did we do any better this time? No. Hey, Andy, is it a chance it's a volume issue? Would you send him a text and see if it's a volume issue? Hey, he can't hear us. Mm-mm. Well, I've done that before. She can text him. Yeah.
I am.
She sent him a note. Any better, Andy? Yep, now you can hear me. Okay, so I can't hear you, Andy. Okay, we're getting closer. Now, what do we do before to get him loud enough? Turn up his volume? He did turn up. Now he can hear me, but I can't hear him. Hey, Andy, it may be in your microphone settings. I'm not sure though, but usually, because he can hear me, this is on our end. I can't imagine a situation where he could hear me, but you know what I mean? He's not transmitting to me. Although that's speakers versus mic, you're right. Hey, Andy, check your mic. It may be muted, your mic. Not mic, okay. I can hear you. I can't hear you yet, but it looks like you can hear me. We got half of it fixed. Still can't hear you. Is the thing to do to have him call in additionally?
Okay.
And do both? So
Back in the waiting room.
we're gonna put you back in the waiting room. What we're gonna do, Andy, is we're gonna blend it. And so we're gonna get you a phone to call so we can hear you overhead, and then I'll still be able to see you.
Henry, would you send him in the chat the phone number? Would y'all send him the phone number he needs to call in?
Okay. You want to try pulling up Hello and see if we can get that done with Govan, and that's virtual. We'll see if that'll give us a test if it's our end or the other end.
I don't see the supervisor.
Govin ain't in yet?
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be first.
He's the one that's changed. Can somebody tell us who it changed to? It was in an email.
Laurel, did the supervising
Good
physician?
morning.
Yep. I see Dr. Hello. Who's it gonna be?
Van Rees? He's here in the waiting room.
Hey, Dr. Van Rees, come on in.
Let me see if he is virtual.
No?
Okay,
Oh.
let me see Van Rees. There, I got him, Fritz. Is it Vanrhee?
Oh, it's gotta be. I will find out real quick when it gets on here. Hey, Dr. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Good
Good.
morning.
Hey, Dr. Van Ree.
Hi there. Good
Hey, it's good to hear everybody's voice and see everybody. Hey, this is an appearance for an educational license. We had you with the man of few words, Dr. Govin, but it looks like Dr. Van Ree's going to step in.
That's correct.
Yeah. Hey, what's the goal of the license, though, Tamer? What do you need what are you considering a license to do?
So I'm going to work as a faculty at the UAMS with the plasma cell disorder group, and that's why I would like to get the Arkansas medical license.
And you're in approval of that as well, Dr. Van Ree, obviously?
Yes, I am. He's an excellent candidate. He's trained in hematology and transplant and CAR T-cell therapy at one of the biggest and best centers in Israel. And he's also done fellowship at the Mayo Clinic. So from our point of view, we're lucky to have him.
That sounds great. And then, Laura, we need a waiver here as well. Consideration of waiver, consideration of granting the license as well. Does anybody have any questions or anything?
I move we grant waivers and grant him a license.
Got a motion, a second to waivers and license. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. You got your license. I appreciate the help, Dr. Hello. And thanks for your
Thank
time,
you.
Dr. Van Reen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can
Yes,
we
sir.
can we sign off?
Yes, sir. Go back to work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay. And Dr. Lack is next.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for allowing me to be here.
No one ever says that, to be honest. And so, hey, I got to be honest. I'm bad about a soapbox. So I'm curious, why are you coming back to Arkansas? Because you're from Jonesboro, right?
I am from Jonesboro, Arkansas. I am currently doing pathology residency at University of Kansas. And there's a pathology group in Jonesboro, Arkansas, Doctors Anatomic Pathology Services. And I met them in my fourth year of medical school. They got me into pathology, and I love my community, and I would like to serve them.
Right. So do you think you'd make more money if you practice in Kansas?
Do I think I'd make more money? The money is not really the big deal for me.
I'm illustrating a point you may not be aware of yet. But the main reason you came back to Arkansas is because you're from Arkansas, right?
Yes.
Exactly. There's more people that need to hear that. And so his issue and the reason you got to see us is because of the laws. We got to get an explanation regarding some issues you had on step 2. And he's got a good answer in here. Does anybody have any questions or motions they'd like to make here?
Make a motion to grant a license.
With
Second.
a waiver.
Grant him a waiver.
Waiver.
Yeah, it'd be a waiver and a license. Got a motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I look forward to
Thank
you
you very
coming on
much.
working.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Dr. Lawson, come on. Excuse me, Mrs. Lawson, come on out. Yeah, come on up front, son. You good? Hey, Sonia, Ward Gardner. Hey, I appreciate you being here. Hey, what makes you want an Arkansas license? What's going on? What brought us from the Tar Heel State?
My husband is from Critty County.
Yeah.
And we had always said that when he got time to retire from the military, that we was gonna move back to his hometown.
Where's that?
Earl.
Yeah. Earl, Parkin. Yep. I got you. And so you got a job lined up? Have you looked over there to see what your opportunities are?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I saw the reason you're here is just kind of the stuff in North Carolina. I mean, you seem really nice. It's not the best track record I ever saw, you know, particularly when you applied here and we had to tell you to call North Carolina, Sonia. That's not a good look for a nice person like you.
When we had moved here, I had already applied here. I had no idea that stuff came up.
Mm-hmm.
But I never lost like my license or whatever in North Carolina.
Right. Got a couple suspensions.
That stage.
You're right. And never had problems in Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia,
No.
things like that. Okay. And then is your license in North Carolina expired or did you renew it?
They're renewed. They're up for renewal in June. I can still practice.
Okay, yeah, because when you did your app, it was you submitted it to us in May of 25, but the license at that point expired in June of 25. So I just wasn't sure what your license status was.
I renewed them
Okay.
in June of 25.
Right. And so, I mean, because it seems like it was the same issue all three times. And what would you say about that?
I missed dates on my documentation, but I've been had a mentor and been supervised on the things to prevent making mistakes like that.
Yeah, because a little bit, from my perspective, once or twice, I get it. Heck, they even made you take the JP exam one time, the jurisprudence thing, right? And so I would have expected after that, you'd have had a pretty good feel for what standards were. And we still had a problem in 25. Okay. Anybody got any questions or anything? No? Anybody? Motions, anything like that they want to do?
Ms. Lawson, when you were in Tennessee, what part of Tennessee were you in?
Memphis.
You were in Memphis. Okay. So Earl is just across the bridge from Memphis, essentially. With the concern sheet, I would ask that I don't know how much leeway you may be granted if you're given a license here in the state of Arkansas, considering the history.
Leeway as far as.
Well, so I think what he's trying to say is, Sonia, if you had another problem, a lot of times, I mean, I don't know what this board would do, but in North Carolina, OT is regulated by OTs. And we certainly lead on our OT licensees, but with this board, if we get someone 3 times with the same problem, sometimes we do a little more than North Carolina. Now, I don't get to vote, but I think that's what he's hinting at is if you had another problem, this might be formal action on your license beyond a consent. Now, he's just trying to impress that upon you.
Is your license part of a compact?
No, sir.
Okay. Whenever you have action on your license in any state, it gets reported to a general data bank, and whenever you apply for a license in a state, we get that information. I don't want you to fall into a situation where you're not being given as much leeway as you've been given in the past.
Right. Yes. I understand.
So with that, I would make a motion to grant a license.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Motion, nothing, anyone cares. Motion is second. All in favor to grant our license?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. You got your license.
Thank you.
Be good. What do you want to do? You want to go back to Govardhan? Let me try it again. I guess he'll be in 2 places at once when he pops up this time.
Maybe we need to use the star chair.
Okay, see if you can hear me.
Andy, can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. So did we hook him up on a phone? Right, there should be 2 entries here now, right? So there should be one down at the bottom. It's an audio, right? If he called it on the phone. Well, I know that, but there's no way I can fix that.
Okay, we're gonna put him back in the waiting room, and I'm gonna do this. And then we're gonna go to the
Okay.
next one.
Cool.
And this is another provisional license. I've already talked to you.
Okay. Dr. Lufawabo and Dr. Johnson. Is this virtual or is this in person? Oh, okay. Ooh, that's loud. Hey, Dr. Lufawabo, War Gardner. Hey, where's Dr. Johnson? He's virtual. Okay, we got to pull him in, y'all. Dr. Johnson? I don't see him yet. I see him there, no video. Hey, Dr. Johnson, if you hear me, we're going to need some kind of, there we're getting closer.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, can't see you. That may be a problem, actually. Hey, so Dorley, if I can't see him, can't go, can I?
Technically, that is board members have to be.
Okay, cool. Okay, thanks, y'all. Hey, Dr. Johnson, I wish I could see you, but I get it. Be careful out there. And so, hey, Dr. Johnson, I'll kind of start with you, kind of with Dr. Dodd. I mean, I hope that you maybe watch some of that interaction. I mean, is there anything that you can see that designates this proposed area as a medically underserved population?
Well, from the HRSA, it formally designates it as an underserved population.
No, sir. Well, you should know that, right? I mean, did you look at the Excel table?
No.
Did you look at the map?
Yes, we've looked at the map.
Right. So you looked at medically underserved population, and there was one that existed in Arkansas on that map?
Yes, they actually sent us
Now, hold on, time out. I have no idea who that is.
This is my office manager here who
Well,
researched.
you're going to have to get on video. I'm not going to dance with a bunch of people I can't see.
Okay.
And Dr. Johnson, have you yourself gotten on that website and checked that map and that table?
I have not.
You have not. Can we turn him up a little bit? So you have not looked at it yourself?
I have not.
Okay. Dr. Johnson, I got to be honest, man, I'm sure you're a great guy. I'm shocked that you would show up here having not looked at yourself when you're the person sponsoring this decision.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes, sir. I'm a little surprised you wouldn't do this yourself. I mean, you are the sponsoring physician.
Well, I have no response to that, I guess.
Okay. And so, I mean, to me, I mean, we've already had this conversation a little bit. I mean, we got a law we're stuck with.
Okay. And so there's only one place in Arkansas
There's none. When I look at it, I don't see any that are medically unserved population. There's tons of medically underserved areas. And the problem is we're not allowed to interpret when there's a strict definition.
Okay. Why do we have?
I think we tried to communicate this up front a little bit, didn't we?
Not to me.
To what? Okay. And Dr. Lifwall, did you see something different than what I see? Where there's a medically underserved population in Arkansas?
Yes, basically, before I...
No. I want a yes, no.
So I tried to review the definition as it said on the SB 601. because the second.
Did you see in the table whether or not there was a medically underserved population in Arkansas?
So they put them together, medically underserved area.
No, we don't put them together because the definition says population.
And when I put the definition of medically underserved population as defined by the federal law, they said this is the definition I put on the U.S. codes.
Right, and then when you went to the tables and you saw, was there one in Arkansas, what came up?
Yes, so because the SB 601 said that medically underserved population means the same as defined in 42 USC section 254B as existing on January 1st.
Yes, exactly, I know all that.
And then when I checked the definition, it said the term medically underserved population means the population of a urban or rural area designated by the
Well, I understand the definition, but are there any designations?
as an area with a shortage of personal health services or a population group designated.
Dr. Lufwabo, are there any, I understand the definition, are there any designations? Are there, so they make a definition, and then they go out and say, and these are the places that qualify. So are there any designations in Arkansas?
I'm not aware of.
Me either. That's the problem, is there's not any designated. So they made a definition, and then the way this reads, they then turned and looked at Arkansas and said, no places in Arkansas are designated as medically underserved populations.
When does Arkansas even have a pathway?
What's that, Steve?
When does Arkansas have a pathway for the 601B then? If we
Well, that's legislative structure we were not involved in any way, shape, form, or fashion, and we end up having to understand it the most because we're the final arm here. And when you look at the way it's structured, there's no populations that we can identify. And so the problem is there's two terms here. There's area and population, and they're different, and they're designated different. I mean, who knows what the spirit of the law is? I'm not even going to guess on that in terms of the federal end. And so, but that's where we're kind of stuck. Dorley, were you going to say something looks like?
I was going to say, at this time, as we indicated to the other applicant, there has been an application to the federal government for an underserved population in the state of Arkansas. You know, it goes before the federal government. We have to wait, and there has to be an application for that specific population before you all can act based upon the definitions confined in the statute.
All right, and so just like we did before, I mean, the smart thing to do here, honestly, Dr. Waba, from our standpoint, is we either legislatively, legally, we have to deny this license, but I don't want to do that to you because then you get a data bank hit. Our hope would be that there would be a remediation of all this and let's just be able to knock all this out. That is the way it stands now, we can't. Anybody got any questions, board members? No, I mean, so it's up to you, Dr. LaFleur. You can go forward with the license application, but the problem is legislatively, legally, we're going to have to deny it. No, I don't want to do that. And so it's up to you. If you want to withdraw the license application, you can. Obviously, it's active for a year, Laurel? Right, so if they change it, we got plenty of time. We're going to work hard today, and this board works hard all the time.
And doctor, if you do withdraw, we will keep your application, and as the law reads now, we can't do it. If the law were to change and we still have your application on file, you could reapply at that point. It is better to withdraw than to have it denied.
Oh, yeah, you don't want denial.
Okay, I'll try to follow up with the lawmakers for more.
That'd be awesome.
I'll follow up with
Yes, sir.
Need to say he needs to withdraw.
But you wish to withdraw your application for now?
I withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Since
Okay.
they say that,
Okay.
You're gonna stay in the system for up to a year.
A year.
Uh-huh. Okay, appreciate your time, sir. Okay. Hey, Dr. Johnson, go back to work, man. I know what it's like.
Sorry to waste y'all's time.
You're helping the problem, I think, honestly, Stephen, because it gets y'all on tape and we can everybody can see what needs to happen.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Go to clinic.
All right, thanks.
Hey, Andy, it's Ward again. Hey, I just need you to unmute your phone, and hopefully that'll get us where we got to go.
Yes, hello, you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Andy. That's great, man. I appreciate you we us getting everything together. And Dr. Johnson's still on there. I'm not
No
sure
problem.
why. And so, Andy, this appearance for licensure, and then in that did a little general surgery, finished up in hemonc, had to put up with some craziness in that hemonc fellowship to get to a good spot. And so, and Andy, this obviously this is a public meeting. It's on the internet, so I want you to be honest but discreet, okay? Because we're not all about dragging people through the past too much. And so, but that does raise the issue of just kind of this situation with Pennsylvania and the health physician program. When I read their order, it looks like there's going to be some degree of monitoring till October 23rd of 2029. Is that your understanding? Oh, I can't hear you. No, can't hear you. Are you there now? No, can't hear you. Whatever you changed, we were doing good, my man. No, your phone's on mute now, it looks like. Okay. No, can't hear you. Try a different way. Is the phone and the phone's on speaker? You're back. Okay.
Okay, all right.
I can hear you. I don't know what you did, but it's working now. And so, but is
Okay.
that your understanding, Andy, that there's a kind of an agreement here through 29 in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, so the purpose of the PHMP or PHP is to make sure I'm mentally and physically healthy until 2029. That encompasses drug testing,
Oh, Andy, you don't have to go
psychiatric
through all that.
evaluations,
On video.
and
So it's going to be drug testing and what else?
drug testing is very frequent.
Yeah.
Psychiatric evaluations every month. So I have my psychiatrist I meet with every month, and they send a report to them every month. And I have a therapist I meet with every week, and they send a report to them every 3 months.
Gotcha.
Now, if you're healthy in all phases, in addition to that, my orthopedic surgeon sends them a report when they need it.
Gotcha.
If I'm always healthy in all phases, I'm healthy to work.
Gotcha.
If I am deemed unhealthy at any point, they pull me back and say, hey, we need something else. We need you to adjust your medication.
Oh yeah, yeah. We know about that stuff, Andy, because we got the foundation here. Dr. Donner was going to talk, and Dr. Donner, you talked to him and felt like.
I did. I support his application. If in fact he comes here, we'll be happy to pick up his contract.
Okay. Okay. What other questions have people got about this situation? Looks like you're going to do hematology oncology up at Mountain Home. Will be the plan, Andy.
That is correct.
Okay. And they're going to move here if granted a license?
Correct, yes.
And so it's just a question of picking up monitoring that began in 24. In the past, you've seen a 2-year thing. I think if we get in that same situation where there's not a provisional license, right? And so if you move forward and he's not compliant with the foundation, you'd have to have a hearing with investigations in that regard.
Right.
Can I make a motion with, to approve his license as long as he has a contract with the foundation?
Well, that's
No?
an odd area.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So what usually happens is if there is a breach of the contract.
And we understand all those laws, but the laws are different in Pennsylvania than Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah, all that's it's different structured. And some places, those physician health programs are part of the medical board. Here in Arkansas, they're not, which can be really good in some regards. And so And so that's why it's a little bit more nuanced here. And so I think, I mean, from my standpoint, and y'all interrupt me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I think if he's moving here, he's going to do oncology.
Dr. Donner advocates for him.
Correct. But then you hedge your downside, and that is, okay, if we have an issue, then it'll be an active license. You'll have to take up an investigation. I think if it were just a question of the critical issues here, well, that's going to be risking public health, safety, wellness. Now, if it is a compliance issue, it gets a little more hard to prove your point that there is that border. But I think preponderance of evidence, we've had one run through that gap, but that was just a question of monitoring is why he ran through that gap. And that person's not living here. This one would be living here. And so to me, I'd lean towards give him a license, let him go to Mount Home, but I don't make motions. Go, Michael. You look like you got some anxiety. Not any more than me, obviously.
All the time, every day. Yes. I guess one of the questions is he going to enter into a contract with the foundation here in Arkansas?
Hey, Andy, are you going to enter into a contract with the foundation here?
The foundation already knows me. I already spoke to them.
Well, that's
Yeah.
different than having a contract.
So you would
man.
agree?
Yes. No. So for me to practice there, in my head, I need to be involved with them.
So you're going to
I will
enter
be
into
involved with them.
So you're
Yeah.
going to enter into a contract when you
Yes.
practice here
Yes.
with the foundation.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, correct is what he said. Okay.
I'll make a motion that we grant him a license and strongly encourage him to be engaged with the Arkansas Medical Foundation.
And stay compliant.
And stay compliant.
And that's a second too?
Second.
Motion a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Hey, Andy, you finally got your license today. You had to put up with us.
Oh, yeah. Well, the technical issues was worse.
All right, that's saying something. All right, man. Have a good day. Thanks for coming to Arkansas.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So next up is Dr. M and Dr. Penderson.
Hello.
Hey,
hello.
Dr. I see you. And
Okay,
I see
good.
Manush. Hey, Manush.
Hi, nice to meet you.
On my low Arkansas education, I did spend a little time at Vanderbilt. However, you're going to have to help me with the last name. I do not want to hammer it.
Yeah, it's Matt Hafard, but it's a little bit difficult, so it's okay to call me M or Mernouche, whichever you prefer.
I
Yeah.
can do that. Yeah, I get a little confused on it. And so, hey, what are you looking for a license for?
Well, actually, I'm looking for the license to join Dr. Pemberton to pursue my clinical fellowship in Arkansas as the orbit and the oculoplastic surgery. Yeah, that's the main reason.
Gotcha. I did ENT, so I know a little about that. And then you've already practiced some in ophthalmology already.
Yes, yes, I have 5 years of experience as an ophthalmologist in Iran. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then does she need waivers?
Yes.
I thought she did. Okay. And so has anyone got, Dr. Pimpton, anything you'd like to say? I mean, obviously, oculoplastics, you'll see this quite a bit. And so it'd be in addition to the department, obviously.
Yeah. It'll be addition to Jones Eye Institute.
Gotcha. Has anybody got any questions or motions?
I'll make a motion to approve for licensure with waiver.
Okay. You got a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Dr. M, I appreciate you tolerating my ignorance. You got your license.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you. Thank you, guys. You guys have a good morning. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, Dr. Patel Ward. It's an appearance for licensure, and really the big thing is a practice model. And so, why do you need an Arkansas license?
Sure. So two reasons. First, I actually am looking to get back into doing locums work at inpatient rehab facilities. It's something I've done in the past, and really want to get back into it. I've left private practice pain management as a whole, so I don't find myself going back to that, just having some pretty negative experiences in the past. And so I do want to get back into locums work for inpatient rehab centers, which I really enjoyed. And the other thing is I sit on the medical board for two telehealth companies. And while I don't prescribe, I do synchronous and virtual counseling for migraines and for weight loss because I am boarded in both migraine, pain management, and obesity. So if that service was going to be extended in Arkansas based on the companies, then I would go ahead and help out with that as well.
Okay, and so just to step through this, and so do you know who Sunil Kurup is?
So I do know who that is. Yes, sir.
Who is that?
He is a doctor that I once not worked for, but just looked into some protocols for him, and then I found out that he has some pretty bad board sanctions against him, and I decided not to work or
Well, but
associate myself with
well,
that
here's the
gentleman.
problem though.
Mhm.
Your application does said you're going to work for SKMD, and he's the medical director
Oh,
in
I'm not.
Arkansas for
I'm no
SKMD.
longer with him. Oh, I'm no longer with him. I can even send you the severance email that I sent him. I am in no way associated with him anymore.
But are you going to work for SKMD here in Arkansas? That's
No,
what your
sir.
application has on.
Oh no, no, no. Oh no. So I think I know what happened. So the people that are helping me obtain an Arkansas license, I think they assume I'm working with him because they helped him with his licenses. But no, that is not true at all. I can update my information and send you the letter that I sent Dr. Kurup myself that I no longer wish to work for him or contract with him.
Right, because we have he's got some current issues here from the last meeting.
I understand. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm not aware
Right,
of Arkansas, but I do know of some of his sanctions in Texas, and
and
it was
Colorado.
actually.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I did not
And
know
so,
that. My
so I guess I'm a little confused then. So the problem
sure,
the board has right now, Dr.
sure.
Sales, we have an application that's not accurate to the
Okay,
job. And so are
okay.
you going to be working for the parent company? It's
No,
like,
sir,
what's it
not at
called?
all.
Ultra Thin or Thin
No,
Dreams or whatever. What's that called?
I have no idea, but
'Cause
I am not. No, sir.
that's all the addresses you listed on your application as well.
Okay, so I'll have to redo that myself. It's again, it's the licensing company that helped me with the licensing applications. I guess they were referred to me by Dr. Kurup. As I did ask him, I told him that I did want to get into locums work. Do you know anybody that can help me with the licensure? Because that just takes some time, and I guess they must have put all his information. So my apologies. I didn't think that would be a problem, but I also left him after I had submitted the application. I did not find out about all of his board issues until a little bit later. So I'm more than happy to go back and redo the entire application myself without the third party involvement. Absolutely, more than happy
Yeah,
to do
because
that.
man, what
But
I've got is an application that ties you to a
oh
weight loss
Jesus,
telemedicine outfit in North Texas that has used SKMD. It looks like as a secondary label here in Arkansas, involving physicians that might give me
oh
some pause. And so the good thing for you is I don't vote. And so
okay, I understand.
it looked a little disingenuous, brother, when
Sure.
I looked at it a little
I
bit.
promise you, I even have the email stored because I did not trust that gentleman, and so I kept every record of, hey, I am no longer involved with y'all. I even have the text threads and everything. And I even talked to
No,
my
that's fine. I
attorney.
mean,
Yeah,
what
so
I
my
would
apologies.
do, Abhishek, is I would just,
Mhm.
this from Michael Doyle, it looks like we need a new application.
Sure.
Or can we renew it? Can we edit an application? Can you do that so it's not a new one?
He needs to submit a new application or amend what he's got. It's all over this application.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll remove that.
because what we got is yeah, you understand. And so what I would
I
do
do.
is I would table this appearance, y'all, and then let
Okay.
him do what he needs to do to get us an accurate application of what's been going on. Because we
Sure.
would love to have you for locums, man, if you want to
Oh
do
yeah,
that
oh
kind of
yeah.
stuff.
I'm excited. I mean, even my locums company, Jackson and Coker. I mean, they've been on me this whole time to get an Arkansas license. I guess they're no longer doing. They're no longer paying for or covering licenses for short-term work. But the other thing is, my wife is actually from Little Rock, and so we might even consider moving
Even better. Cool.
to even better. So my apologies about this whole Dr. Crow thing. I thought that was long gone and behind me. So I will review that. I will do whatever's necessary to get that off this application. I promise you that.
I move we table his application.
Second.
Well,
Can
hold
we
on.
do that?
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Yep.
I got a motion and a second to table the application. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Or motion carries. Get it done. And look,
Sure.
get it done. Get it done. We're
Sure,
working.
we'll
I
do.
promise.
I'll work on it today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next up is Ms. Ray. Okay. Hey, Erica.
Oh,
Hey, Ward Gardner. I wish you never had to be here. The and so I mean, the board's got all the data in front of it, right? And so
uh-huh.
no, I'm talking to them too, Erica, but just letting you know too, because I try to be discreet with these kind of things, okay? Because you're on YouTube, girl. Okay, so let's be discreet about this. And so
Okay.
had an issue in 25. Got some things got to do through 27. But that's the only time, Erica, this has ever popped up, correct? Yeah,
Yes,
I know, I know,
yes.
I know. And then, Dr. Donner, you looked at this situation, correct? And she was upfront, did courses, and you were advocated for her licensure, correct, sir? Yes, sir. And so, and then there would not be any monitoring from your standpoint because of the position of this, the frequencies and things. Um, and it's a first go around, did courses, still on some degree of monitoring, but not licensure monitoring, legal monitoring. Um, and to me, it looked like a workable thing. But what do y'all think?
I move we grant her a license.
Second.
Motion a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. You got your license, Erica. I appreciate you letting us tiptoe through this.
Thank you.
You're free to go, girl.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks for the help here.
Thank you.
And then the next one is Dr. Schuster.
Good morning.
Hey,
Hey there.
Abby, what's up? Hey, there you are.
Yeah, sorry.
What's up, Ward Gardner? And so, hey, appreciate your time. Hey, where are you practicing now, Ab?
I do some travel locums right now in Missouri and Oklahoma.
All right, cool. And then, yeah, how long have you practiced for?
Almost well, probably 5.5 years.
That's what I figured. That's what I figured. And then had some issues initially at one program, but the second place you went was fine, though, wasn't it? No problems.
Yeah, I mean, I did a preliminary internship year too. That was fine as well. So it was
Yeah.
just a new program with not aligned expectations and a lot of gender discrimination, unfortunately.
Yeah, we got all that in front of us that you sent us. And then your plan is to go to CrossFit and practice to Ashley County.
Yes.
And then what does that look like? You're gonna move. You're gonna move here. You're gonna do some LT. What are you gonna do?
Right now it's a temporary coverage. I think they were looking temporary to permanent eventually, but just starting
Like
off
a trial run for both parties.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you. I got you. What questions everybody else got here? Any concerns? Anything like that? No. Anybody want to make any motions or anything like that?
I move we grant her a license.
Had a motion and a second, Dr. Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Have you got your license? We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Dr. Ureta, you out there? Dr. Wilbur. Yeah, there we go. Hey, y'all, appreciate your time. Hey, who's who? I think sure I know, but I want everybody else to know. And so, hey, Dr. Rita, I appreciate y'all being here. This is a question about reentry to practice, right? And so, how did we get here in life? What happened?
Well, I've been in solo practice in Michigan.
Yeah.
And then I ran my clinic by myself, and basically there was a guy who had a problem with the federal government. It turns out he was a fraudster.
Mhm.
So, and what happened was he was arrested, he was convicted, and then 3 years later, because I worked with him as a medical director for one of his facilities, there was paperwork there saying that, I was involved in some fraudulent activity. So that was in 2013. So I fought it.
Yeah, 4 years, right?
I fought it for a long
Yeah,
time.
2017.
For a long time.
Mhm.
But you don't know the pressure the federal government puts to bear on you.
Oh, I can't imagine. State government scares me.
So I was going to go to trial, but at the last minute, they said, it's better if you settle. So at that time, I wasn't a citizen. I had a green card. And then I have 7 kids. 2 of my kids, my last 2 kids, the 6th was diagnosed with autism. And then the 7th, we were suspecting too. And we were in a rural part of Michigan. There was, we had to travel 50 miles to get there. But it turns out, my wife at that time, she's a pediatrician. She's licensed here. So she wasn't working because she was taking care of the kids. So what happened was our older kids were in university in Oklahoma and Texas. So we did the college thing to put them in school. And I had a friend who was in Little Rock. He was working at Children's. And he knew we were going by, so he invited us, and we were just talking. He didn't know about any of this.
Yeah.
And since my wife was a pediatrician, he worked at the Children's Hospital. He introduced her to the pediatrics head there at that time, Dr. Elser.
Yeah,
Elser.
Joe. Yeah, Joe's a good guy.
And he offered her a job on the spot because they needed. So it was kind of providential. And then
So that's why you moved here.
Yeah, that's why I
in
moved
17.
here. And then the most important thing was we knew the head people of the Dennis Developmental Center.
Yeah.
So it turns out it was good because we were able to. They said
Get your autistic child in.
The 2
Yeah.
kids, the 2 kids. I mean, they were like 6 and 4.
Yeah.
So it was great. It just kind of fell together. And then my lawyer finally said, they got this thing hanging over you. Even if you win, you're going to be at the crosshairs. It's better. They're offering you a settlement. Just take it.
Yeah, now she's working, so
She's
took
working.
the settlement.
Yeah, and I didn't work. And I was planning maybe 3 years I'll work. Then COVID hit. I was saying I'm maybe not the best time I need to take care of the kids.
Right.
Not the best time to go back. And then time went by. It was kind of getting.
And so Medicare released you in 2020 from those restrictions.
Yeah, and there, never had a problem like that. But I kindly took it. I have a strong faith. It's not,
And so the plan here, Doc, is what's the structure of this clinic? Because you're ER mostly, aren't you?
I'm board certified in emergency medicine, but then I opened Divine Mercy Health Center.
Oh, so that is your primary practice now, not the ER.
Actually, both.
Okay, so that's my only question. So we've got a reentry plan in front of us, right?
Yes.
And so weeks 1 to 4 some direct supervision. That's one of my first questions is, I know how hard you work. How are you going to do one-on-one supervision if you're in the ER?
Because I'm going to be reducing my hours in the ER, and then I'll become full-time. I'll transition. I'm doing about 36 hours in the ER and about 30 to 35 hours in the clinic.
That works out good at our age.
Yeah,
Come on, dude.
Yeah. So
I couldn't even do the charts from that.
I'm going to draw emergency medicine down. And so
Yeah.
I'm serving as a medical director, and I'm trying to reduce my patient panel in the clinic. And Dr. Urita is going to help with that a lot.
Gotcha. Okay.
Will allow me to be a little bit more admin and less patient care.
Yeah, so this would be kind of a 3-month thing. His wife's practicing physician as well, and so I imagine she's not going to put up with him doing bad. And so long range. Long range. Y'all are kind of settled here for now, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we've been here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
the
so,
kids are in
and so, what questions everybody got here? It looked pretty good to me. It looks standard to what we usually do.
It
His
looks very
wife's
good.
anchored here.
It meets all the criteria.
Right. It's not someone just trying to use a reentry plan in Arkansas to hop, which we see a fair amount of, y'all. In my opinion.
I think it looks real good.
Yeah. So
I move we grant a license.
Second.
Oh well, can't. Yeah, we do that, and then we got to have him back.
And you got to come
6 months.
with. You didn't let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
I move we grant him a license, and that will include completing the reentry program, and then we'll get a report back from both of you once it's done.
So you're okay with report, no in person?
What's everybody else think? Just report.
With it.
I think report.
Okay, so that's a motion to grant him his license, approve the reentry plan, and at the completion of the reentry plan, they'd send us a written notification of completion and such. I got a second to that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
You won't need it, though. The guy working 72 hours may need it.
And that's before charge.
Yeah, I know. You want to do the last one? All right, Dr. V. So- Oh, no. I didn't have my glasses on. We're both older, Rudy.
You're graying?
Yeah, it's the
here?
job, Van Hemer.
I don't have any hair anymore.
You're
but-
better than me, but I'm not surprised. And so, hey, Doc, it's good to see you. I appreciate your time. What do you need an Arkansas license for?
Yeah, I'll be working as faculty in neuroradiology from July, and I also have been practicing radiology back in India, had been for a long time. And
Yeah.
I also gathered rich experience from the fellowship. I want to put all my knowledge into serving the community. So
Yeah, and I was hoping we could just roll you another month or two, my man. You know, and so I know, and so obviously, and you've done 9 months of a fellowship, correct, sir?
yes, it's almost like 10 months. I just got
Right, exactly. And so Rudy's been putting up with him for 10 months. And so if they didn't like each other, it'd be done. And honestly, by doing this, he's actually, I mean, I would have never tied after my fellowship for 2 more years of working with the guy that trained me. And so that's essentially what he's doing. And so, does anybody have any questions about this license? And he doesn't need any waivers, any law. It's just a question of academic licensure.
I'll make a motion to grant him.
Second.
And a motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. You're stuck with Van Hemer for another 2 years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy. And thank you for all the work you're doing.
Yeah, whatever. I know that's Van Hemer sarcasm. Yeah, I can be, man.
But they get paid so much.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Sharifi has not checked in. That's the last appearance you have for this morning. And
That's
if she does, then we'll admit her in.
Okay. And then y'all want to take a break? Y'all want to keep working? We need a break. So you want 15? 10? What you want? 20. Awesome. Okay. No. Break now for 20 minutes. Turn your mics off. Turn your cameras off.
I need to see you two and the attorneys. Michael Dorley, I need to see you. And Miss you two.
The Hey, Mary, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I
Okay,
apologize.
good. You're on. Okay. So now we got to get Darren where I can hear Darren.
You can hear me?
Oh, there you
now?
are. Yeah,
Yes,
now I
sir.
hear you, brother. You good. All right. This is a update appearance, practitioner update appearance. And so looked like we had some issues here. What happened here in Mississippi, Dr. Jacobs?
So I'm a board certified obstetrician and gynecologist and also a diplomate in obesity medicine. And I completed medical school at Georgetown, residency and fellowship at Stanford University. So with respect to Mississippi specifically, Dr. Gardner and other board members, unbeknownst to me, the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure no longer allowed establishment of a patient-physician relationship via asynchronous or stored and forward technology as of July of 2022. So the reason for the sanctions imposed on me were that I established a relationship with a patient via store and forward technology. So that led to the consent order with restriction of my Mississippi medical license. I was not able to practice telemedicine for 90 days, which was up on February 10th, 2026. Also, I had to pay an investigative fee of $1,401.46 and also complete a probe CPAP course.
Right. And then, so they had previously recognized the practice model that y'all were working under? I didn't know they had previously allowed that in Mississippi. Not that I know they're in PA.
And well, in my opinion, in our attorney's opinion, initially the regulations were a bit gray. And then with the COVID pandemic, they allowed establishment of the patient provider relationship via asynchronous telemedicine. And then once the COVID pandemic ebbed in July of 22, then they said, well, wait a second, you have to have a real time visit in order to establish the physician patient relationship.
So Mary, was that just, so Mississippi made 3 changes in their own state legislation, or are you melding federal regs and state regs?
They responded to federal regs, Dr. Gardner, for the
For
how they
the
revised.
pandemic?
Right, sorry
Yeah, I
about
got you.
that. So I don't know specifically federal versus state.
Yeah,
but
so maybe they just
complied with
shored up
federal.
their they are synchronous. The other thing, I'll be honest, Mary, that was a little bit disheartening was the Mississippi order discusses that when they first requested records from Hello Alpha, they got Epstein records that were heavily redacted. What's the story of that? Okay. Why did Hello Alpha send heavily redacted records to Mississippi? That's kind of, because I don't want the same thing to happen with us.
Right. I wasn't aware that they were heavily redacted,
That's in the order,
Dr.
you sound.
Gardner.
That's in their orders. Okay,
I
well,
don't
we'll move
recall
on.
that.
That's why I was a
Okay.
little surprised, because they even seem a little frustrated in the order we got from them. And so the records were heavily redacted, preventing analysis, is what they said in their legal documentation. And so, because obviously, part of the reason we're here is we have an investigation regarding your practice, right? So are we going to get
Right.
heavily redacted records again?
I would say not. So those were supplied by the Management Service Organization, and I apologize. I didn't know that they were heavily redacted. I met with the investigator from Mississippi and gave a whole presentation that included walking through the patient journey with respect to our platform.
Right. And then, hey, what medicines do you primarily write, Mary? So, and I mean pertaining here in Arkansas, what do you say? Well, mostly we're doing this.
I would say mostly urgent care, like, for example, simple bladder infection, birth control, and weight management.
Right. And you realize how those birth control rules can get a little interesting state to state these days, particularly when it comes to
Absolutely.
telemedicine. I mean, I know right. And so, please don't make my life difficult. And so I mean, but here's the deal, Mary. Are we going to see the same problem in Arkansas when we look at these charts? Are we going to see the same questionnaire based treatment in Arkansas, or when we pull this investigation, we're going to see that we were following Arkansas laws about audio visual contact with the patient?
So I believe that in my opinion, that we're following Arkansas laws. Currently, all the visits are in real-time video.
Okay.
Prior to that, we did have asynchronous visits where we would review a comprehensive dynamic medical intake form that was completed by the patient. The patient was able to upload their medical records, lab results, etc. We use a third-party electronic health record called athena.net to access medical records uploaded by outside providers.
At any point, did Arkansas allow asynchronous in this manner where there wasn't a patient-provider kind of established relationship through certain guidelines?
And from my point of view, yes, as long as you reviewed outside medical records from the physician or from a third party.
Well,
in my opinion, I'm going to disagree with.
Oh, yeah, I know, but we got a pending investigation.
Okay.
So, because because Mary, I'll be honest. You know, I mean, you're here to renew a license that we wanted
Right.
to talk to you about. There is a part of me that looks at this and says, man, it might be a better effort of good faith, Mary, for you to delay this renewal and let us get this investigation done. I don't know how the board will take it. You know, I don't get to make. Right, she could just not renew. Right, and so because I don't know if the board's going to be irritated by you renewing if you know we're going to pull up an investigation that is not going to be consistent with our Medical Practices Act, but they may be fine with it, and so that's kind of some of my concern here is if we see you, we approve it, you're like, Ward, I've been following the laws, and then we look at it and we're like, oh my gosh, what is this? I don't know that helps your case, Mary. And so are you seeing a lot of patients from Arkansas?
No, not at this time.
So I don't know. I mean, what does everybody think?
So I just have a question.
Dr. Jones.
Yeah, so, Bruce Jones here. So on short-term acute care things, I can see how maybe you could get by, but let's say you're doing weight loss medicines, for instance. I mean, how in the world are you evaluating their continuing care where you side effects versus success with the medicine and, extra coaching that goes along with the success and all that kind of stuff? I mean, how were you able to do that?
Like I mentioned before, we have a comprehensive medical intake form. We follow Obesity Medicine Association guidelines with respect to our questioning. Also, patients have a dedicated primary care provider, so it's not a one and done scenario. They have a PCP on the Alpha platform whom they routinely see. When we do prescribe, only brand medications for obesity by definition or obesity plus other medical conditions. We write a prescription for a 4-week supply, and patients have to return every 4 weeks. We do offer patients dietitian services, which they can use, and we follow lab work as needed, as well as weights and photographs. And we get labs as needed. We can order labs through the athena.net platform.
What percentage of your patients are referred by that primary doctor?
I would say less than 5%.
Right. And then what percentage of the primary care doctors are you communicating with once you see these patients?
Probably about the same, Dr. Gardner.
Right. So the primary care end here is appreciate the effort, though.
So, Dr. Jacobson, I definitely don't want to waste your time, and I would not come close to insulting your intelligence. You've given us your educational pedigree. You've also been pretty clear with the policies and procedures of your weight management. But on certain things that we're asking you about, which, the laws for each state that apply to telemedicine, you're not as clear. So, state of Arkansas, I mean, it's pretty clear in the Medical Practices Act. It's not asynchronous. And I do appreciate the, admitting that you may have done that, and I'll assume mistakenly in the past, but you have no intent of doing that again going forward, correct?
Correct. As we've evolved, there have been hiccups. The telemedicine guidelines, as you know, Dr. McGee, vary by state. We're live in 50 states plus the District of Columbia. We have changed our practice in Mississippi, where the visits are video only. The same thing in Arkansas. We're more closely monitoring telemedicine regulations now with the assistance of outside attorneys in order to stay compliant with state laws.
Yeah, and you know, and an unfortunate part of growth for you is, you know, even if you're doing things in one state, you have to be aware of how things go in that one state with your the reach of your platform and your practice. You know, you need to make sure you understand the differences of each state and the requirements.
I completely agree with that.
I mean, basically, the board's got two options. There's not, denial of renewal is not denial of initial application. They're totally different process, right? So if the board wanted to take a path to deny a renewal, you gotta have a hearing, with my understanding. And so the board's really only has two options here, and that is because the motions appear to renew, not appear pending denial to renew. And so legally, she has appeared. And so this board, honestly, all you can do is ask her for her good graces, and she either renews or doesn't. Or you take up the Mississippi action as violation in another state, but that requires a hearing. And my personal opinion is I would let her renew, to be honest, and then we're gonna have our investigation, and if that's the direction she wants to go, then that's the direction we'll go.
I move we give her a license.
Okay? Got a motion to grant her license? A second, all in favor?
No.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Just so your renewal is approved.
Thank you,
We
Dr.
appreciate
Gardner.
everybody's time. Thank you.
Sure, Darren.
Thanks, board members.
Thanks, Dr. Jackson.
Okay, we can start on the 1040. Someone right
Okay.
here, you can go into issues and discussions, whichever one you would.
Oh, we'll start on the 1040s. We'll go down, if they're here. So that's, BRIs, okay? Ms. Carter? Okay.
Come on up to the table.
Oh, hey, come on up. Donna Ward. Hey, wish you never had to be here. Hey, 40 years, never had a problem. What happened? I can't believe it took you 40 years to make one.
I know.
Took me 4 hours.
I was working by myself at the time, working by myself at the time, and so a lot of the discharges from home health I was doing without a visit, but I was documenting that they were non-billable, which is what happened in this case. The physical therapist had gone after my scheduled visit, and the daughter asked her about me coming, and she said I was supposed to have been there the day before, and the daughter said I didn't get there. And that's exactly right. That's totally right. Anyway, my boss had called me about the complaint, and this happened before me putting in a notice of my resignation. But anyway, and so I explained what had happened, and my boss said that, they would take care of it, no issue, don't worry about it. And a couple of weeks after that, I put in my notice because I'd gone to work somewhere else. And I got a call then from the compliance officer.
Yeah, they beat you to the punch.
Yes, asking me about it. So I told her the same thing, what had happened. And she asked me why I had put vital signs in, which I did. And that is an error that I was talking about that I take responsibility for. And the only thing I can figure out that I did was I'd opened up the chart from thinking it was one patient, put in vitals, and then closed it out, and then opened up, and completed here.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's all I can think about with that. But anyway, the compliance officer said, no issues, don't worry about it, we'll take care of it. And then the very last day of my notice, I get a call from my boss asking me to come in, and she said that they had decided that they were going to terminate me, and that it needed to be reported to the medical board. So here we are.
Wow. And so an unbilled claim.
Unbilled
Never had
client.
anything 40
Never
years.
had, no, it was never billed.
I mean, and then you got another job working?
Yes, I'm working now.
It's up to y'all, but I mean,
I
that's
just
what
had-
I see.
I just had a question, Mr. Chair. I was looking at this. What's the date of the original license issue?
86.
Dude.
Yeah, I did the math on that. That's
40 years.
That's 40 years licensed here in the state of Arkansas. I'd make a motion. I appreciate her appearance. And I would let her get back to work.
I would second. That's a motion information.
Yes, just-
All in favor?
Just,
Yes, sir, Dr. Jones?
Okay, the vital signs thing does bother me.
Right.
You're not gonna do that anymore, right?
No, sir.
Okay, all right.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thanks for your time, Doug.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're running a few minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Garza hasn't checked in, but
Okay.
Hale is here.
All
in
right.
person.
Okay, so, he must be up front. Hey, Dr. Hale, come on down. What's that? No, Hale, Hale. I mean, my ACT score is off and say wasn't that good, but Hale is for Hall.
You're next, Doctor. He's next.
Yeah, either way you spell it.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I wish none of us were here. I appreciate it. Nice to see you, Mr. Tidwell. Hey, Kevin, the reason this all got started, dude, your average MME Q3, Q4 2023 was 276, which made you,
Per patient? you're
yes,
talking about?
sir, which made you the 17th largest provider of on MME in the whole state. In the
Ma-
top 1 or 2 in family medicine, probably.
Sure, could I explain?
Well, no, we're gonna get there. Some of that may
Okay.
be Bupi, but I'm just letting you know, that's how we got here.
Right.
And so, I mean, it was 550 patients. Kevin, you're running a business, correct? In addition to practice?
We have over 60,000 active patients.
Absolutely. So, but
50
you're doing the administrative role as well, correct?
Correct.
Right. And so it seemed a bit exceptional that you'd have time to see 550 patients, have to be seen every 90 days in person, and have to go all through the drug tests and all that kind of stuff. And that kind of, it seemed pretty exceptional.
Sure. I'd love
We're
to
getting there. We're
explain.
getting there. And so how many patients, how many days a week were you working?
So I work 4 days a week.
Yeah. See patients 4 days a week?
I do. Yes,
How many
sir.
patients a day?
20 to 25 on average.
Well, but the numbers, half of them have to be pain medicine patients.
No, sir.
No?
That-
Okay.
And I can explain.
Okay. And so so these weren't mid-levels by chance utilizing your EPCS?
No, we, in our practice, we have 56 providers
Yeah.
amongst our group. And so we don't allow any of our mid-levels to write controlled substances. So
So they can't do hydrocodone or anything?
no, so they
Okay.
send those to us, and we have protocol set up.
Have you
And
seen the patients getting Schedule IIs?
I have, yes.
Okay, so all these patients, so they're not just sending you patients that you fill prescriptions for that you might have
No,
seen in the
that I've
past?
never seen. No,
So
sir.
the
Right.
physicians are the only ones seeing the chronic pain patients?
Well, no, sir. Our mid-levels see them as well, but they send the prescription to us on occasion. We see them every year, like.
Well, but
they
you have
come-
to see them every 90 days of the
I do,
prescriptions you
and
use.
I see patients every 90 days. I
Okay.
do.
See how we would look at this and see how it's
Yes.
complex?
Yes, no.
Yeah, because I know how big the system is.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
And
And so,
totally get that.
okay, and it looked like you did a bunch of work after looking at all this and seeing PMRC. And then did you get that CME thing done that they talked about?
did,
Yeah, I figured you did. And the board's seen all that. I mean, since it's such a large corporate structure and he's the boss man, he's able to move a bunch of levers, it looks like, for process control, and y'all saw all that. And so it looks like he made a good effort, but that's why I was just surprised to see you high on that list.
Yes.
I mean, but how do you look at that? Is it Bupi, you think, or
I think it's
or methadone that scooted you up?
I think it's we don't prescribe methadone, sir, at all. That's not.
Well, because Bupi doesn't. Did Bupi have a score for a period of time? Nick, did Bupi have a score? I did. It was a big score, right?
Yeah.
So I thought. I figured that's what.
We're pretty much the only providers in our area that actually do
Matt?
Bupi.
Yeah.
So
That's probably why I was up. What questions have everybody got? And so, none at all? Zero.
That was the biggest answer.
Yeah. And so, but how do you envision it then? I mean, have you figured that, because for us, I think they do. They'll have to monitor it a little bit.
Oh,
And so how do you envision this going forward, Kevin? Do you think the numbers, well, Bupi, I think, hey, Nick, did y'all remove a Bupi score now? Okay. Okay, and so, because our thing is we got to monitor the situation. I
Sure.
think the board may consider that.
100%.
And so, because our thing would be, if we're going to watch from a distance, is that number going to come down? Because we catch a lot of heat about narcotics in Arkansas.
Right, right. I understand that, and rightfully so, but I guess I have an updated list of our corrective actions that
Oh,
we've
yeah,
done.
I saw
And
it.
it's led,
But you want to go through it? Go through it, Kim.
Sure. It's led by Luke Morrison, our PharmD that's
Mm-hmm.
on staff with our group. And so if you'll just bear with me. The corrective measures that we've already completed are that we restructured and relaunched our control substance committee to, it reviews and updates our company policies on a quarterly basis. And then Luke, with our committee, actually, he looks at different cases, makes recommendations on a quarterly basis. And so they've implemented new controlled substance agreements with informed consent for single therapy and concurrent therapies. We've reviewed and updated our EHR prescribing templates and alerts related to the PDMP. We've educated all of our providers. In fact, our providers have received 2 hours of CME through UAMS, and we'll do that probably on a quarterly basis. We rolled out a cross-coverage policy, which was kind of big for us because we have 2 physicians that are hospice providers, as well as they also cover rehabs and do all the post-operative medicines for a pretty large hospital practice.
Yeah,
that we
I don't think
cover.
they popped up on our matrix though, Kevin. I have to look, but yeah.
Yeah. So,
But we'll see them listed as hospital or palliative,
Sure.
you know, yeah.
Sure.
Mhm.
We rolled out a new concurrent controlled substance policy and agreement with informed consent that's completed. We've audited the prescribing of controlled substances and concurrent therapies, our use of controlled substance contracts, our urine drug screen. We renegotiated with our lab provider for less costly urine drug screens for our patients. That was kind of a big thing. So one of the recommendations, which by the way, I went before your pain management committee, very, very helpful. Dr. Rahman and crew did, I felt like very constructive and helpful to us. And one of their recommendations were more frequent drug screening to look at potential diversion in that. And so, I've been doing this almost 37 years, same location, same practice, and you get to know these people very, very well. Sometimes it's a hard line on where empathy.
Yeah, Kevin, I can't
starts.
imagine, man, because you're not the only one we've seen like that. And you've
Right.
practiced through a transition period and how we're managing this.
Correct.
Right.
100%.
I know.
Where we had to
I
take
know.
pain score. If you didn't treat it appropriately, you kind of potentially
At one point,
got in
Medicare was
trouble.
going to pay you less.
Right.
I know.
Potentially got in trouble. So, I mean, the list goes on. I can provide you with more of this, but
I mean,
they're meeting on a quarterly basis.
Because the
We're-
biggest thing if you look
You
at
want to
this-
see our numbers go down.
Well, and then what we're looking at, and that's, I'd blame that maybe on me, but is you don't you don't directly see that, right? You know MMEs, right?
I do.
But what we're looking at is, what we get, what this board sees, and I can say all that, it's avoidable, is we're looking at total MMEs, right? So the total you would write. We can see how many patients, individual, unique, okay,
Sure.
in a 2-quarter period. And that's just 515 2 quarters, Cam.
Right.
And so, 2 quarters. And then we're looking at combinations of oxycodone and Dilaudid as a score. And then we're looking at concomitant benzos. And then we're looking at average MMEs. We run it with bupi and without because of the issues we talked about.
Right.
And that's kind of that's a lot of what we're following. And everything's ranked. And then there's a score that's spit out. And so, because there is, as you may know, Walmart has gotten fairly heavy-handed at times in their own defense with providers. And one of my frustrations has been is they will impact providers' ability to write and then not tell us what the freaking matrix is that they use to do it. And so that's why I wanted y'all to know it. So you're doing the right things and the way we monitor things, so everybody's on the same page.
Sure.
Yeah. And the biggest thing is, per provider, for me at least when I look at the matrix, is how many unique patients, total MMEs, and average MMEs is a lot of what I look at. I don't know what the rest of everybody else looks at. But that's a big part of how it's scored. So when you look at it, that's how I'd monitor everybody's MMEs and that kind of stuff. And then I would make sure your folks doing palliative are listed as doing that with us, so we can see that.
100%.
Okay, if
And
they're
that's
doing
part of the
pain or
EHR.
palliative, because then when they come up, we know their specialty,
Right.
and so that helps us tremendously.
I get it.
Any other questions or anything? What does anybody want to do?
My question, Dr. Hill, have you done the MATE, M-A-T-E training through the DEA?
I have not. No.
Okay. I mean, it's not required. It was not required by the
Sure.
time you had completed your training, but I would suggest possibly.
I can definitely look into that. 100%.
But my thing is, he's used the corporate lever to kind of get a bunch of process in place because he's got a bunch of extra horsepower. And y'all do what you want to do. I mean, I either leave it be or look at it again in some form 6 or 8 months from now. It's just up to y'all.
What we usually do is look at it again.
Right. If you looked at it again, the question would be, do you table the matter you have in front of you? Do you take for info? I think legal counsel is going to tell you got to table it if you want to look again.
Then I would move we table it and look again in 6 months. I think he's making a very,
What do you want to look
very
at?
positive.
Oh yeah, he's going to. Yeah, he can because he's got a big corporate structure.
Yeah.
But how do you want to structure a look again?
Just review the PDP.
You want to do comparison reports? You want to do prescriber reports?
Both.
Okay, now prescriber reports is the whole big long list.
Comparison. Just comparison reports in 6 months. That's what we usually do.
Okay.
And you don't want to pull any charts? Okay.
Dr. Hill, while he's thinking about his motion, I know you said you see the patients every 90 days.
Yes.
Do the mid-levels ever increase or decrease the dosage amounts?
100%. In fact, I'll have to look at this again, but we actually, we kind of pride ourselves on our folks that are on chronic pain medicines, that we attempt to keep them below 30 MMEs, a day. And in fact, I'll have to go back and look at that, but we don't prescribe oxycodone dilaudid combos.
That's just one part of the score, Kev. They're scored 1s and 2s.
Sure.
That one will get you a 2.
Sure.
If you're ranked high on that one.
My main question is, if they're increasing the dosage and you're not seeing them, who is ultimately responsible if they're just sending you the script?
Well, so we have to review their notes on every patient, and we do see the patients ourselves as well. We're in the office every day with our mid-levels. We don't have clinics that don't have physicians anchoring them, and so we're in the buck stops with me when I sign off on them, though, and I get that, and we're taking corrective action. I appreciate you guys. Listen, I don't think it's any. I think everyone here would agree that COVID probably threw our systems in disarray. We had this set up prior to COVID, and we were actually one of the lead provider groups in our area treating COVID. In fact, I lost 2 employees to COVID. And so there's no excuse, but it kind of, we didn't track it as well as we probably could have, should have. And so we're back on it now. And I appreciate the pain committee and their efforts with us. Dr. Roman was outstanding, and the guys with him, very helpful, very constructive. So we'll fix this. I've been doing this almost 37 years, and my community is important to me, and I want our patients to be healthy. And I mean, the adage in medicine is do no harm, and obviously that's our goal. So
your answer was just a little bit confusing. You're saying the mid-levels do not raise the dosage. You yourself and your physicians do.
We'll initiate the increase if there is an increase, but we don't allow our mid-levels for the most part, unless it's an extreme circumstance, even if they do have the prescriptive authority. We don't really allow them to write controlled medicines. That comes through us. So
of course, Doctor, you're here as a representative of your group. I mean, how did he's several doctors with him, right?
No, it was just him.
Everybody?
It's just him.
Just him. You're by yourself.
Yes, sir.
Well, no, he
where's your
practices.
mid-levels?
Pardon me?
with your mid-levels?
No.
Well,
He
no,
has-
I
there's-
have
His
56
company has
providers in our group.
It's huge.
I have 14, 15 physicians.
All in one place?
Well, we're
You got 20 offices, man.
We have 8 different locations.
So this was a problem throughout the group?
No. This was just Dr. Hale's assigned
Dr.
prescribing.
Hale. Okay.
It was a metrics review.
Right.
I see.
So he is the practicing lead of something called HealthStar, which is a huge healthcare provider in Southwest Arkansas, and it's of his creation. So give the man credit. And so that's why this corporate thing is so important, because Kevin's decisions impact everybody below him, and I said below him, next to him, because it's a physician-owned business. And so I shouldn't say below, but yeah, that's why him doing this impacts a lot. You could touch one spot and touch a lot of providers.
So the other providers have not had this?
They're not on the matrix.
Okay.
And I'll be frank, because that's just me. I got concerned that some of his prescribing was from paid PRNs because he's the boss. And so,
because
but
we've seen
Kevin's
that
like,
a lot.
Ward, yeah. Because unfortunately, the DEA thinks EPCS is better, but in my opinion, it's just made it easier for someone else to write prescriptions for you.
Okay. Correct. I just, one more question, and you let your certification lapse a long time ago, right?
My
Family practice.
board certification, I did. I renewed it 3-4 times. Lost a 16-year-old son to a freak accident and just didn't retake it. So
I would be willing to bet if you had kept that up, you wouldn't be here today.
that's probably good advice.
Okay.
I'm 60. I'm headed for 66. I don't know. Yes, sir. All right. Well, that's awesome.
So do we still have a motion on the floor?
You got a motion on the floor to look at a prescriber comparison report. What do you want to look at? A year's worth, so you can see a change.
What do you recommend?
Well, I can't. And so so the board's got to. And so you got to. I mean, what I would suggest is looking like at a year at some stop point. And so I'll give you an idea. So I got to get my book out. That's the way PD&P is. I love them, but I don't like the system.
So we have a log,
And
right?
so
A lab.
on October 21st, you can see July 1 to September 30th.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be like and so if you want to see September, you got to see it. You got to look at it again in December.
December is what I was thinking, because it's always that delay.
Gotcha.
What do you think, Ron?
So reviewed in December?
We need to get another expert review.
No, because I would suggest you table what you got, and then the only question in my mind is, do you look at any charts in addition? Yeah, from PMRC, right? And so when you table that data, if you didn't like the data you saw in December, you can still take up the data you've already had from your existing investigation.
Correct. So the motion was to
What's
take.
that? Oh, a true expert. I'm sorry. You're right. Dr. Griffin's correct. Because currently, right now, all you have is a PMRC. Thanks, Julian. And thanks, Dr. Griffin. But if you had, he's saying if you had an expert.
We do have an
And
expert review.
You do.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so,
that's
well, I
it.
guess I'm confused what you're asking then. You asking if you want another expert review?
I mean, in a year.
I mean, it's up to the board. I wouldn't, because you've already got an expert opinion sitting there. And then you would table the data you have now. You could. You could have the same expert look at it again. Yeah.
Well, if we look at the metrics, and the metrics reflect what we are confident going to based on these improvement actions, that would most likely speak for itself there. But I have no problem with you getting one if that's what you want.
So was the thought to table the data that we have right now, review everything again back in December to see if its metrics are going down according to the corrective action plan and the PMRC review that he's already gone through?
Because Dr. Griffin, you already got an expert that says GN.
Yeah.
Right? And so I'll be frank. If you pull another expert, and he says it's not GN, what are you going to do? I'll lay all my cards on the table. And so, I mean, that's why I'll just,
and
what the hell,
potentially
to be honest.
completion of and completion of and showing proof of completion of mate training. Hint, hint.
You could ask.
Would be very helpful.
I could second that motion.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be a heartfelt request to complete it and to look at prescriber comparison reports for the past year in December.
Yes.
And I would second that.
Okay, it's a motion to second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thanks for your time, y'all. We'll look at
Appreciate
it.
it.
Yes, sir. Does that make sense, Mr. Tidwell?
Yeah.
I see him writing feverishly.
I believe so.
And it was a heartfelt hope to do the other stuff. That's all we can do, as you know, Mr. Tidwell. Okay, thanks for y'all's time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're gonna go back up to Dr. Garza. Oh, okay, she's virtual. She's probably in Tejas.
Okay. Hello?
Hey, Dr. Garza.
Hi,
Doc,
good
you
morning.
surprised me. The you know, of course I put food in my mouth. That's really smart, isn't it? Real professional. The Hey, Dr. Garza. Hey, it's Ward. Hey, what happened with the reentry plan?
Well, I went up there for 2 weeks and it just wasn't a good fit for me right now.
Gotcha. And so, are you back practicing in Texas?
I am not practicing in Texas, no.
That was a rather evasive answer. And so
I'm sorry, no, I
it sounds
didn't.
like you're as literal as me. Did you have an engineering degree growing up? No, I'm just kidding. Where are you practicing?
Actually, I'm not practicing right now. I am doing some physician advising work for medical students, and I am regrouping. I'm trying to figure out what would be a good fit right now.
Gotcha. You still here in Arkansas?
No, sir, I'm in Texas.
Okay, good. And so, because here's where I'm at, but I don't vote. You know, we essentially granted you a license with the idea that we can complete a reentry plan, and then that would, at the completion of the reentry plan, you know, basically give us what we call clearance from the board, although it's technically a complete license either way. From our standpoint, though, there's kind of a dangling modifier here because the reentry's not been completed, but you
Right.
have an active license that would allow you to walk in anywhere in Arkansas and practice. Have you given any thought to maybe just painlessly surrendering this Arkansas license since you never completed the reentry plan?
I have thought about it.
Because that's not a data bank thing. It was cleaner for us because otherwise you got to complete a reentry.
Okay. I want to do the right thing. That's the bottom line. I want to do the right thing, and if it is not going to affect the MP,
Yeah, exactly. No, we can't let that happen to you. There's no way, shape, form, or fashion that you earned even any of that, and that would correct a surrender because you're not under investigation.
No,
She
no,
just
sir.
surrenders her license. That's it.
That's it. Or she doesn't renew.
Not a data bank entry. And then your renewal it expires in August of 26. Is that when it expires?
I believe so, sir. I don't have the exact date.
Okay. So what's everybody else's standing on this?
Everybody's in agreement.
No, I was asking around the room.
Oh, I'm
sorry about that. Of course,
Oh,
you
hey,
can't
this
tell.
is what I think. I'm sorry.
I know. Oh,
I
yeah.
apologize.
Well, she has to complete what was started, and if she surrenders, that completes it.
Well, it completes it one way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now the other thing the board could say, hey, you know, if she said, Ward, I'm not going to renew, the board could take up this issue and slide it out that way. And so, because her status, would it appear as surrendered? So, and if you said, man, I really want to make this as clean as possible, so there's no potential someone's going to think untoward, you could have a conversation with her about just not renewing.
Just let it expire. Will that satisfy the requirements of stopping the reentry plan?
Well, basically, you can't really stop a reentry plan. I mean, right? Because that's kind of a guideline. And so the only thing she can have is an active license or a non-active license. Because you could flag her renewal for an appearance, right? And then that would set up an automatic trigger in the system.
I'm just saying it won't be something bad for her if she doesn't complete the reentry plan and just lets her license expire.
No.
Okay, that's what I was asking. I thought it would.
No, the reentry plan is still just kind of hanging.
It's a guideline.
Okay.
It's not an investigation. I mean, really, as I think about it more, the cleanest thing to do is just flag the renewal.
Yeah, just let her expire.
And say, hey, because that's the other thing, Dr. Garza, we don't want anything untoward to occur with you from what this board sees right now at all, right? But we've got this dangling modifier of a license, and it may be the cleanest way to do this is you just, tell the board, hey, I'm not planning on renewing. And I think that would satisfy some of our heartburn about having kind of this quasi license sitting here a little bit.
Right. I do not want you to have heartburn. I want to do
Oh,
the
I'm
right.
going to anyway, girl. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I know that feeling well. I am fine with telling you all that I absolutely will not renew.
And that way, there's no surrender on a record or anything else.
I'm not as worried about that. I just want to be clean about the license. It expires at the end of September of this year.
September.
Oh, okay. I was going to say September, but I wasn't sure. Okay, thank you.
But after this meeting, she currently has an active unlimited license
Correct.
in the state of Arkansas.
Correct.
So if and you have not completed your reentry plan. So
Right. I just fell short.
even if you sent in an antibiotic for somebody between now and the end of September, you would not be in compliance with this board, and your license status would be very much up for discussion.
I understand.
So it almost.
Well, actually, I mean, that's even more complicated than that, to be honest, sir. Well, legally, it would be an even more complicated situation than that.
Yeah. So, I mean, for her, from a liability standpoint, it almost.
Right. No, I would not. I have no intention of practicing at all in Arkansas. Not an antibiotic, not operate, nothing, no clinic.
I'll go there with you. If she writes an antibiotic and this board has given her an unlimited license, it's not as open and shut as that's going to appear. Because
No.
Well, yeah, it'd be a wrangled legal argument on both sides. And so to your point, I mean, it is cleaner with a surrender. I just thought it's going to say surrender. And so I thought, man, I don't know if she deserves that. If someone's going to think untoward of a surrender. Her answer to any board would be, well, I surrendered because I did a reentry that just didn't work for me.
What about if she retired?
That status does not exist.
That's right.
But it's the question of the 5 months, right? 5 months with or 5 months without.
Right.
Mm-hmm. What's your feeling on it, Dr. Garza? I mean,
whatever you deem fit. I will abide by.
So
but I
Dr.
promise-
McGee leans towards a surrender.
Okay.
I'm just discussing what would.
Okay.
Michael
figured I would-
Burley, do y'all have anything? No.
Oh, they're staying out of this. Doctor, what do you think, Dr. Jones?
So if we just leave things as they are,
Mhm.
and she says she's not coming back to Arkansas, she's not going to practice medicine in Arkansas,
No.
and this fall her license expires,
Mhm.
then it's done.
Well, you'd flag her renewal is what I would do if you took that approach, because then if she tried to renew, then she'd have to come see us and discuss why she renewed.
And have a reentry plan.
Mhm.
A repeat, yes.
I think that's clean enough. That's probably the most clean. That's probably what I'd do.
What do you think, Chris? I see you're torn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn because if she says surrender, the question then is on any of the other applications that she makes,
Yeah.
does it ask, have you surrendered your license? But on the other
Right,
hand, I
right.
don't think it's clean because I think she still has an active unlimited license.
Right.
And I don't think she'll use it.
Right.
I think
Very believable.
Dr. Garza is
Agreed.
very honest, but I don't think that's completely clean.
See, I wouldn't give up on her yet. You know, she's done a lot of work, and you put that on there, and it's always going to be on there.
Right.
And if she'll just let this go, and she kind of gets things together and says, "I want to do this, and I want to go somewhere and start again, and get things going," it's clean.
Well, she'd have to come back and get a reentry and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, it might be in another state or somewhere. I mean, she's not ready to
Right, I
practice
see.
pediatric surgery right now, and she knows it.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so I'm saying that there could be something out there where this would look bad, and she could make it not look bad if we just let this happen.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
She's not going to practice pediatric surgery in Arkansas, you know.
If
Unless she does it.
if she does practice or does just write a prescription,
Yeah.
she's only hurting herself. And
Right.
It will negatively affect her. So I don't see a reason just to leave it as it is and let her block her for renewal and let her bide out her time. But if by chance she does slip through the tracks and we find out she did practice in Arkansas, then she's got the problem that we'll
Right.
fix. And then it will be a data bank hit.
Yes, right. I mean, so
So y'all would flag the renewal for appearance.
So I'll make that motion that we flag her renewal.
Okay.
so right now she just keeps her license.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you want to avoid the surrender on the license.
Right, avoid the surrender. That's what I was trying to say. Maybe I'll
second your motion.
Okay, I got a motion, a second to flag the renewal for an appearance. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposes are okay. Okay, motion carries. So Dr. Garza, basically what we did was you kind of made it clear to us that, no intent to practice, know that under the mentorship guidelines, the reentry guidelines, you're not supposed to be, and that you plan on letting this license not renew, and then this board's going to do the right thing and just make it look like you just didn't renew, which is, kind of what what'll work. We just need you to please don't practice, okay?
I will not. I promise. I thank you so much, and I promise you, I will stay true to that.
You'll get things back on track.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, any other questions or anything? We're good? All right, go back to life.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you.
Dr. Hall. Oh, he's gone.
Thank you, Laurel.
Hey.
Sorry about that earlier. Hail sounds a lot like Hall.
Oh, I'm an ear doctor, man. It happens all day long to me. It's and my English ain't the best. Hey, Greg, where have you practiced all these years?
UAMS.
I knew I recognized you. Okay. I might have
was
not
in
slept there a couple nights for 5 years.
Emergency medicine
Yep.
in the ER.
Yep.
About 25
Hey,
years.
hey, so here's the quandary though. In a way, when you send in that attestation, we wonder, why does he still want the license? I know a lot of reasons why you might say yes, but hit it, man.
When I sent that in, actually, I realized when I got this letter, I was like, oh my gosh. I made
Because we don't know what we're dealing with, Greg.
As a typo, I didn't intend. I had to retire just because I physically wasn't able to keep working in the ER. I had a number of problems. I've had a
Yeah, we got all that stuff in front of us, man. You ain't gonna go through all that.
Okay. It's just, that was just unintentionally made the mistake of clicking that box when I didn't intend.
No, I don't. I think to me, what I would tell you is you could have said, well, but I still plan on doing the following, right? So you're disclosing the issues you've had, because we'll get, at least I would get concerned, do I have a patient capable of practicing? Obviously, seeing in front of you, you're still smarter than me. And so, yeah, it is. And so, is that the thought? I'm going to keep the license because I still got things to give. I just can't do what I used to do in the ED.
Yeah, some of it's that. When I had to retire, my boss, the chairman at the time, it was just strictly because I had enough physical problems. I couldn't function in the ER mobility wise. So he actually came up with an idea of, about the Angels program and all that. Well, there's been a preliminary plan of a program that we're looking at trying to create a pilot to try to create a system, sort of like the trauma system, sort of like the Angel system, to try to help manage ED to ED transfers. Right. And Curtis Lowry was the person behind that. Brilliant guy. He was the one who'd been working on that for 2 years. Well, all of a sudden, I'm facing not being able to really function physically, and my boss at the time, Dr. Spall, suggested that's something I could do, and that all fell apart when COVID happened because it was literally about 2 weeks away from final approval, I think.
On a grant. So all the grant stuff got hung up.
And then the governor, of course, I think the first case of COVID hit Arkansas, and the governor, I knew I understood what happened.
Yeah.
He shut down, grabbed back every Medicaid dollar he could find in anticipation of what he might have to deal with. So.
But you still practicing some, Greg?
No, I don't. Other than the only really thing I've kept my license, the only thing I've used my license for is to prescribe medication only to close family and a few very close friends.
Yeah, people that fit the appropriate patient-provider relationship.
Yeah, I stick to, just because I realize I don't have any malpractice, so it has to be somebody that I know, like, for example, my pastor, who's like a second father to me now, my real father's in heaven, but just, and even then, only really close family.
Okay.
I don't have any brothers or sisters, but my wife has a number of family.
And your thoughts, like a lot of us, I've earned it, so I want to freaking keep it.
Yeah, and I contemplated for a while even doing something like medical chart reviews, which I've still had thoughts about. It's just I've got two, and they're not teenagers now, but I've got a 19 and a 20-year-old that I've been having to still wrangle, and
he looks fine.
That's my daughter's boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he did that. I mean, good luck wrangling with him. I'm not getting a piece of that.
He's hard muscle.
Yeah, that's why I said I ain't getting a piece of that one. And so all right. What questions everybody else got about this situation? The question is just, I mean, just leave it be.
It was an unintentional mistake.
I don't think it was a mistake. I don't wish you were here, but I mean, we just got to be careful. 10% ruin it for everybody. Greg, you worked in the ER.
I understand. I just.
I'll make a motion. We take his appearance for information.
Got a motion to information?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thanks for your time, Dr. Hall.
Thank you.
And that basically means we appreciate your time. We just needed some information to fill in the gaps. You ought to go back to practice some.
Chart view is not a bad idea.
Next is going to Kale and his attorney, Wilson.
Oh, okay. Dr. Kale, is he? Yeah, he's online, isn't he? Yeah, he's in Tejas. Okay. I see. There he is. Hey, Dr. Kale, can you hear me, man?
Well, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Kale. Mr. Woolsey, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate y'all's time. Hey, Dr. Kale, we
Yes,
all are going to make errors in our practices of varying degrees. Okay, so don't trust me. And so, what kind of brought this on was the order from Texas. Had a patient discharged that there were maybe some questions about the decision to do that, and there was an order from Texas with some record keeping and some other guidelines. And so, what do you use your Arkansas license for?
So, Arkansas, I practiced in West Memphis. That was my first job as an attending. I remember Dr. Pierce being there in the community, and we had some patients in
Yeah.
common. Dr. Nadeau, who was with Crittenden Regional Hospital, he's the one who recruited me after I graduated. And I practiced there for about 6 years, but unfortunately, Crittenden Regional Hospital closed down. So I moved to Houston, where my wife's family is. So I haven't changed. I mean, I think I have a little bit emotional connection with the Arkansas license. It was my first license. So I wanted to keep it, and I kept renewing it. I also have a Mississippi State Board license because Memphis being the tri-state where I was residing during that time, I also worked at a clinic in Mississippi. So I had Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi licenses, and I still hold Mississippi and Arkansas. Tennessee, I kind of let it expire because during COVID times they had some different, uh, I think I just lost track of it during the COVID times, and I didn't get a chance to renew it. So I've not been practicing in the States, but I have an emotional connection with the Arkansas license, so I kept it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you if you're not wanting to burn bridges. Doing a new application is a lot different than doing a renewal. I mean, y'all have kind of looked at what's sitting here. And this was a data bank entry too, wasn't it, Dr. Kale? Was this order with Texas, or is it a remedial plan? Do you know, Richard, if this is a remedial plan or a data bank entry like a consent order?
I think it was a remedial plan.
Okay, so not a data bank entry.
I really do not know if it was.
Okay, because Texas has got some nuances in that whole thing. I think you got a data bank entry on this, Dr. Kale. I think.
Yeah, data bank meaning the NPDB, right?
Yeah, that's
So it was an NPDB. Yeah, it was an NPDB entry, and I think now it's been updated that. So I will kind of just walk back so I can tell you what the current status is. So they asked me to do 12 hours of continuing medical education, 4 each for communication, medical record keeping, and risk management. As of 3/23, that's last month, I completed those pre-approved CME hours. And I got the agreed order termination letter from the board. I have 4 healthcare entities that I'm affiliated with. As per the protocol, when the agreed order was entered, I informed my healthcare entities. They had no problem. They understood my explanation. The termination letter for the order also has been submitted. So those I've been compliant with whatever the Texas Medical Board has told me
Yeah,
to.
and that Texas action was only 4 months ago, and you got it all done. And so, well, no, 6 months ago. Has anybody got any questions or anything? I'll be honest, y'all. If you took a data bank entry for this, I mean, I don't know that would. Well, I mean, it seems like plenty of penalty
Yeah, there have been no
for what's
changes
in
in my
front of me.
privileges, no change in jobs. Everything is
Oh yeah,
business
and you brought up a
as
good point saying that. But
That was my question, actually. So
yeah.
it's not-
And so, what does everybody think's best here? It's just an attestation where he told us about it all. Actually, no, Texas did.
No, I mean, yeah. So the CMEs were definitely helpful, and we all have opportunities for medical
Well,
record
the
keeping.
experience
So
alone with all this is probably what leaves the most indelible mark on you. And
I took
so,
it with a grain of salt. We all have opportunities to do better.
oh,
So,
yeah.
especially with medical record keeping, I wish there was a very standard format in which we all did our notes, but unfortunately there is not. So we do our
No,
best in making
that is
sure
not
that
the legal
everything is
world.
included. We miss some things here and there, and
Yeah.
so I learned from the CMEs for sure.
I'll be honest, y'all. I mean, you could table it or take it for information, but I don't really see a reason to table it, though.
I don't see anything.
But it's up to whatever y'all want to do.
So he's here for renewal of his license?
We got notified because of the Texas order.
Okay, so he has his license?
He has an Arkansas license. That's why it's a board requested appearance. He's already got an active license.
Okay, so our choices are,
Take him information, say thanks for coming out, love you, good luck. And then that puts this in a different category. Or if you say, no, I worry we're going to have more problems, that's where a tabling thing comes in. But
yeah, he's done some work.
Oh,
since
yeah.
then.
He's
we
practiced for a
need-
while.
Okay, so let's take it for information.
Second.
the motion is second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Go back to work, Dr. Kalen. Let's get Woolsey off of here. He's charging per hour.
Every minute I can, sir.
Oh my gosh, at least you admit it.
So I have one question.
When
My
he
Arkansas renewal.
When he renews his license coming up, will he need to attest to what we just discussed?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
With
Yes.
the renewal.
Oh, yeah. He'll have to put a yes on there.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Just making sure the provider.
And he can put seed board notes on 4/9/26.
Yeah.
And then if it were to come to us, we would have already taken it
Because that's
up.
coming up in the next month or
Yep.
so for him.
Yeah, so that was my next question. Well, thank you for addressing it. So when my renewal comes up for the end of June, and as I said, I still have the emotional connection in Arkansas, so I'm going to keep
just write a quick note that
working,
you've
and
already appeared at the
you
board.
never know. I would, I would come back and see some patients over there down the line. So,
Sounds good. All right, we
okay,
appreciate y'all's
so
time.
I consider this matter to be over, and
Settled, yes, sir.
Then I'll continue with my board renewal.
Yes, sir. And taking good care of people.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Eddie. Bye.
All right. Hey, Dr. Khalil. Hey, come on up, man.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning. I wish you weren't here. Hey, Dr. Khalil. And so this is an update just kind of on an investigation based on the PDP metrics. Just to rehash, we had an investigation. Expert worked real hard for free, to be quite honest. And he basically identified some issues where we could do better, clearly. And so it looked like he went and saw the Pain Management Review Committee, saw them in,
January.
yeah, you gotta have 20 hours due by June,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And then you initiated some plans to update some contracts and do better on random screens accounts and get rid of the combos best you can, get some help from Dr. who's listed here, I won't say on video. I know, but you never know on video. Going to move some other patients out that maybe you'd not be able to get progress with, keep everybody below 50.
Yes, sir.
And lack of compliance is lack of a spot in my clinic. And so But I'll tell you, when you look at some of this stuff, and look, I'm an ENT doctor. I've learned a lot in 5 years here, but pain medicine is not easy. But I guess the things that strike me, Dr. Khalil, is a lot. I'll be honest with Khalil. I assume you've looked at the notes we've looked at, right?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of them that say recommend MRI for urgent issues, but it's an identical phrase in a bunch of the charts.
I am looking into those notes, sir, again.
And then the MRIs don't happen. Yeah.
Yeah, many a times I run into issues that patients are too big. They don't fit the MRI when I send the orders. They didn't, like example.
Yeah, but there were quite a few just in this list that said that.
So then I have to reorder them. Hey, go and find a place where you can have an open
Right.
MRI. And then I have stopped taking any new patients for pain management. And I have told my staff, my scheduler, just bring in only on the neurology patients that I can focus, particularly with my epilepsy background. That's where I'm interested. And the pain management would not be done for any patient who's not my established patient from neurological standpoint.
Right. And then the other question here is the role of telemedicine in pain medicine, right? And so have you looked at those?
Yes, sir. I have stopped giving anybody pain medications on telemedicine.
Okay.
I said, I've been doing telemedicine for patients that I have inherited from my El Dorado practice. They come from Ruston, Jacksonville, Junction City, Crosstead, Hamburg, and all that. And some of them are in their late 70s. Even those patients, I have told them to come at least once in 2 months in the office because it takes them about a total of 6 hours.
Do you get worried that they travel that far for other reasons? We do.
I have been their physician for the last 21 years when I came to Arkansas.
Uh-huh.
So they have the trust and that personal bond to come and, take care of the advice in other issues,
Right.
like orthopedic problems and seeing the surgeons or not.
Yeah, because when you go through them, there's there's inconsistent screens, no counts, and that kind of thing. There's quite a few of them that have issues here, and so
I'm implementing all the corrections. The point, my meeting with Dr. Ramon and the pain committee has been tremendously beneficial to me, and I have implemented all the recommendations.
Mhm.
And it's an ongoing process that we are getting the pain contract renewed every year, first part of the year or whenever they've started seeing me. And also on top of that, I have been very strict with the MME and the pain committee recommendations has been a great benefit to me because I put that in front of the patient. I say, hey, listen, this is the state medical board. Either you follow this or I'm going to give you 1 month supply and go and find out somebody else.
Okay. And so you reviewed the telemedicine, the opioids thing. We talked about that. Board's got your plan. And to be frank, when you look at the expert's review, I don't know that he distinctly chimes in regarding an overall. And so that's that. Y'all, it's either you have something in front of you feel like you've got to do something about, or we work forward. Hey, Dr. Have you ever had to see us before?
No, there was only one episode that I had come. One of the patients had complained because I had fired the patient.
Yeah, gotcha.
And did not approve her disability.
Okay. And so, to me, I don't know. I've always been in the approach on this opioid things. We try to do our part here is identify the problems, investigate the problems. I think if it's a first pass, you look at it again, and then reinforce what you got. And so it looks kind of similar to what we saw earlier, and that is maybe keep what I got in hand and look again. That's kind of how I looked at it.
Expert plainly says corrective action appears to be sufficient to alleviate concerns, but it must be followed.
Right.
I haven't had a chance to see the corrective action plan. I was just given it.
Yeah.
So
I can look for a minute.
Well, I just had a question or two before I look at it. Are you board certified in neurology?
No, sir.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because, I'm going through all the charts. There's a concern that you're prescribing opiates for something that the American Academy of Neurology recommends against such practices.
I'm correcting those patients. I have gone back and I have, after meeting the committee and the investigation report was given to me, I have told the patient, either I'm going to be your neurologist or your pain doctor. If you want the pain management, you got to go to somebody else, and I would not be undertaking the pain management.
But are you going to be prescribing pain medicines for migraine?
But I'm getting rid of that also, because I told them that if you don't follow my guidelines or instructions, you are free to go and find somebody else for the pain, for the headache management or migraine management.
Do you have a plan for the promethazine liquid form? Do you have a plan for that in your corrective action plan?
Yes, sir. I have released one of the patients that was, the promethazine was given for sarcoidosis, because he has been one of my referring MD's patient for last 20 years. And then when I realized at the point during the investigative report, I released him from the practice, because I said you need to follow up with pulmonologist to provide you this medication rather than me being responsible for that.
I'm not familiar with liquid promethazine being indicated for sarcoidosis.
In sarcoidosis, that was one example I gave you. The patient was getting promethazine with codeine. So that I released him, and other promethazine patients, they have gastroparesis and weight loss surgeries. I said, I'm going to side off. You need to go back to the person who performed your surgery, and he should be responsible for undertaking, because that's not my area of expertise.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is just some of these medications being written for things that are not indicated. I mean, we have different levels. We've got pain management review. You know, we get expert reviews, but we still have us also. I think the final decision rests with this board. Am I correct, Chair, Mr. Chair? With
A decision on what we do, but it depends on what you deem as the final.
Correct. So
sometimes that's in Pulaski County Court.
And then what about pure form oxycodone? Are you addressing that in your corrective action plan?
Yes, sir. I have been very strictly implementing the MME guidelines. And also, I'm trying to stay away from that, recommending them to go on buprenorphine rather than being on oxycodone alone.
Yeah, just to Brian's point, I mean, when you look at the patients we've looked at, you know, patient 1 got some red flags, patient 2 got red flags, patient 3's got red flags, patient 4's got red flags. Patient 5 sneaked by. Patient 6 got a red flag. Patient 7's got a red flag. 9's got one. 10's got one. And so it's quite a practice. And I'll be honest, we get very nervous about people that travel. I'll be honest.
Half of those patients that were pointed out by the investigative committee, they have already been released from the practice.
Okay. What other concerns? Because your options, the board options here, you show cause what you got, but I don't know that that's the best path you got, and so that's a little bit of a harder path here, I think. And then if that's not the path that someone wants to go, then I think we've got to make sure that the things are going in the right direction for some period of time. And so to me, checking that path would be pulling, 5 of the highest again, maybe 7 of the highest again, charts, another investigation is what that would be, or continuance thereof. And then comparison reports.
In what period of time?
Well, you're going to need time to give them the chance. And so to me, once again, you're looking at a December because you want data through September.
Which doesn't come out until December. That's why you said December.
And so an investigation complete by December, which would be, that would be up to our investigators to get that done. And then when you look at December, you'll have data on the comparisons for the next 5 months. And actually, you'll have longer than that because right now you don't have April. But that's kind of where I leaned. I would pull charts so you can look at them again because that's the best way to ensure compliance on screens, images, and if the board looked at that again, you could do PMRC again. If you got nervous, I'd probably get another expert opinion, that kind of thing, and do that. But to me, I would table revisit, but you're gonna have to revisit in terms of seeing contracts, seeing urine drug screens, seeing pill counts, seeing films, all of it, not just kind of numbers. Because there's Adderall here too, there's stimulants here, there's phenylcoating syrup here, there's other things here that aren't on that comparison. Well, Adderall is.
There's combo prescribing
Right.
of opioids and soma. I mean, it's
right.
It was a very generous expert review, in my opinion.
He didn't get paid for it.
Yeah, I have educated the patient that according to the board's recommendation, they would not get any stimulant or any benzos while they are on pain medication.
Yeah, because stimulants. I mean, there's quite some hurdles to jump through to get there.
Those were a couple of my MS patients who were feeling very low during the daytime when they got up in the morning.
Yeah, but there's no indications for stimulants in MS.
So I said, I'm not going to be part of that.
Yeah, but were they given anything to make them feel down in the evening before they woke up in the morning feeling down?
I told them clearly that if you want me to continue to be your physician, you have to follow these guidelines. Otherwise, I'm giving you 1 month supply and you're out of my practice.
Please don't forget this phrase that says, remember that every visit should include an updated history of present illness and analysis and plan every visit. Please do that.
Yes, sir.
So someone's got to make a motion. Lord, I can't do it.
Let's go.
Brad, you want to put something together?
Things have to be more than last time.
Make a motion that we table and we revisit with 7 more, continue the investigation with 7 more charts and comparison reports, shooting for a goal of December of 2026.
Okay. Do you want the same charts or new charts? Or do you want the highest MMAs?
The highest.
Okay.
Do you want an expert review of those?
Yes, we'll go ahead
Let's
and
do that.
do 7 of the highest charts with expert review and comparison reports, shooting for December of 2026.
Second.
Got a motion, a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. All right, Dr. Lee, we appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll get in touch with you. We're going to look again in December.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Highest charts means the MME.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Dr. Lane. Hey, there you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you fine. And
Nice to meet you.
so, let's see, I'm just getting my head caught up. Oh, yeah, hey, Brian, hey, what happened with the charts? Just hard to get your hand on them?
Yeah, it was a trial trying to get him from the hospital.
You look like you enjoyed the trial. Dude, I'm being facetious. You know that. We're all dogs.
I understand.
Yeah, I appreciate you getting a response. Does the board have any questions about this? I didn't see anything a lot once we finally got an answer. Brian, we're just legislatively, we got to get an answer on everything.
I understand.
Hey, Brian, this is Brad Thomas. I'd like to just say I understand. Things have changed compared to the 20 years ago. A lot of physicians are employees and work for big hospital systems, but it still is the physician's responsibility if asked by the governing medical board to, comment. You just have to do the legwork and get it, even if that means getting legal help. But I mean, and obviously you did get them, but just going forward, that's your responsibility.
Indeed.
Anybody got any motions or other questions?
I have a motion for information.
Got a motion for information, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, Brian, appreciate your time. I got to see. It's just how this works.
Appreciate your time, sir.
We just took it for information. Yes, sir. Go back to work. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dr. Murphy with the Angel and Silver's virtual.
All right, hey, so we got Dr. Murphy, Mr. Angel, and on the line, Danny Silver. Come on up.
Thank you, Dr. Silver.
You got everything like you wanted, Dr. Murphy? You good? Okay, good. I know Mr. Angelo is prepared. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Hey, and the way this got started, I'm sure you know, is just us looking at the matrix, and it came up with an average 158. And we understand about the methadone alterations because it's adjusted a lot of people's scores. And so we looked at some charts, had a PMRC review. They had some issues with some notes and some screens. Mostly had contracts. There were some issues with some counts and no randoms. You saw PMRC and they recommended, saw them in January, and they recommended 10 hours of CME. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How'd that go? Did you get that done working on it?
It went great.
I figured,
I
yeah.
got 13 hours and it was extremely beneficial.
Gotcha. And so how do you kind of look at the past versus what you're going to do in the future? I mean, the board's got everything in front of it in terms of you and Dr. Silver meeting and everything. But I mean, I guess what I would say is if I were in your seat, I'd be like, well, Ward, this is what I'm going to do different.
Yes, sir. First of all, the main takeaway that I got from the pain committee, and they were just absolutely wonderful and gave me extremely good advice. One of the main things that concerned them, I think, is that I had a few patients that had had drug tests that I had not taken the appropriate action.
Right.
I was too lenient, and particularly with one patient.
Yeah.
Who I really, I did not feel comfortable with that patient, and I was too lenient due to the fact it has to do with cancer, but you know, he was in remission, but I wasn't 100% sure about that. But that was no excuse. I handled that one.
Yeah, because he wasn't positive from a card game.
Pardon me?
You and I are too smart to believe someone's positive because they were at a card game.
Well,
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah,
I mean, you made an ardent defense. Hey, it's clearly a patient that you know well, but I mean, you and I have done this a while. That's usually not the direction we go on those sorts of things.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but
No, you're not.
The toxicologist, I called him
Yeah.
that very day, you know, and I said, because it was a level, and the toxicologist said, it looks much more.
Must have been a hell of a card
it's
game.
More consistent with
Maybe it has a
with
lawnmower.
contact than with an abuser, because he had never showed up with it before.
Yes, ma'am.
But you know, he shouldn't have been in that situation, which I told him that day. But I should have just terminated him that very day.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Instead
I
of
wasn't there.
2 days later.
I was just surprised. I was a little surprised. You're like, no, he was at a card game. I was like, oh, come on, dude. And so, anyway, so it looks like the plan going forward is to.
I did not handle his case well.
Yeah, it looks like the plan going forward is to get everybody below 50.
Yes, I have everybody below 50 now, except for one active cancer patient who's
Right.
at 60.
Right.
And I've tapered, you know, any patients that were above 50, I've gotten them 50 and below. I've strengthened greatly changed my approach to urine drug testing as far as the results, okay? So no more leniency, and no matter how much I think the patient, you know, have had the patient maybe for 10 years and they've overall passed almost all of their drug tests, if they have a bad drug test, I'm going to always take the appropriate action, and I haven't done that with everyone, but I am now. And so that's, I think the big thing is that, and I'm telling them, you know, all this, you know, you're now subject to not just 2 to 3 drug tests per year, but more frequent drug tests than that, as well as more frequent random pill counts and random drug screens. So I've initiated that, and I'm doing those.
Well, Mr. Angel sent us a long thing too. Yeah.
Pardon?
Well, we've gotten everything from Mr. Angel and Dr. Silver in terms of the whole structure of things. You know, What questions the board got about things? I mean, because Dr. Murphy, your clinic is not that big, though, correct? You don't see a lot of patients, do you?
No, right now I have about 100 pain patients.
That's what I thought.
And
That's what I
we
thought.
have one, it's just me and one other staff.
Right.
in the
And you
clinic.
started off after the utter detonation of a previous clinic, correct? Isn't that where a lot of your patients came from? Did you inherit a bunch initially?
Well, yeah, I took over.
Yeah, I
the
know. Yeah,
practice.
that was a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And so the question, it's the same questions before. I mean, she's reached out. Mr. Angels helped her out. Dr. Silver's helped her out. I mean, I'm always impressed that y'all get all these patients tested. I mean, I know that's the laws we enforce, but it's a complex process. If you add randoms, pill counts, I mean, it's a lot of be a lot of labor in my office, to be honest. A lot of cost.
Dr. Silver, do you have anything to add? And we sure appreciate your help, by the way.
Uh-oh, Dan, I can't hear you.
Oh, yeah. How about now?
Yeah, I've got you.
Yeah. Dr. Murphy's, she's done a good job. She's listened, and we worked hard at things, and she knows that she has my phone is always available moving forward. If she has questions about patients, and I'll continue to work with her, and she's on the right track. I think she'll do fine.
Hey, Danny, just for talking to the board itself, I mean, you've done a lot of this. Is the problem just setting up the structure to get the labs done, the counts done, and having the peripheral assistance? Is that the most common problem you see? Or is it knowledge
Yes.
of the laws itself? Because to me, it would be setting up the structure.
Yeah, it's being structured, and you have to have a treatment team, and I have every Monday morning meetings with the other providers, with the lab folks, with everyone in the office, and you have a group that's participating. We have an RN that reviews our urine drug screens as soon as they come back, and then we have those patients, a list of those patients that we discuss every Monday. So it's been organized and just kind of and having it built into the practice, and once you get the providers to buy into that it's not it's necessary to have that communication, and it tends to go well. But it's organization and then vigilant about addressing those things.
It seems like it would be hard to be a 1 or 2 person shop and do it these days, Danny.
Yes, it's difficult. You have to have it would be difficult, almost impossible for me to do this by myself with one other provider. You have to have a team approach to it, and I think that's the only way it'll work. And Dr. Murphy has managed to do that with her assistant in her office, that they review the drug screens every week together, and I think that's important for her to continue doing that to be successful.
Gotcha. So it's the same kind of question we've discussed before is, what do you want to do? I think, now this one, no, she has not seen it. This has not been an expert review, if I remember correctly, has it?
Just pain committee.
Yeah, just pain committee, that's what I thought. And so, what do y'all want to do? I mean, I think there's some burden on this board to kind of ensure compliance. I mean, Mr. Angels made that very clear to everybody here in the past and today.
Danny, are you going to be communicating with her on what time basis to review some charts? I couldn't tell that from in here. You usually do that, I know. What's your plan there?
Yes, we can set it up. We didn't have a specific plan, but I can talk to Dr. Murphy, and I like to communicate at least every couple of weeks starting off, and just to go over some patients, and I can look at some of her charts also. We want to have a firm plan in place for moving forward, but I'm always available, but we can have something in place.
If I could just interject.
Yeah, go for
Dr.
it. Yes, sir.
So I spoke with Dr. Silver beforehand. Matter of fact, spoke to him this morning, and obviously it was an informal consultation up to this point because there was no need for any kind of formal action. But I told him that I didn't feel comfortable at this point just simply releasing her as a client, or him releasing her from his consultation. So I told him I would prefer that this move into more of a formal mentorship for at least 6 months, and this would be the same thing we always do. It would be retrospective review of at least 5 to 10 charts per month. He obviously has access to her PDMP. The only way you can get that is to have her log in so that he can monitor her PDMP. And then I told him, as deemed necessary by the board, he could either do monthly or do 2 quarterly reports, and then obviously we would reappear after 6 months, after the board has had a chance to look at his reporting and also at comparison reports and also your own review of the PDMP.
That was exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
So what's your thought on that? then?
But
Because
because that
if
was
Dan-
going to be your motion, right?
Yeah, but if Dr. Silver's monitoring it, in my tenure here, it's worked.
So what kind of motion are you thinking about then?
I think we're gonna need to do the December to have a 6-month thing, but we're gonna get a quarterly report from Dr. Silver at least twice. The first, he said he's gonna do 2 weeks for the first, how long? 3 months? Is that what you said, Denny?
Yes, we'll communicate every 2 weeks. Yeah.
And then just report to us quarterly for a year, and we'll review the metrics in December to make sure they've done what
So you
sounds
want
like they're going to.
quarterly reports for a year? Is what you said?
Isn't that what'd you say?
I said 6 months. If you
Six,
feel like
okay,
it needs
6
to-
months. Just 6 is fine.
So there'd be 2 reports. There'd be a
Gotcha.
quarterly report and then a report at the end of the 6 months. And then obviously by that time, we would have additional PDMP information with prescriber reports and also with comparison reports.
And so that's the question for the board would it be a board requested appearance in 6 months, plus or minus? And then that would be, we'd have to request comparison reports over some period of time. And
With us currently being in April, I would suggest we meet again in December.
Yeah.
That way we'd have
That's
everything.
when we'll have the
Absolutely.
6 months.
We'd
Yeah.
have
December.
everything before us. We'd have all 2
Mhm.
reports and that
Right.
way everybody'd be on the same page.
yeah.
Yeah, and actually in person, just to wrap it up, so it'll be tight.
She lives here.
She lives here.
Yeah, I mean, she's local, so, yeah, I could agree with that.
So size it,
Right, you can do.
so size it up, spell it out again, Bob.
Dr. Silver's gonna do the reporting, or I move that we take her appearance today for information
Do you want
and.
to, take information or table it?
Well, I'm sorry, table today, excuse me. Table today. And we're gonna follow Dr. Silver's monitoring in the next 6 months, and then they're gonna appear after we've had a chance to have the 6 months, which will be December. So the December board meeting, they'll appear and we'll have everything to review.
Do you want a prescriber comparison report?
And the prescriber comparison report will be part of that,
Okay, for how long of a period do you want to pull them?
up until September, so we'll have it in December.
Okay, so you want a year's worth? Because it'll be backwards looking.
And the ones that include here have been back to October, then that would be a year.
Okay, so all the ones moving forward. Okay.
A second. Is that a motion?
Yes, sir, it was. I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for y'all's time.
Dr. Gardner?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first started, you said how many MMEs?
Yeah.
I had, I can't remember, what?
We had
was that?
your average
Average.
MME per patient was 158, but that's going to be impacted by some of the, if you were writing methadone or buprenorphine, any of those, there was an adjustment in those MMEs, but that's what we had you on in the matrix. That's what got us here.
Even with methadone, it is right. Does that ring a bell to you? What was that?
Well, obviously on the prescriber report, what she's looking at, what we are able to access.
Yeah, so
I mean,
we're looking at a 2-quarter average.
Obviously, those numbers are not there, okay? I mean, we have July 2025, 68.4. We have December 2025, and it's 48.2 or 3, down 20 at that point. So she's not seeing the 158 number.
I'll double check
that
it.
you're seeing.
Yeah,
Because that's what,
like the
because we're doing it
methadone-
off the matrix, which is a 2-quarter average. And so it would have been,
Of all my patients, or just?
yes, ma'am, all your unique patients. That's how it's done. And so I'll back up. So you were initially initiated in 2024, so it was issue 25383, Rick, if you pull it. And so there were 394 patients total when it was looked at in 2024. The average MME, as reported at that time, was 158. Obviously, in 2015, there were some issues. And then we rolled forward in November of 2025 with PMRC. So that's what I've got in front of me from my notes. And this was in 2024 when we initiated looking at this.
I mean, when I'm looking at the PMP prescriber report for July 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025, those numbers are not.
Yeah, this is a 2024 number. And this
Okay.
is what the matrix does is it, and Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but it takes 2 quarters
Okay.
and puts them together.
Okay.
And then that's why sometimes the patient numbers are not yearly, they're not monthly, they're 6 months worth. And my fear was that it was, if you were writing methadone or bupi, there was a period of time where those got scooted up. Because I thought you even mentioned it once at PRMC or one of those, that would be a reason that your MME might be higher.
Well.
Not your
yeah.
current numbers. He's not talking about, he's talking about some
Yeah,
2024
because they-
numbers.
Yep.
On the PMP, they put the buprenorphine in milligrams, not MMEs.
Right, but there's been
But
some
I-
back and forth where the PD&P has tried to assign MMEs to them. Ohio State initially did it, and they made a guess, and it was kind of high. So we brought in a physician who's extremely busy and has worked hard a long time in Baxter County because you should have seen his scores, but his scores were adjusted. It was one of those two drugs. I'd have to pull it up in my head, Jeannie, but that's why. And so now when we pull that matrix, Gene, we're pulling with Bupi and without because what it initially did to some of our scoring.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
It's a good one. I'll get you a better one when you come back.
Okay.
Because I will check. That's my brain.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Dr. Pollard. Haven't seen her. Hey, Dr. Pollard. I hate that we had to subpoena you. What? Oh, we're doctor to doctor. Don't you ain't gotta get upset, girl.
I'm sorry, I screwed up.
I could break an
messed up.
anvil, so you're fine. I trust me. But
It was right before Christmas. I put the letter.
I saw that you signed it.
I hadn't opened it, and I put it down, and it got shuffled around, and then I figured it was because of what I had answered on the.
Sure.
And I'm not practicing, so I thought, nah, I'll find it.
Not the best decision. And so.
I've been
Excuse
sitting
me.
at home a long time, and I've been, kind of.
Right, and so
flaky in my personal things at home.
and here's the deal. I want to be careful about things because this is a recorded thing, right? But we've got a responsibility to patients, but we've got a responsibility to get data as well. And so, what kind of happened? Okay, so as best you can describe it with your employment at Children's.
The clinic where I work is a remote clinic of Children's, not at the hospital. It's
Right.
in Rogers.
Right, but that's why,
Right, and
MCPG was involved.
Right, and I went out on sick leave because I was diagnosed with breast cancer.
Okay.
And I didn't want to go back while I was getting chemotherapy,
Yeah, understandable.
immunocompromised. I mean,
Right.
small children coughing in your face.
I'm a man. If I get a cold, I don't go to work. And so, yeah, I get it.
I mean, I'm tough, but I just really didn't want to do that. And so I ran out of sick time and other personal leave time, and they sent me a letter also, and I opened it, that said that they had terminated me. They were terminating me on the 15th of November, 24.
Hold on a second. So while you're being treated for breast cancer, you got terminated.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I was okay with, and I brought the letter with me. It
Oh
says that
no!
they would
If
take
that's
me
what's in the
back.
letter, I don't even want to see it.
Well, no,
I don't
they-
want to know that I've touched it.
But they said they would take me back. It was not, there was nothing
Yeah, that would
hostile
be a
about
good
it.
approach.
They would take me back if there was a suitable position, and I was cleared by corporate medical. And I started thinking about going back last July, August, when my lymphocyte count finally went back up because I had neoadjuvant chemotherapy, a mastectomy, and then I had radiation.
Right.
So doctors are bad patients, right? I knew it was there and it was getting large. So, but I had the full range of treatment, and my lymphocyte count was low after the radiation for several months.
Sure.
And so I was ready to go back. Probably. Well, I talked to our office manager in October, and that was she. I didn't do much else about it because she said, we're not real busy right now. Would you like to go to Springdale? And frankly, I would rather have stayed in Rogers, although at this point, I'd be happy to go back to go to Springdale. But
Phoenician sounds
I would
good.
like to go back to work. I heard Dr. Jones, I think, say that he admitted how old he was, and you said something about there's no retirement, and that's me.
Yeah. So, gosh, girl, I wish you just told us all this.
Yeah,
You
really.
just drove all the way from North Stars. And
It's
so,
for me to get up in the morning and,
yeah, and so
act like an adult
currently, are you
again.
working now?
I am not.
Okay, how long have you been out?
26 months.
Okay. And so,
Did you do anything during that 26
practice at all?
No,
No, you sure?
I did not.
Didn't ride any box? Didn't see anybody?
No.
Maybe look at a chart or two.
Maybe. Did you look at
No.
some? I mean, we're not trying to be mean.
Talk with somebody on the telephone.
Did you give some advice about a scan? Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, our nurse practitioner might have run a couple of
There you
patients
go.
by me on the side,
Oh, well, yeah, we'll see. That's not really that exist.
but she's my
It's a-
best friend. That's kind of off the.
And so what is, so where do you kind of stand now? Not sure what you want to do?
I want to go back to work.
Okay, so here's the issue. In our world, if someone's not practiced for 2 years, you got to do a reentry. So
I
which
figured as
means,
much.
did you? Okay.
I don't know what that entails, but I
I
figured there was
know, but-
something.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, so what's got to happen is we can give you an example, but basically, the board give you an example. It would be someone saying, hey, we're going to bring her on. She's gonna have some supervision for some period of time with us, and then after that period of time,
She's good.
we're good. And so that's the kind of thing we're going to need before you get working again, or to get you working again. And that's going to involve you and the person that's going to guide you seeing us, before we start it, so we can approve it. And then you don't have to necessarily in every case see us at the end. Sometimes, written validation of completion of the reentry works.
Could that be done virtually instead of driving from Rogers?
So the problem is I don't know on the front end if we've ever done one virtual. And so I don't know that on the front end, like the introduction of the plan and you and the mentor coming to see us, I don't know we've ever done that virtually. There might be somebody with more institutional knowledge than me. Dr. Griffin? Don?
So,
They've
you know,
been
Dr.
here.
Gardner and board, this doctor is recertified in 2022. She's kept up and she's got she's a medical doctor. It's not like she's lost technical skill. It's going to be thinking
Right.
skill. And, there's just, whatever the rules are, they're the rules.
Right.
But I wouldn't be afraid for her to see my child tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, but I think the only way the board can reflect that is in
Yeah.
the shape of the reentry plan.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
What?
So clearly, I mean, from my
but-
standpoint, you make the
Yeah.
completion here virtual, if not just written.
Yeah, I do. What I'm saying.
Because we've done that.
There's no reason to be severe.
Well, I agreed. Agreed.
We're trying to avoid that.
I'm just glad this is nothing I thought it was. Mostly when people don't respond, it's not because they're trying to save their own life, Dr. Pollard.
So somebody local to you could become your mentor, and you could come up with a written plan.
And ACH would be an easy place to do that. Is
Very
the door
simple.
open at ACH for this, for you to work there?
Yes.
It is?
Well, that would be the perfect place.
I'm sorry, what did,
Is Arkansas
Arkansas
Children's
Children's.
who you're thinking about going back to work for?
right.
Yeah, so they have done this kind of thing with us
Okay.
in various, from Northwest they have, and from Little Rock, and you've got ample staff there. And I would think they'd want the help as fast as your area is growing. And so, but that's what I would, from my non-voting position, is just say, hey, get with the hospital and say they're going to require a reentry. Can I get a mentor? And we set something up over a few months, but we're probably going to have to come down. You know what though? We did have the one PA that went up there and worked, and I swear we did that reentry on the front end virtual. Remember that? She was going to go, or APRN, no, it wasn't APRN because it wouldn't be us. It was a PA that was going to do endocrinology at Springdale Northwest, and I'm pretty sure we saw that supervisor virtually every time.
I think
And so
she was here, but
so we could, and so, because as I think about it, because remember, she was going to go up there to endocrinology, and that guy never came down here. That was virtual. He was. And so on the children's end, whoever elects to kind of be the supervisor, that would be fine virtual.
that would,
Okay.
I don't have
So I
a
just
problem
remembered
coming
that
here
one.
myself, but if I don't inconvenience them, that would be
It
great.
actually may have been a physician, not a PA. I think it's a physician.
She was going to be.
It was a PA, yeah.
It's a PA because she's working.
But her
with the
supervisor,
endocrinologist.
her supervisor was virtual from Northwest Arkansas
Yeah, from
Endocrinology. Yep. And so that's what, I mean, so so we got to make a motion on this. This looks like freaking information.
Do
How
I
much
have a
CME does
license?
she need?
What's that?
Am I licensed
She's up to
now?
date on that.
I believe you are. You got a license that's good until September of 27. That's why we're seeing you, is because you have the wand, and we want to make sure that you still can wield the wand. Most that don't respond don't need a wand. And so, no, your license is good. But But from our standpoint, we'd like, before you formally practice, have a structure set up that we can see you before and see you after.
That makes sense.
Make sense?
Now that it's known.
Okay, yeah. And so, I mean, it looks like an information at this point, y'all.
I think it is.
Is that a motion?
Motion for information, and we will await her written and reentry plan.
Okay, got a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I don't wish what you've been through, but I'm glad it's not what I thought it was.
We'll send you some information about what needs to be in the process.
All right, and how will you send that to me? Through the mail, email?
We'll send you a letter.
We'll send you a letter, but you'll open it this time.
I will open it.
You won't even have to sign for it.
Yeah, this one you don't have to sign for. Yes, ma'am. Go back to the beautiful country of Arkansas, in the Northwest.
God's country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you ready for the next one? They're both virtual.
Yeah, we're doing, yeah, Dr. Sifford and Mr. Rollins. Hey.
Hello there.
Hey, it's Sekou, isn't it?
Sekou Rollins.
Yeah, Sekou. Hey, it's good to see you again, man. You've worked hard to work here in Arkansas, and don't think that's lost on any of us.
Not a problem.
You're a long
I
way from
appreciate
Fort
the work.
Smith. Isn't that where you started?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And went through all the transitions over there.
Yes.
And then now in Jonesboro doing GI. You got the GI training initially in Fort Smith, didn't you?
I initially started out with the GI team there. However, shortly after joining, then they shut down the GI service. So
Yep.
I joined in August in 2024, and then in October of 2024, they had shut down the service. So I joined general surgery.
That's what I thought. Okay, we'll make sure I remembered it correctly. And then now you've moved east to Jonesboro?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then working with Dr. Sifford. And so
Yes, sir.
the question here before us is approval for biologics, right? And so
Yes, sir.
hey, Dr. Sifford.
Hey, how you
what
doing?
Hey, I'm fine, man, Mike. So on this biologics thing, from your perspective, is this I lost your video, but we're okay. Is this something that you have been doing?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So-
We've been doing biologics since I was in fellowship. Which is,
And so what does that look like? Because I'm an ENT doctor, so go easy on me. So does that mean
Yes.
that you send these patients to an infusion center, or you run your own infusion center there in the office?
oh, so I'm going to step outside and see if I can get some service so you can see the video. But
Yeah, you're good now, man, Mike. I can see you.
Oh, okay, perfect. So yeah, so for the most part, we don't own an infusion center, no. But for the most part, if it's something that's going to be infused, like Remicade, then they're going to go to the hospital. But a lot of what we're using is sub-Q. Basically, everything's sub-Q for us,
Okay.
with the exception of the JAK inhibitors, and those are oral.
Okay, and so are you dispensing out of the office or administering out of the, how does that work?
No. Well, so we're owned by St. Bernard's now.
Okay.
So we're I guess a branch of their hospital or whatever. But no, they'll go to, if they're local, they'll come to the St. Bernard's Infusion Center. If they are out in the community and they're in a place that has somewhere closer for them, we'll get it done closer for them so they don't have to come here. But again, I think the vast majority of the people I have on biologic therapy, and it's always for IBD for us, or almost always for IBD, they're almost all either JAK inhibitors or sub-Q.
I got you. Mike, because I don't do that for a living, but I do. I don't know, 10% rid of everybody. And so the negative side of my brain looks at it and goes, "Oh man, are we setting up this big infusion center? We're going to run everybody on Remicade, and then Seku's going to be over there running a freaking infusion business." Because we just, unfortunately, in this job, after 6 years of this, you kind of maybe think the worst when you shouldn't, and so that's part of it.
Sure.
The other issue I got to be real honest about, y'all, is we got an issue legally, but we're going to have to look at this entire picture. It's not going to, unfortunately, from what I see, I'm not sure that we can answer this today. I mean,
Okay.
Michael, is that your opinion as well?
Yeah, I'd like some more time to analyze this in the context of PA structure and also what he's seeking to prescribe. And I need to look at those two together. And so I would ask this actually be tabled to give us more time to analyze this fact pattern.
And believe me, we are motivated to get this done. This guy, Mr. Rollins here, at least from my perspective, he's busted his butt. He was doing research, then he had to do a reentry, and then it fell out from under him, and then he went to general surgery quickly. And so
And then he had
I,
the
for
wisdom to
one,
get out
extremely
while he could.
motivated to get this guy the things to let him practice. But this permission thing, we're going to have to look at, not because
Sure.
we want to be negative about it, so we do it right by all parties. Because I'm sure y'all have seen the applications and things like that as well. And I just kind of how it looks
It's
from a
becoming
legal
more and more
standpoint.
common to get these questions, so we want to be sure and have a correct follow the book.
Sure. Yeah, anything we can do to help, just let us know. We'll send
Well,
along
I mean,
whatever we need.
I'm motivated to get us an answer and turn it. The problem is, Mike, we got meetings every 2 months, and it's got to be public, and you sure as heck don't want me making unilateral decisions. And so to me, though, the goal would be to get us an answer, turn this by the next meeting if we can, and then and since you've already kind of said, hey, I'm doing this, and I think you've established well that your supervisory role is more than adequate here for what he's going to be doing. Mike, I don't know that we got to get you to show up. We probably just have to have, we might have to have Seco come back. We might just issue an opinion. It's however we want to do it.
Well, I don't know about an opinion, but we do have
Okay.
a lot of context and background that I think we didn't have prior to the application.
Okay.
Which helps put us a little bit further than we were before we.
So Seco will be probably coming back to see us in June and letting us wrap this up.
Okay, and if I may,
Yeah,
just
man.
interject very briefly, in regards to, my history with biologics. I mean, ever since I started, initially practicing in North Carolina and then in Texas, I mean, I've been using biologic therapy, whether it's with regards to Humira, Remicade. I've always had great success with Entyvio, prescribing those medications, and now with having so many biologics biosimilars that are out on the market, it's more or less just kind of the expansion of what I've done in the past. So just to remain above board, if you don't mind, I don't mind even kind of helping out the process by just providing more of a detailed description of how that looks from my side as a PA, because this is something that's been extremely commonplace for me.
I think just your experience testimony here, Seco, is enough. We just got to clean up our end from a process standpoint.
Can we just ask, I mean, do you plan on seeing the patient independently, making the diagnosis somehow, and prescribing the medicine without?
Whenever I put any patient on a biologic, I've never in my career done so without the approval of my supervising physician. It's always been saying, hey, this patient happens to have very bad, IBD. They have these symptoms. And it's usually the vast majority of time is going to be confirmed by by my supervising physician, who, after performing an endoscopy, performing a colonoscopy, they're going to be the ones to verify, hey, this is very bad Crohn's disease. This is very bad ulcerative colitis. This person is going to need, in addition to their mesalamine, in addition to their sulfasalazine, they also need Remicade infusions. They also will need Entyvio, and then being able to proceed from there. And what I just try to do is help connect the dots for the patient, make sure that they're understanding that, and make sure they're understanding, hey, we need to make sure that you don't have hepatitis B. We need to make sure that you don't have tuberculosis, making sure that we're running those tests, making sure that they don't have any problems with any other immune modulators that are in their system, and always making sure that they understand, hey, you taking steroids, especially prednisone, multiple times out of the year is not going to be beneficial for you, especially with the amount of patients who have diabetes and then will remain on steroids to the point that they start having musculoskeletal conditions, osteopenia, osteoarthritis conditions as well. So for me, this is something that I'm very adept at handling, being able to make sure that I'm discussing with them, but I never do anything autonomously on my own without the approval of my physician, them being able to give that green light.
So, Mr. Rollins, thank you, and Sifford, thank you for appearing. I apologize. I originally had an issue. I still kind of do to an extent, because you know, there was no clarification on who was initiating therapy. And, you know, as a practicing gastroenterologist here in the state also, I'm not saying anybody's doing anything improper, but, you know, there are no other practices that I'm familiar with here in the state where a physician assistant is initiating therapy. I mean, they're not doing the endoscopy. You know, most of them. I don't know if you all look at pathology slides yourself versus just getting an opinion from a pathologist. I appreciate some of the textbook responses of side effects and things you need to do before initiating biologic therapy. But when you were talking about biologic therapy in these other states, were you doing this for GI indications or for other indications?
No, strictly for GI because I did GI in Texas and I did GI in North Carolina, and it was only for GI indications.
Gotcha.
So I would do that. And that was
Because my only thought is, you know, if you got a physician there, why can't the physician initiate therapy?
And many times they would be the ones to at least state, hey, no, this is what they're already mentioning in their endoscopy, in their colonoscopy report. And they would say, patient needs to start biologic therapy. And it would be something that just me being the physician assistant, I would just say, okay, duly noted. And this is with this doctor's signature, but I would always get my doctor to co-sign with me on those forms. Even if I was the one filling out the vast majority of the paperwork, they would always sign their form as the supervising physician, and I would sign as well as the physician assistant. And then if that person needed refills, then it would be fine to be under me as well. But I always made sure it was within
If I could interject, we never had a nurse practitioner or PA initiate biologics. You know, if you do the same thing I do. Probably you're going to diagnose this patient. You're going to follow up in clinic. All of you, but you for sure know that there aren't enough doctors in Arkansas, and there's certainly not enough GI doctors in Arkansas. So we use nurse practitioners and PAs to help us in follow up. So generally, I'll see the patient when I diagnose them. We're going to go over the pathology, and I'll say, you know, I'm going to start XYZ, and they're going to follow through with what I've recommended. You know, that's generally how it works. I don't think in the years I've been here since 2007, I've never had anyone that didn't follow up with me, anyone that followed up with a PA or nurse practitioner, just get started on something without me knowing about it, without me approving it or recommending it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
And so what I do
That's
is
much better.
what I do is plan for, you know, another, I guess it'd be a physician update for the next meeting is what it looks like the thing to do is, or provider update. If that's what you want. I mean, I can do it virtually. I don't see that we probably ought to see SECO just to talk about it, whatever we decide on our end.
So I move we table today, and we will see him back at the next meeting after we've had a chance for
Yeah.
Michael to review all
Fully
things.
assess it. Okay. A motion a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. SECO, we'll get it done. We just got to look at it. One other thing, okay?
Almost there.
Not a problem. So just let me know the next steps that I have to
Yes, sir.
take.
We're going to see you in June is what we're going to do.
Okay, and that's in person, you're saying?
No, sir. Virtual's great. Just
Virtual?
like
Okay,
this.
virtual.
No, heck no.
Okay,
Stay
sounds
working,
good.
man.
Just so you know it's been verified.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Anything else that I need to provide, gentlemen? I'm more than happy to do so.
Yes, sir. Y'all got to work.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
We want them to have, is that what we're saying?
We're going to discuss the entire structure.
Okay.
Legal's going to look at it.
This is more and more, so we're going to have a structure to it.
Yeah, y'all go to work, Seku. I know you got
Okay.
work to do. I see where you are. And so next up is Dr. Romero and friend. Hey, Dr. Romero.
Thank you all for inviting me to.
Oh, whatever. I wish you were here.
Giving me the opportunity of being here.
I guess. I appreciate it. And who's with you today? I know, but he's got to say.
Paul McNeil.
Okay.
From Jonesboro.
And so, and look, there's still pending matters here, Mr. McNeil. Yeah. So, board, y'all got to be a little careful, right? Because he's still got pending matters with the hospital. And so, Mr. McNeil's here to kind of keep us in the right spot, as will Dorley and Michael,
And for
okay?
the record, I do not represent him in the matter with the hospital.
Okay.
He has separate counsel for that.
Okay.
I got conflict because of the Northeast Arkansas connections, but
Okay.
I'm here with Dr. Ribeiro for the board,
Okay,
board
and so,
only.
Dorley, does that put us in any funny spots? We're fine. Just be careful. Y'all cut me off. Okay. And so, and the board's got everything in front of him, right? And then he's talked to Dr. Donner, and Dr. Donner's assessment of this situation was that he recommended but not mandate a course on professionalism.
And I will tell the board, he has done that voluntarily already. He
Mm-hmm.
completed a CME on boundaries. He can tell you when. We can furnish that to the court if we need to. He's got a certificate.
No, I believe you're very believable,
But
sir.
he's done that.
Right, and that's a recommendation, not an order from us, obviously. And then currently, where do you stand? And so, has the board at the hospital chimed in? Do you know? Yeah, Doc. Do you know, Dr. Everett? Has the board made a decision yet, or is he still waiting on the board to make a decision? Because the hearing officer was going to make a ruling and a recommendation to the board like a week ago.
Yeah, they went along with the MEC recommendation that all my privileges be suspended. And it's up to the board to, again.
So the hearing officer said, I agree with the MEC, but the board still got to decide if they wanted, what they want to do that. And then you still have the right to appeal anything the board does, right?
And
Gotcha.
I need to advise, there's a separate lawsuit. Again, I'm not representing him in that. I think between him and the hospital.
Okay.
Over whether or not procedural due process and other things were followed.
Gotcha. So there's some questions about the process thus far.
Yeah, and I don't know that that's a matter for the board, but there is that.
Well, it
there
is
that
for us. I mean,
that is
because we don't want to, I mean, at least me personally, I just usually, well, I won't say that. Anyway, so we like these things to sell themselves. And so and to me, y'all, I think with the AMF already saying kind of what they said and everything kind of up in the air, I think the only option, the only path you really have is to revisit this, table it, and look at this at some point. Now, there's not really a way to mandate reporting from them, right, when it's complete. And this can take, with appeals, I can take a decade. It's so, but that's, I think to me, it would be table it and ask the licensee for updates, and then I don't know how we put a marker in there. I mean, I guess you could flag a renewal.
Well, that's the end of this year, or October of this year.
I wouldn't do that then.
No. It'll still be ongoing by
Although
by that
October,
time.
you would. I mean, it'd be 6 months from now, and you would know what the board decided, because the board hasn't chimed in yet. So what happens is the MEC makes a decision, then they have a hearing, and then they get to file more briefs, and then this hearing officer, kind of like an ALJ, makes a decision. Although I'm sure it's not an ALJ, I'm an idiot. And then the board looks at what that judge says is kind of the way this process works at their hospital at Mississippi County.
If I can chime in too, for those of you who don't know politics in Northeast Arkansas, this was all at the Mississippi County hospitals, which were Great River and South Mississippi County, which is Osceola, which have now been kind of taken over by St. Bernard's. So there's kind of a whole new management regime that's going to come in and take over. Dr. Ribeiro is not currently performing surgery. He's working ER only, not at those hospital systems, at other systems. And so just to let everybody know, but we'll be glad to, whatever you want to do. If we want
It'd just
to
be
follow
update
up,
the board, because we just need to,
update you,
because
keep
obviously
you
we need to
posted.
see the
Just
final
tell
disposition
us
of it.
what you need, and we'll comply with it.
Well, I mean, Michael, what's the best way to keep up with things that have duration on them? I guess really and truly, if there's action by the hospital, they're going to tell us. Well, they should at least.
They should, but I mean, kind of like you said, I mean, pick a time out where you think there's been enough space for action to take place for us to get reported, a report back on.
Yeah, we just do it as a follow-up discussion in December.
Yeah, and we can also, get information from them too. If it happens before then, they can request to be put on the agenda before then, and if it's advantageous for them, I'm sure they'll want us to know about it.
Yeah.
And if we don't have it at that time, we can continue it to the next meeting.
Okay. Is that the way to do it, Julie? You do a follow-up discussion? Yeah. Okay. I would.
One is great. That helps us be able to track.
Okay.
December.
That's what I thought, but it's whatever y'all, that gives them 6 months down the road. You'll have a board answer, and then you'll know if they don't get the answer they want, there's gonna be an appeal sitting there. And so, we'll see kind of how
Okay.
it stands.
Then let's,
Or is this just a follow-up discussion?
It'd be a follow-up discussion, because I would just go to them and say, how does it stand? And let them tell us is what I think, but the board may want them to reappear in December.
I'm just going by what I have in front of me.
Yes, sir.
At the moment. So the hospital is doing what they're doing, but we don't have a final say.
Correction.
But I do have the foundation providing advocacy.
Yes, sir. Yeah, pretty good, yeah. You drop it entirely.
No, I'm not saying
Okay.
drop entirely,
Yeah.
but, I mean,
he would say motion for table today and then pick up it again as a discussion item in December.
second.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. I got a motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate your time. Long drive. Be careful. Okay. All right. And then Dr. Watcott. Anybody with you? Just you? All right, Brett. I appreciate it. Hey, Brett, I appreciate your time, man. Hey, I mean, the board's seen all this, and you've seen all of it.
Yeah.
My question on this was, I'm surprised let's call it the infirmary or the facility didn't want to go get those themselves. So your thought is, I need benzos present to take care of the patients in the facility,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's not an absolute necessity, but every time we have to call EMS.
Yeah.
For a seizure.
Yeah.
You know, and we're there a lot of times when this happens.
Yeah.
So we've got a protocol, and, you know, if we have to call EMS, if this is like a non-compliant patient, which the majority of them are, that's why they're in jail, they're just non-compliant. A lot of them just quit taking their medicines to have a seizure just to get a holiday and go to the emergency room. So
Okay.
we deal with all kinds of problems like this.
But why wouldn't the facility request the drug?
What's that?
Why wouldn't the facility request the drug through like a?
Facility can't request, they can't request a medicine from a pharmacy, that has to come
Well,
from a
but-
medical provider.
Well, it can, but there's multiple forms, right? So you can go to a pharmacy, but you can also do a CSAUS.
Well, I guess I'm not familiar with that. But
Right, so like if you order drugs through like a surgery center, you're gonna order that, you're gonna sign, but it's gonna be tied to the facility. So it's a different process than like a PDMP. So like in our surgery center, we order drugs and have them and various physicians sign for it, but it's a different delivery system. It's not someone walking into a pharmacy.
Well, I would think when I called the pharmacist and asked about this, that she could have told me about this.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not as worried about that.
I don't know the procedure for getting it. I just know there's a legitimate problem, and it would be very beneficial if somebody's having a seizure.
Yeah.
And I'm there, and it's been 5 minutes, and it's going to be 10 minutes before an ambulance gets
Oh, yeah.
there. So I've been there for 15 minutes with
Yeah.
a patient in status that I literally
So-
can't treat. So it's a
well-
liability issue. So yeah, it's.
Well, but there have been other prisons that have had problems with drugs disappearing.
Yeah.
Okay? And so I would assume in that system, now I know there's various correctional systems, that the correctional system would be the owners, would be the controllers of those meds, not you. Because when you call, it implies that I'm going to be the person in control of these meds sitting in a box in a facility.
Well, those boxes are controlled by me, yes. Me
So they're
and
not
the
controlled
nurse.
by your employer.
No, they're locked up in a medical clinic within the jail, and we are responsible for those, yes.
Interesting construct.
I know
And so,
of- I know of no way for a jail to order something like that. I mean, that would have to come through a medical provider. So if there's some mechanism where they can order it and I can sign for it and we get it that way, therefore it's tied to that facility, then that would be fine.
I'm not a pharmacist, but I'm pretty sure there is. I mean,
But I-
because in surgery centers, that's typically how they operate. It's a different
You know,
system.
I explained this in great detail in my letter and to the pharmacist, and so I have no idea why I'm even here for something like this. I explained exactly what the issue was. I don't know why the pharmacist had any concerns. If there was a concern, she could have talked me through the correct procedure for getting it.
Well, Brett, my thing is, and you wouldn't understand this because you wouldn't know, but we had most of the contents of a box disappear in a prison.
Huge
Okay?
box.
A huge box. Okay? Go. And so what I don't want, to be honest, Brett, is your name on those meds and they disappear, brother. Okay? It's about you. It's not about about me being difficult on you, my man. It was like, why in the world does Brett want to stick it out that far if he has the same thing happen? Because let me tell you, that happened to another provider. It disappeared. He was the physician there, and he had a history. And so it made his life very difficult. And so to me, if I'm you, I'd be like, guys, we need this, but I need the facility. Because I assume, so like, and let's go to the next part. So if the patient has a seizure and you are not there, who's going to administer that drug?
If my nurse is there, the nurse can do it on my order.
Well, but that's
if we're not there, that patient, if it lasts more than 5 minutes, or usually that's our cutoff, you know.
Right, 'cause in
5
a-
minutes is where our little liability goes up dramatically.
Right, 'cause in-
Untreated seizure, so that's when we call EMS if we're not there.
Right, because there's administering rules and there's dispensing rules, a little bit different. And so my also concern looking at this was, well, okay, I figure Brett's working his tail off at multiple places. He's likely not going to be there when this happens. And so do we have a
We're there
situation?
Quite a bit.
Right, but
Yeah.
but as much as you defended your letter, it's not in your letter. And I don't blame you because you don't understand maybe our perspective on it. But that's why, Brett. It's not a target shot. It's number one, I don't want things to disappear with your name on it when you might have been able to push them onto your employer.
Well, I mean, it's literally behind about 5 locked doors.
So
you
it
know,
was
to
in
get there.
Wrightsville too.
Yeah. Then
And it's still not explained how it happened.
Yeah, they still don't even have an answer, Brett, why it disappeared down there. And so
I guess-
that's, it's
I
not a
guess that could
target
happen
shot, man.
anywhere, But we take all the normal steps that you would take to have those kept in a secure location with limited access to it. But could,
'Cause-
something happen? I'm sure it could.
Because the other issue, Brett, is on your orders, it says you're not going to supervise APRNs.
Yeah, I don't supervise any APRNs. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you just said that your APRN would execute it as an order.
No, my RN can do it.
RN,
Yeah,
okay.
I have an RN
Okay.
that works for me.
Okay.
Yes, I have another physician partner. We've taken over multiple other jails. This is a very common thing for jails to keep in their, on their formulary in the jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, my physician partner has worked for Turnkey, which is the largest jail coverage medical provider in the whole Midwest.
So he's been ordering-
He's got 25 years of doing this.
So he's been calling
So
pharmacies and getting these
he's-
prescriptions
yeah,
filled.
Almost every one of our jail facilities keeps this in the jail.
Yeah, so how you been who's been signing for it on the other ones?
I don't know the mechanics of all that, so.
Yeah, why can't your physician partner who's done it at 25 years at all these other places, why can't he do it where you are now?
Well, I mean, whether it's me or him, he doesn't work for them anymore. He's in a private company with me, so I don't think he knows what the mechanism was for getting it for Turnkey.
Well, so think about it, Brett.
has their
If he
own
was
pharmacist that-
Brett, if he was working for Turnkey, and he was not writing for it. Think about it. If he was working for Turnkey, and he was not writing prescriptions for it, but it was there, that means the facility got it.
That means what?
The facility got it with their responsibility on
Yeah,
it.
but Turnkey is a large company. I mean, they have pharmacists that probably order and stock all this stuff for them.
Yeah.
So I don't know the mechanism for that. If there's
Well-
a better mechanism, I'm happy to follow it, but I think.
Well, I would just, I would investigate it. I would
Look
see what
into
Turnkey
it.
was doing.
Just look into it.
Yeah, but it's not because you didn't answer. It's because there were other questions. Yeah.
That's fine. I'm happy to answer whatever. It's, there are challenges with taking care of people in jail.
Yep.
So I guess this is just one of the challenges, but if you have any ideas on how I go about it, I'm happy to follow.
I would call, you had your buddy call Turnkey. Yeah. Or I'd call Wrightsville, ask them what they wish they'd done different. And so, anybody got any questions? Any motions? Look like information to me.
Parents of information.
Information only.
I got a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. And then, is it, take a break? Y'all want to take a break then? And then,
How long do y'all want to break?
I mean, we got someone coming at 1 o'clock. It's whatever y'all want to do. If y'all want to do some discussions before the 1 o'clock, I can. It's whatever y'all want to do.
Quick lunch. 30 minutes.
30 minutes. EA has spoken. All right, we'll get it going. We'll do some discussions first. Kind of get our brains warmed up. It is, yes, ma'am. And so I guess the first one, 24-120. this one I figured, I think we already handled this. Looked like there was a previous thing we looked at in the past, and then this was just notification of a completed legal action. Put it on his attestation. To look like information to me, y'all.
I have information.
A motion and second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then, next up, let's see. Yeah, this one, there's kind of two parts here, right? Because you got PMRC issues and you got this whole chart issue, which is pretty impressive. And so it looked like PMRC wanted to look at some prescribing again. I watched the PMRC meeting, and it looked like maybe he was in a more structured environment where things get managed, but it's pretty impressive. I had mirrored the PMRC recs, and so look at it again another 6 months. Maybe have him a board requested appearance. You know, what do y'all think on that one? Because that's a pretty impressive number of charts in a brief period of time. Not to mention some prescribing issues.
I agree.
The PMRC said they defer to us to address his fitness to practice, so
I assume that's the chart thing, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to the opioid thing, right? But I got to figure that environment, they're not gonna fool around with that.
No.
That's a business, and so that's why I thought maybe prescriber comparison reports, kind of like PMRC talked about in 6 months, and maybe have them come see us, just talk about kind of how we got there.
Now or in 6 months?
I would just have him come see us in 6 months because it gives him time to settle into a new job, and it gives us time. That would be if we saw him in October, then that would give you data through June 30th. That would only give you. I give you a couple months of him being there. If you saw him in October, or you just stretch it out to December, and you got data through September. I mean, stretch it out to December.
Starting to pack up that December meeting.
I know, and so I would just do the October thing and see the numbers you got, and because where he's at, what he told PMRC was that he was going to move everything in that system gets moved to somebody else.
I'll make that motion that we follow the PRMC and see him in 6 months.
Okay,
And-
so that's look at his prescribers comparison report in October and
I feel
the board
like we
request
should
appearance.
provide lunch for PMRC. I mean, they do such a great job.
I don't even know if we can. We can't even talk to him.
I know we can't talk to them, but
Probably if we paid for something, we'd be in trouble.
they're
never here.
They're never here.
They're all virtual.
I thought so, but still.
I mean,
they
1,000
do
encounters.
Such a great job.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and 1,000 encounters in 3 months. That's impressive. So that's a motion for a board requested appearance in October and a year's worth of comparison reports as of the October meeting. Got a motion and a second for that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
I don't know if it makes any difference, but on that cover page under current, is that the wrong doctor's name?
Let's see. Could be. I figure you're right because I know how you operate. I am looking at someone who's, what are you looking at? Here, let me get out of here. So you're looking at page 1 of 95?
This is on which one? This is 24-2?
19?
Yeah, on the very first page, so summary. It says attaches Dr. corrective act.
See, I don't see that.
At the very bottom,
Very bottom?
under current.
Oh, yeah, that's wrong at the bottom. Yeah, we already did that. And then, there was a 256 here. That's, we're gonna deal with that another way. And then, 422 is the next one I've got if I'm on the right track. I had show cause because there's not relationships that make sense here. Not necessarily a certification issue, just what got diagnosed and what is mentioned. They're not congruent here. And I think we've got, now the other question, obviously, do we have an expert? We've got it. Yeah, we got an expert. Yeah. Expert did not specifically say on this one. I think expert on this one said violations thereof but I don't think he made the final conclusion. No, and really and truly, the main issue here, I mean, it's up to them, but I mean, you have a documentation issue, which kind of somewhat touches all of us. And what's your take on that? What you'd have to do is ask questions to move forward in a hearing.
Without what?
Well, but it's not even, to me, Michael, it's not even a technical. That seems like what we all do to some degree, and that is you have a chart. Is the chart representative of what you wrote? And I guess then you'd say, well, Warden, what part of the MPA is that? And then, unfortunately, you're right. In this situation, it falls back to that group of the definition of certification. What is that supposed to look like?
Yeah, what's our standard?
Mm-hmm.
We have to have that in record.
So what's the best remedy? The other remedy is to bring the person in and say, look, this is what we got. And you ain't new to this.
I would vote for that.
Okay.
It's not a great option, but it's better than, I think it's the safest option right now. If there's a worst case scenario, try to put it together, show calls together.
Okay.
So you're saying what's missing is?
You don't have a distinct statement that says this is blank.
This is below.
Well, it's got to say GN. Or it's got to say some violation specifically that allows us to take license action of some form in a show cause. It says there are things that are not right, but it never really summarizes it to say these acts constitute.
Can we have her come see us and then we do the show calls if we feel like there's enough there?
So you're talking about PRA?
Well, you're still forced to have an expert probably with an opinion if you go to a hearing.
It's not nothing. I don't want to.
Right. Right.
But do you do a show calls right now?
I would have the BRA.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So that's a board requested appearance at the next meeting?
Yes.
Motion second to third, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. These follow-ups are always hard. I had on 24/4/26, that's bad enough you could shut it down, but you don't have an expert. And if you go 30 days and you ain't got an expert, that's not a great plan. And so to me, I would hand the investigation to their expert and to an expert, and then obviously we'll get a follow-up discussion on this. But that's 26 over 90, 14 over 120, and a decent sized practice too, 368. And so,
Yeah, then look at the PDMP checks. I mean, it's majority of the delegate.
Yeah.
Provider only doing it like maybe 5 or 6 times.
Mm-hmm. And this is somebody that started, I'm pretty sure, off the matrix. It was super high, top 3 at one point.
She was reported to us by a pharmacist.
Okay. And so, so it looks like it looked like we're going to have to get an expert to review it.
I'll make a motion for action.
Got a motion for an expert and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then this one, no one would do their thing, and I'd love to call this group out, but I won't do it as much as I'd like to. And so, but all I had was, it sounds stupid, but you'd almost have to table it, because if you have another issue like this, because this is a substantial outcome, you'd hate to drop it. But I think the board approached 7 people to do this, and for various reasons, it was declined.
Who declined or would not return my calls.
Right. Yeah.
So you mean experts looked at it?
Yeah, we tried to get equivalent providers to look at it, and the board approached 7 different ones and couldn't get them to do it. And, we're not allowed to do that. So it's not like one of us can, and understandably, calling people that we have contact with. And so, so that's what you're kind of stuck with. You give more names to the list, but it's hard. It's hard when 7 don't follow up, and it's a fair number to run through. Certainly, there's a lot of these providers out there. And if the board said, no, I'd like to generate some more, then we can generate some more.
Did you run an ad or something?
No, that's nuts. Probably wouldn't do that.
Were the 7 from different practices?
Different areas. Mm-hmm.
So table it.
I would make a motion to table this.
Was it
Second.
because they looked at the case and they didn't like it, or they just said, I don't want to do it?
We don't know.
Most of them just, I never got a call back. But
Okay, I
the
got you.
ones, I tell them a little bit about the case.
Yeah.
And they say, no, they're too busy, or no.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I think it's more,
I'll second Brad's motion.
yeah, personality of the group, unfortunately. I got a motion to table in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Just keep looking at them.
Well, no, you could if something popped up, I guess. 2594, expert said no GN, so it looked like information to me.
So moved.
Motion to second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Information.
Yes, ma'am, sorry about that. 2594, info. Motion carries. 25208, looks like executed the things we needed done, looked like information to me.
So moved.
Motion and a second for information on 25208. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 25211. So this is, I mean, to me, this looked like a table. It was kind of an update, but it wasn't, I mean, it certainly is not, doesn't settle this matter. We voted for an investigation in June of 25. Board tried to contact legal representation, got no response. And as it turns out, what we got notified about was the civil case. There's still a criminal case pending, and was appropriately told by legal counsel, shut your mouth. And so it's still, and this person, I believe, is
I
EOS,
was say, he
correct?
doesn't have a license right now, so there's nothing we can do.
No, and he's got to come to us. I think this is just this person trying to give us an update, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, so I
Well,
say take it for information.
Could I give one moment of clarification?
Yep.
Please? He's under an EOS.
Yes, sir.
But there's a license that expires at the end of this month.
It's inactive though, right?
It's
But
suspended.
it's suspended.
But how long has this person been under EOS?
Since February of 2021.
A long time.
How have they been able to renew their license under EOS?
They haven't renewed it, have they?
Yeah. They can renew, they can't practice.
No.
This is that weird, it's a weird area that somebody once ran a bull through. And so,
Now you
but
see my confusion.
But does it default? Is this like the other thing where it defaults to a different status?
Well, the license still exists.
Yeah, because it's just
He's
suspended.
suspended from being able to use the license. So the
'Cause an
license
R word is
can-
what
a
makes it disappear.
Suspended license can continuously be renewed. He just doesn't
Okay.
have access to use that license upon renewal.
Yeah, but one
Because
time.
otherwise, it's, I mean, you're revoking the license.
Gotcha.
It
Oh, and
expires
if
at
you,
the end
and
of
if
this
you
month. You could
suspend
block
and
it.
do not attempt to renew, then your status can be changed.
Yes, if it's suspended and they fail to renew it,
It becomes
then it falls into the category of, you know,
revoked.
of the whole, that's the one we did on that. other
Correct, not me, it was you.
Yeah.
Well, let's be honest.
So actually, should they continue to renew it? Because otherwise, it's kind of like I quit during an investigation.
We don't really look at it that way because they're suspended, I don't think. And so, I mean, obviously, if I'm in that shoes, I would continue to renew.
Yeah.
And eventually, if you get clear enough that you can have a hearing, now you're having an EOS hearing. You go no renewal for 2 years, you're the R word.
I make a motion to table it.
Okay.
Second.
Motion table and a second on 25-211. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 25-274, I had table versus information. It's more of an update on this provider's current status. I mean, I don't know that it changes our standing because you've got an EOS sitting here. And so his status, you know. Do y'all care about that data point, how that's handled? Because now we have a data point from the foundation that says, hey, it's going to be 6 to 12 months. Do we capture it with a table, or do we not have to?
Let's just capture it with the table, and when he's ready to get up here and have a hearing or resolve the issue, we'll get everything resolved that's touching it.
Okay.
I make a motion to table it.
Motion and a second to table 25-274. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 25-275. Haha. What do you do with an unpaid fine? And so, and the order says paid by 12/31/25.
you're not gonna get the 140, you're probably not gonna get the 2,000.
Well, the problem is it's a violation of a board order.
Yeah.
No, I know.
I see three little words, but
Well,
I'm a banker.
the problem is
and
I
if
don't
you
know
don't
that
pay
you-
your bill, I pick up your car. So
I will play the devil's advocate though. I don't know that you can prove public health, safety, or wellness. I think you got to go SC. And the problem is if you go show cause for 140, is that like going to public claims court for like $10? And so the
And then tell him about the check, but he didn't have a check last time.
yeah, well, there was some attempt to collect last time, but it didn't happen. And so that's a tough one. Honestly, he's supposed to come see us in June, and so I had let her look. It's got to be done before you get here.
Is he still good, Dr. Donner?
He's fully compliant. I bet you we can encourage him to pay.
I just encouraged him to pay it.
Not just bet, done did.
But I mean, obviously, could we just flag him for renewal? It renews in August.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to see us in June.
June.
Yeah, he's got on a regular schedule come CTJ appointments. And so
Yeah, but what if he doesn't come in June?
so you just table
I'll
it till
motion table
June.
till June.
You can issue a show cause conditioned upon if he pays it, if we don't move forward.
Okay, I wasn't sure how y'all feel about it. It's a board order.
He said he'll pay it tomorrow.
I've heard that before. The check's in the mail, Dr. Donner.
He gets paid and checks.
We meet tomorrow.
Well, and so the question is, do you issue a show cause in lieu of his lack of payment by a certain period of time?
What if we postpone it till tomorrow?
Well, that's what you said. You said we're going to issue a show cause in lieu of his not paying this fine by X date.
Well, I mean, if he's
You're
paying
saying
tomorrow, if
table
he's
this
paying
issue
tomorrow,
tomorrow.
let's just pick it back
Okay?
up tomorrow.
Yeah, so just hold it. All right, we'll just add it.
We do not, no.
Hold on. What's wrong?
Fines can only be paid by check or money order. Okay, so it cannot be paid online, they cannot be paid online. So if he can drive it up here tomorrow, that's fine, or FedEx it and get it tomorrow, you could postpone it till tomorrow. But then it goes back to if he can't get it to you by tomorrow, do you want to show cause? Contingent on him paying, or do you want to table it until June?
I'll
What's the
make a
bank do?
motion that we show cause if it's not paid by April 15th.
There you go. Tax day. I got a motion. Is there a second for that? A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The,
From your ears to her fingers.
yeah, we'll see. The 25-309. And so, yeah, this is, boy, looking Penub in all the wrong places. And so the, looks like he's got substantial issues that are being managed in another state, but they're not quite done yet. So basically, pending good behavior, he's clear as of April 30th. And so, I can't help a guy in engineering degree. I mean, it's not really done yet. But it looks like he's agreed consent in Maine with all sorts of things to include no more sex workers in his life. And so I just kind of had table it, and we're gonna have to look at it as a follow-up discussion in June just to make sure the guy's done. A motion, a second for table. All in favor? Any opposed? 25-309. And we'll look at it as a follow-up discussion in June, yeah, because it'll be settled by then. 25-400. So I'd never seen this but no one's surprised by that. He had a no bill ruling, and so basically, looks like the grand jury passed an indictment, but they can take it back up if they want to. And so you just take it for info, y'all, because this is a domestic issue with shots fired two directions, not literally. And so they, okay. I got a motion for information and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2607. I just, Dr. Donner and them looked at it, didn't really have recommendations for further monitoring, anything like that. It just looked like just really not great decisions. Everything got pled down to misdemeanors and a fine in the end for him.
Is he still practicing?
I would assume so.
Okay.
But, when you look at what happened is June 25, altercation in a interesting situation. No contest to two misdemeanors in November 25. No ethanol or controlled substances involved. There was a weapon involved that they gave back to him, I think. That's what you got.
I mean, there's some significant pathology there, personality pathology and relationship dynamics, but he's in therapy, he's doing everything he can do about it right now, and he knows we're available. We offered him the door, and that's kind of where I left it.
Yeah, because I don't see from another than their standpoint, I don't see what we would do unless you, perchance, felt strongly about it. But to force him, the only way you can do is a consent, and the only way you're going to consent is him to agree to it or you have a hearing, and the hearing would be impossible, I think, because there's not a charge here involved that we would take up. You'd almost have to have someone decide that there was a substance issue here and then have an abnormal test.
So would you suggest we table it or take it for information?
I had information on it, but if you felt like the risk of further behavior is substantial, that's where you put the T on it.
I feel like there's pathology there. I mean, something could show back up, and then we wouldn't be able to use this.
This is a long-term issue for him.
Oh, yeah.
And he's not been in any trouble before, and I think he's in the right place. He has a limited awareness of what he needs, but I wouldn't expect that. I mean, that's him, but I don't think he represents a danger personally, and that's my sense.
Yeah, so I had a reluctant information that I had. But
Information.
Motion a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 2617. Finally looked at the charts.
I have information.
Motion a second for information on the 2617. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 2630. Expert didn't feel like it was something that rose to a level of our need for stepping in. And so
I put information.
motion a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carried. 2644. That's a lot to unpack. And so overall on that, I mean, obviously, what is his current status? He was,
He's in treatment.
so he's still,
He's he's passed the evaluation.
okay, he's passed the evaluation, so now he's in treatment. Okay. And so, well,
Does
then
he
the
have a
question.
contract, or we're still waiting on him to get through
I would
treatment?
wait till he was discharged.
I mean, and I guess obviously my brain's missing something. It almost seems like he doesn't need to have a license. And so does his being in treatment constitute health, safety, wellness? Or is that that is a bridge too far? Well, actually, there's part of me also looks at this and says, I don't want to deal with this in 30 days either. And so
I don't think you're gonna be able to, but you're gonna need an expert.
that's what I'm getting at. And and so to me, what I saw, y'all, was that you're going to need an expert. There's two parts here, right? So we have boundary issues, which Dr. Diner has chimed in on already. But then you have you have care issues here. And there's some serious allegations there. And I think both are why this facility got involved. And so what I had was look like an expert to review whatever data the hospital will give us within that investigation. We've already got an investigation ongoing. But there was we do, but the problem is now there's quality of care issues here. We thought it was a boundary issue. And so you've got a boundary expert already, but you don't have an expert that'll testify as to whether or not this, the three things that are mentioned that are substantial. Because you have some misinterpretations, you have some inattentiveness, and you have some person that died. And so to his point, if you're going to take up all of it, you'd have to get an expert on these care issues. And that would be a person who works that sort of work within that practice, which is a common group in this state.
I'll make a motion to get an expert on the care issues.
Second.
And we already got an investigation ongoing, so is there a fair amount of leeway already sitting there, Michael? What does that look like?
Well, let me back up a second. Are we investigation and then set?
Well, we've already got an investigation, because how we got the,
Yes, excuse me, expert and set for show calls, because y'all didn't say that.
No. And I'll
that's a
add
good
that.
question. What do you think?
Yeah,
Well, I think, yeah.
Okay,
I'll get the
It may
expert.
not be coming out by the next board meeting, but we've already got it in the hopper, so we can.
Okay.
we Get that investigator, that expert, we can start and work on it.
what's that, Brad?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the investigation have everything the expert needs, like records or whatever?
Well, what I looked at is usually not pinning the investigator in. The investigator would know what we're looking at, and then not be real specific about it, so they can go get the things they need to get. Now, if we need to be specific, it's going to be the charts regarding the quality of care issues, and I can say them right now if we want to.
Okay, I mean, I don't care, but I'm not quite clear on what I'm supposed to do.
So I would get a family medicine doctor that covers emergency rooms to review the quality of care issues within this investigation.
It's in there now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it.
Does that sound like a?
Calls, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's up to y'all to make that motion.
And I know McGee seconded to,
And that's my second. Second.
now you're ready for a vote.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So if your investigator says, I don't see anything.
Expert, you mean?
Yeah, expert.
Mm-hmm.
So then what do we do?
Well, you still have AMF issues we got to deal with. Right, so now we have a fitness to practice issue this board will have to deal with. And then it'll be a question of compliance with what the foundation wants. Is what the foundation's seen, present issues with public health, safety, and wellness. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so still reason.
Okay, you want to introduce, you want to go?
Yeah, but as to your point is, Ward, if they don't do anything, are you on the wrong path going to a show cause? See, that's his point.
I'm just asking, I know there's a lot, there's several moving parts here.
No, we're still, they feel like we can still process on the other end. Yeah. All right, so you want to stop there, boss?
Yep, we need to do 1 o'clock.
Okay, let's do 1 o'clock.
You want to introduce them, or do you want me to?
They come up and introduce themselves. Heck, I'm not gonna remember everybody's name.
And is Jenny over there? She and I can pass this out.
Good afternoon.
What's up?
How's it going?
Yeah, it's work. The
We appreciate the time. Austin Grinder, Mullinex and Associates.
oh, okay, gotcha.
Dr. Brian Dawson from
Okay.
Ideal Option.
You both in ties. I couldn't tell who the doctor was.
Fancied up.
No. The cool. And so I guess y'all are here to discuss something you'd like to see out of this board.
Yes, sir. We're here mainly to provide information and just get the discussion going around telemedicine and buprenorphine. I'll let the doctor get into it. I'm just here if we get into the legal or political weeds. Go ahead.
Right.
Go for it, Brian.
So first off, my name is Brian Dawson. I am the Chief Medical Officer of Ideal Option. Ideal Option is a outpatient addiction treatment clinic where we provide substance use disorder treatment to patients suffering from opioid use disorder primarily, so people who are addicted to fentanyl and heroin and other opioids. They seek treatment through us, and we provide medications like buprenorphine. We're not a methadone clinic, so it's a different, much safer medication that's prescribed by licensed professionals, physicians, nurse practitioners that are certified in the state of Arkansas. And currently, as it stands, I mean, I don't know if you guys have these packets here, you can skip to the end to see the punchline, but I'll kind of go through what we're proposing. Currently, in the state of Arkansas, it is a requirement that a patient seeking treatment for substance use disorder, if they are to be prescribed a controlled medication like buprenorphine, which is a Schedule III controlled medication, it's required that they receive an in-person visit from a treatment provider before they receive that prescription. So what that does is it limits the ability to initiate treatment through telemedicine prior to an in-person exam. And so many other states, and even the DEA, lifted some of those prior Ryan Height restrictions prior to COVID to allow access to treatment for patients, particularly seeking buprenorphine for the treatment of their opioid use disorder. The federal government, the DEA, has extended those regulations through 2026 and continuing in 2027. The expectation is that there will still be that permanent lifting of the restrictions on prescribing buprenorphine by telemedicine within the first 6 months. So currently, patients can receive buprenorphine treatment in 46 states throughout the country and initiate that treatment by telemedicine. And in 2027, the expectation would be that after 6 months, a patient would require that in-person visit. So a little history on Ideal Option. We've been in the state for about 6 years. We are currently located throughout the country in 9 states right now. We came to Arkansas because there was a really strong need for addiction treatment in the state. We had met with Dr. Michael Mancino at the University of Arkansas, who identified a lot of areas in the state that were of high need. So we currently have 11 clinics throughout the state. We have 12 treatment providers, physicians, nurse practitioners who prescribe medications to patients who are suffering from addiction to substances, primarily patients who are addicted to fentanyl. Buprenorphine is an effective treatment. People that are in treatment get their lives back. We currently have 2,000 active patients in our census throughout Arkansas in our 11 clinics. We've treated over 5,000 total patients in the 6 years that we've been here. And treatment works. Patients stay out of the ERs, they stay out of hospitals, they stay out of jail, as long as we can keep them in treatment. But the difficulty is getting people initiated into treatment who live in rural communities or have difficulty accessing some of the clinics that we are located in. Primarily in like northern central Arkansas and in southern Arkansas, the populations of those counties really don't support an in-person provider in an actual physical clinic. So if we're able to initiate treatment for those patients and then they can get to a clinic, it really speeds up the access to their care. Currently, I think 27 counties in Arkansas have been identified as being high need communities for patients suffering from substance use disorders. And we know that when patients want treatment and they finally get to the point where they want to seek that treatment, you want to capture them as soon as possible. You don't want to say, okay, well, we can get you into a clinic a week from now if you can drive 2 hours to get to that nearest clinic when the provider will be on site. You really want to be able to initiate that treatment right away so that patients can get off of the fentanyl and the other dangerous drugs. And then subsequently, we see them in the clinic, we do drug testing, make sure they're taking the medications and that they're safe. And the others, like I said, the federal government, the DEA realizes the need to be able to provide this access to patients through telemedicine, particularly with some of the safeguards that are in place. We do PDMP checks so we can see prior to any prescription if a patient's been picking up other prescriptions for illicit substances, opioids, things like that. And we do regular monitoring, regular drug tests. So when patients do get into the clinic, we can do drug testing to ensure, one, that they're taking the medication. We can test for the metabolites of buprenorphine. And then we can test for other illicit drugs that they may or may not be using. So I did talk a little bit about how in the current state in Arkansas, what we interpret as the rules from the Board of Medicine is that it would be considered malpractice to initiate a Schedule III controlled medication like buprenorphine by telemedicine without that first in-person visit. And so our ask essentially is to have the boards reconsider that position and consider following the federal DEA guidelines to allow for at least the initiation of those medications for patients, particularly in rural areas where they may have difficulty accessing these types of treatment providers, with the inevitable goal of getting the patient into a clinic for that physical exam and that in-person exam within that 6-month period. And that would align with the federal regulations and the DEA rules right now. And so, yeah, we respectfully ask you consider that option. Buprenorphine is very safe and effective medication in patients who are addicted to opioids. And, you know, some of the unique factors of buprenorphine is that although it does bind to that opioid receptor, it's not a full-acting opioid. It has a ceiling effect, so it's much safer than full-acting opioids like methadone and other medications that some of these patients need. So, you know, I think that-
Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, happy to take
Yeah,
questions.
why not just go to the legislature? I gotta be honest, I think probably the need is real, but man, personally, and I don't vote, I got no desire for this board to legislate.
Well, we
We didn't get elected.
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Because this is fundamentally redoing patient-provider relationships, and this is not going to be the first time we get asked. There's a huge ask coming to this board at some point. It's called artificial intelligence. And patient-provider relationships need to be, in my opinion, determined by the legislature.
We do plan to do that in the
Good.
27th session.
Yeah, 'cause that's- I mean, that's
we
so
will
much
have a
easier for us.
conversation about it and see if there's any way to get things rolling, but we understand that that's the problem.
I mean, that's me, but I don't vote.
It's not us, it's statute.
No.
And that's what's
He's,
gotta be changed.
no, but they're asking for a rule change, and we can, I mean, this board can make rule changes. But I just get, I mean, that's one of the fundamentals is patient-provider relationships. That's my fear.
We all agree with the need. We do. And I see a very large amount of this being a very positive thing where I'm from, and would love to see it expand. But we've still got to follow what the legislature's role that defined as the doing is.
Where is your, do you have a clinic, like a physical building?
Oh, they got a bunch. They got
Yeah, we have
Bentonville,
11
Fayetteville, Jonesboro, Little Rock, Paragould, Russellville, and Van Buren.
11 physical buildings with a provider in each site, because again, in order for a patient to initiate on treatment, there has to be a face-to-face interaction with that treating provider. So patients will come into the clinic, new patients, they have to show up to the clinic, see that provider before they can get initiated on medication. And it does create a barrier. In other states, you know, you can imagine a provider is out sick that day, and a patient drives 2 hours to the clinic, and, oh, the provider's not there. In other states, providers from other clinics can telemedicine into that clinic and still see those patients and initiate treatment. But Arkansas is unique in that you actually have to get that in-person exam before you can initiate treatment. So it makes it difficult. I think we had them run an estimate on the number of patients last year that didn't get treated because we didn't have a physical provider on site and they couldn't get seen. And it was like 832 patients last year weren't able to be seen. So those are patients that if you get them initiated on medication, they're not taking fentanyl and they're safe. They're safer.
I mean, Blue Cross gave y'all money to invest. You'll get it past the legislature.
Yeah. No, our goal is, we just understand that it's gonna take time, you know? And so if we could get a rule change that says it's not malpractice.
Yeah, but then if it
our
goes
providers
wrong,
will-
I'll be honest, Brian, if the rule's not right and the legislature doesn't like it, dude, it's no fun being here.
No, I understand.
I mean, I go back to my other job, but I mean, it's not fun.
And this is a high-risk environment.
I mean, to me, it's the right thing to do, but I'd rather them tell us to do it in some regard, although I'll regret saying that later on tape.
Well, we're
No
glad to
problem.
hear that you're supportive, and you know, if it takes a legislative change in 27, then I hope we can get some good feedback.
Because that's a bit, I mean, from a legal standpoint, we don't have to match the federal laws, correct here? Our laws can be more restrictive than federal laws when it comes to this issue. So when they say that there's a new federal law coming, I don't know that we have to default to that position, do we?
Correct.
That's what I thought. Okay. It's just a question of who you're going to let set the culture. And yeah, I got you. And, you know, legislature set the culture.
Is the model that the patient has to be in a clinic physically, but the provider can telemedicine in?
Not currently, the provider has to be there physically
But
also.
in other states?
But in other states, yes.
Okay.
Um,
But the.
We actually
the-
do in others, well, different states do it differently. In some states, the patient can initiate treatment from their home by telemedicine, and then ultimately get into a clinic. But the majority of our sites, we serve states like Montana and Alaska. We have clinics in areas where we can't get providers to work. Like in Cut Bank, Montana, or Fairbanks, it's just hard to find providers. But we can still set up a clinic, and then we can telemed providers in, providers that still live in the state. We have, like I said, 12 providers in the state of Arkansas who would be seeing these patients. And eventually they would see them in person. But they don't work every day in every clinic every day, and they can't get to all the corners of the state. So
Yeah, and if you map Our Care, Healthy Connections, them, and all the SAMHSA listed clinics, the Delta Southeast is the place that's got the gap. You got people down, you got some south, there's one across that we all know about. But yeah, everything I saw, you had you pretty much had a one county gap. You might have had a 2 county gap in a couple places. It doesn't tell their availability, but there are some systems out there.
Have you looked at your own internal data, because you said different states do things differently, to see whether or not initiating treatment in person in the clinic versus someone at home led to better compliance, better outcomes?
what we find is that if we can initiate them more quickly, their likelihood to be retained in treatment is better. So we have a process now in some of our states where if a patient calls up, they can get in to see a provider that second and get 1 to 2 days of a medication, and then we'll schedule them an appointment to see the provider in the clinic the next day or 2 days from then. But we get them the prescription right away so that they don't have to continue to use fentanyl or any other drugs. And the treatment retention, their likelihood to actually show up to the clinic and make that appointment is much higher if you can get them that medication and you can see them right away. If you make them wait 3 days or 4 days or a week, then your chances of them actually showing up drop significantly because they end up just going through withdrawals and returning to use. So that's why you really want to catch them when they're ready. When they make that call, it's like, I kind of want to come in and get treatment. How about you see a provider right now? We'll hook you up. We'll get you online. We'll see someone. You'll get a day or two of medication, and then we'll see you in the clinic tomorrow. Like that would be an ideal situation.
And that's something our legislature needs to hear.
Yeah.
And we would agree with
Brian, how do y'all define success?
Treatment retention.
So staying
how
on
long
Bupi.
Patient stays in treatment, how long,
Yeah.
and toxicology results. So we do
Exactly.
drug
So I thought
testing.
it was screens and staying on Bupi alone.
Right. So
yeah.
we can,
That's what I figured.
the-
Because essentially the plan
the
is just to
reduction.
move into a drug that's got less risk of withdrawal, less risk of ER trips, less risk of death.
Exactly.
much less
Yeah.
risk of death.
Yeah, it's not off. It's just different.
Yeah, buprenorphine, yeah, it's a different drug, and it has some unique properties. It protects those receptors, so if a patient were to use fentanyl or something like that while on buprenorphine, the fentanyl doesn't have an effect because the buprenorphine is already there and it kind of blocks that receptor.
But Brian, you see people on both. We see a
Yeah,
lot
oh,
in
yeah.
the
We
ones.
see people that continue both, even
Yeah,
people that
I've
are
seen
on
doctors
treatment
write
that
it
are
for
using
both.
Yeah.
And then they'll say, well, it's pain indication. I'm not using it for MAT.
Right.
Yeah. And the hard thing for us is Bupi, the scoring's funny. So it's very hard for us to track. I mean, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If someone's on more than 24, is that abuse of Bupi?
No, no.
So 32 you're okay with?
32 we're okay with. There's evidence that higher doses improve retention and treatment.
Okay,
especially
because the
with
stuff I
fentanyl.
saw said, man, beyond 24, I don't really know what you're chasing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, the science shows that you're occupying most of those receptors at 24 milligrams, so you're probably not getting a whole lot of benefit at 32. Some people split their doses
Okay.
throughout the day, but
Because it's hard for us to monitor it.
yeah.
That's not your fault. It's just,
yeah.
that and stimulants, really hard for us to follow.
But that helps with the question from last meeting.
Yeah, no.
Talking about your success rate, looking at the toxicology reports at your 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, what does that look like for?
Yeah,
What are your patients
I mean, if you're
on?
curious, you can go to our website, idealoption.com, and there's outcomes reports. Every year we do outcomes reports, and we track essentially the positivity rates of drug use in each stage. So as patients are seen initially, You know, they're seen weekly in these early stabilization stages, but then they get to what's called a maintenance stage where they're just seen once a month. And in people in those stages, their positivity rates are down in the 1% to 2% range for opioids. You know, there are people that do relapse or return to use, and then we see them more frequently.
But Brian, how would you do randoms in this model?
Well, we have them come in, and essentially anytime they're in their clinic, they get a test.
Yeah, but that's not randoms.
Yeah, it's not necessarily random, but we see
Yeah.
them more frequently if they test
Because you know this
positive.
group ain't stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
So if they're seen monthly, it's generally because they graduated from those weekly visits where
Yeah.
they were testing negative for a long enough period of time that, okay, now we can see you every 2 weeks and then 3 weeks and then 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's a progression.
Yeah. Is the federal law, do you think it'll be Q 6 months or just at 6 months?
That's a good question. I would hope it's.
Q is what I would
Q
hope at
6
the very
months,
least, but I
you
bet
know.
it's not.
There are telemedicine-based companies out there that
Oh, yeah.
only practice by
Yeah,
telemedicine.
we've seen 'em.
We are not one of those. We have
Yeah.
physical locations and providers in our clinics, and we do think it's important that we do drug testing on patients and we see them in person. So we do think that balance is key.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to be able to initiate, but then ultimately you do want to see them and be able to test them and make sure they're taking the medication and not just selling it, trading it for other drugs.
Well, and certainly you got testing, it's got some wide range. I forgot how long fingernails or hair goes, but it's a while, it's months, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. But yeah, we just do urine testing.
Oh, I didn't sell it very well. I would have said something else there.
Yeah.
What does everybody else want? I mean, I don't vote. If y'all want to change the rules, you can change the rules.
I do need to remind the board the process on rulemaking, that you can consider it. However, we can't move forward with any rule until it has been approved by Department of Health and the governor's office. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
So it would
You
require
can't- you
us to
can't
vote.
even- No vote. You just need to consider it and
Oh,
decide what
okay.
we want to do from there.
Okay.
So it really is.
Oh, it ain't up to us.
It's just less stringent. Right.
Oh, these guys aren't rookies. I mean, how much did Varsity Healthcare Partners pay for the business?
Oh, fair amount.
Yeah, I bet you weren't going to tell me that number, brother.
I don't think that's public knowledge, but yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed it wasn't public. I tried to find it.
It's about eight years ago or so now.
I hope you got some options. And so you just take it for information. Is that what we do, y'all? Take the,
You can take the appearance for information.
okay. And because that's what I would do if
I
the
move
board's
we
not
take
sure what
it-
they want to do.
We thank them for being here.
Yeah,
and
appreciate the
take it-
education.
And take it for information.
Got a motion for information? Second?
Second.
Second, all approved? All in favor?
And
Any
thank
opposed?
you for what you do.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you for your time.
Where you
Yeah,
going,
thank you.
Idaho? Brian, where you
Oh, wait,
from?
what was that?
Where you live?
Eastern Washington State.
Washington. I knew you were west. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Be careful getting home.
Yeah.
Flights out of Little Rock are interesting.
Oh, yeah, I think I might be a little delayed today, so we'll see.
Drive to Dallas.
I might. We appreciate the
Thanks,
time.
y'all. Sure.
Thank you all.
Okay. All right, back on there, 2668. I got, it looked like information to me, but it was a technical thing. 2668 is someone who had a bad, a non-ideal outcome out of an ortho spine procedure.
I put information.
2668 had a complication after a procedure. And there were some allegations of correctness of surgery, but I was just being careful because I knew I had some expert at the table here.
I had Mr. Davis.
And I seconded Mr. Davis.
Information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 2671.
Dr. Thomas and Mr. Davis.
Yeah. I mean, had to be revised somewhere else, but I didn't see GM, the kind of stuff we chime in on. Provider said, looked uneventful, post to me. I will say that the complainant is a healthcare provider. And so that's the only reason also I kind of marked it. But I don't think you're going to find G in here. That's not below med school. That's not absence thereof. And so I had information on it.
What'd y'all think?
I didn't think it's GN. I would actually, there's a question as to whether or not my post-op care would have been different,
Yeah.
putting eyes on them.
Right.
More, but again, not gross negligence. I take it as information.
A motion, a second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I have 2674. I had 10-day letter.
And come see us.
You want that too? Okay.
I'll make a motion for a 10-day letter and to come see us.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion, a second for a 10-day letter and a BRA. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2675, I had a flag because we've not been able to get in touch with the person. Renews in 8 of 26. Had a motion for flag renewal to appear and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Do we also need to subpoena someone to appear?
You can, but there's a problem in another state, and that's that weird thing.
She won't be able to renew.
Okay. Unless she comes in front of us anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Noted.
Yeah, she's kind of getting bracketed on that one. And so it's amazing how people show up and they can't renew. And so I got a motion, a second to flag renewal for appearance. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. That was 2675. 2679. This has seemed just kind of odd to me, y'all. And that's why it's sitting here. Because the complainant has pretty solid evidence of the duration, but you could make an argument, well, Ward, what does that look like within the MPA? Is that really something you do in the MPA? And so, or the board does. I had requests, I guess you'd have to initiate an investigation, get the records from the provider and the patient, and then have him come see us. But if you say, this is going to be a feature of this future of healthcare, it may not be worth the run. But that's a level 4 for 120 seconds. That's
I
impressive.
think that's taking a comprehensive psychiatric medical history, establishing diagnosis, everything that the physician discusses that was done, that'd be hard to do in a 2-minute span.
If it were 2 minutes.
Well, I would not call the response dispositive.
No.
And so that's why it's sitting here. And but it is a lot of work for something that I'm not sure in the end, because then you'd have to have a pattern of behavior to really take something up. A singular of this nature with no harm, I don't know that rises to something that's going to get you into the MPA very far. Other states where you don't have to have a hearing and you can take up reprimands and things like that, that's what fits well here.
Do we consider?
But here, everything for us is tied to a show
You,
cause.
you were talking about records requests. Would we consider maybe expert review of those records?
Oh, you'd have to. Yeah. If you wanted to fully investigate it. That's why I almost stopped it short and just said, bring the records, have them come see us, because even if the expert says, well, that's way below care, you got one patient. Now, you might be able to take up a show cause and argue the one patient, and the legal system may look at it and say, that's plenty of grounds for a reprimand. How do y'all look at that if it's a single patient? Is it, you're like, Ward, that's not a show cause. Is it? Okay. I thought y'all might look at that as,
I've got investigation.
there you go.
Well, there's the motion.
A lot of ours
I'll
are
second
single
Dr.
patient.
McGee's
All right, we got a motion to open an investigation and get an expert to review. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2681. Now I got some experts here, and that's kind of nice on this one. I had an investigation and a review just to see, because it will show you who truly the supervisor might have been in this situation, and is there a problem here. And so that's, in the end, I think you may end up having to forward this to a different board. But that's really where a lot of that care got executed. And the response from who we sent to it says, that wasn't my person. But the only way you're going to know is to investigate, pull the chart.
Can you go ahead and send it to the nursing board?
You're going to want to get all your stuff, though.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care. I mean, to me, it's probably better off. It's probably going to happen a lot faster if we pull our stuff from our end and gather it up and hand them something than if we just hand it to them de novo. But who knows? They don't let me go to those meetings. But you could forward it now, but I get worried it didn't go anywhere. I'd rather hand them something that's a little more polished, particularly if it looks like it's pretty obvious. What's, huh? Well, I wasn't gonna say that. That's why I was thinking about maybe
That's
getting
what he's
some,
pointing
getting
out.
some polished.
Yeah.
I'll make a
Investigation.
expert review and.
Within an investigation.
Second.
Motion and a second.
You gotta pull the records.
For initiate investigation and get an expert to review. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The,
Who knew that field was so exciting?
what's that?
Who knew that this specialty would be so exciting?
Oh, well, I mean, I think, you know, I mean, you can get it at, do we have a card? Do we have an expert on this one? Well, no, we didn't on this one, on 95. And so, believe it or not, I still had it as information because it's not absence of care. It looks like, I mean, I'll be honest, y'all, I look at these, someone want to take up MP, they can take up MP here. I don't know that there's GN here.
My motion is for info.
Yeah, I got a motion for information
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
85.
85.
All in favor? Any opposed? So 2685 was information. 2698. This is gonna happen, but I still, unfortunately, I think we gotta look at it. I mean, this happens though. I mean, on 2698, I think it does. I don't know that it's GN, but, you know. Yeah, and that's where I look at it and think, well, maybe it's not what we do. And so to me, it's just,
No, I mean, I don't know, this is my specialty, so my view is, really, I think this is a civil matter. That, you know,
Yeah.
y'all kind of think like, gosh, this is like chopping the wrong.
no, it's not. I
But
know.
It's you know, people have transitional segments, they have segments that are auto-fused, and I mean, I count this so much, so many times per survey, because it's just so easy to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're doing it blind, essentially. You're using a C-arm.
Well, you're using a C-arm,
Yeah.
but still, even with that, I mean, sometimes.
No, my point is, it's a C-arm. It ain't that great.
Right.
Yeah. I was
so-
invented in the 60s.
Right, I mean,
And so,
we're sometimes pulling on tissue to make sure we can see a little bit better, you know, it can be, but.
well, if you feel like it's information, then we'll just take it for information and let that.
I just feel like.
Because I think in the end, Brad, if you play the tape forward, it's a single case. And it's not a disastrous outcome, and there's not a pattern. And so to me, it looked like if he was going to take anything up, it's going to be MP and not us.
Yeah, I feel like that an expert would say this is a known issue, and this will, if it's handled anywhere, it will be in a civil situation.
Yeah.
That would be my opinion. Now, if it was a pattern or.
Yeah. A really bad outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, a devastating neurologic outcome, yeah. So what does everybody think?
So in that case, because I tend to appreciate the advice of other board members that may have a little bit more knowledge than me in certain things, so I would say info.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to save for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Sorry. 26-100, it looked like a first time. I had a 10-day on that unless somebody had different.
10-day letter.
Motion and a second for a 10-day letter. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. It was 26-100. 26-101.
Dose.
Huh?
Same thing.
Man, I guess. Wow.
Second.
The, lot going on there. And so,
There's more going on.
yeah, and so let me check something. Check on my other notes. You know, yeah, I had AMF versus a show cause because all kinds of things going on there. But AMF it's all going to be boundary or behavior issues, it looks like. So 10 days looks fine. You'll get an answer if they're not detained. And so that's a motion for 10-day letter? Got what it was, Elizabeth?
So moved.
You need a second for that? All right, Brad, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So this one, we're kind of midstream here because the provider hasn't seen on 26-102, has not seen PMRC yet. To me, there's two issues here, right? It was whether or not the things are being handled right on prescriptions, but I don't know what y'all's opinion of the investigation was, but it seemed potentially that was the situation, that it were being handled correctly. And then, but you still have this dosing issue here. That's pretty impressive. Now, I don't write those meds and work in those environments, but that's some pretty tall stuff in there for a group of patients whose BMIs usually are not that great. And so he's scheduled to see PMRC, if I remember correctly. Or actually, yeah, because that was, there's supposed to be a PMRC review of the data, of the investigation. And so I was going to revisit after PMRC gives us their take as well. But what'd you think, Brian, looking at it?
Well, do we have a rule on whether or not these things are supposed to be written on paper versus sent in electronically? I mean, I get.
You talking about the prescriptions?
Correct. I can understand best practices.
Well, this business, you are allowed to send them in by fax. So it's not mandated for EPCS, at least in terms of federal law and state law, I think. I think this business is allowed to fax in because of who their patients are. I did a little digging on that, best I could.
Thank you.
I think, I could be wrong, you know that, it's me. But does anybody here cover nursing homes? Griffin, you still cover nursing home?
Covering what?
Nursing home?
Nursing home, okay.
You still cover nursing homes?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to fax in prescriptions from nursing homes?
No.
I was wrong. So everything's EPCS? Okay. So that was Brian's question.
Because that's huge red flag in that case. Because I understand the pharmacists are going to do their jobs. They're going to keep copies. They're going to file them so we can still get everything.
Yeah.
But we've got some practices that are not really living up to what they're supposed to.
I assume PMRC may take that up as well, right? I would expect those guys to have a grasp on that situation.
Yeah, and if not, I mean, we still have the question out there that we'll get good follow-up about by the next time.
Because I don't know another way to go at it from an investigation standpoint is if you needed Nick to get more stuff. I don't know how else you can go at it. To validate what you got, you know?
Yeah. You table it till June.
Right. Mm-hmm. Because I think the PMRC meeting is coming up for him. Yes, next month.
They're in the off months.
Okay. So that's a motion to table it till June.
Second.
Motion a second. All in favor?
So are we having it reviewed by the planning committee?
It was already scheduled to be reviewed for them.
Nope. All that's telling you is that we didn't send this investigation. We got it back from the investigator and went straight to y'all. It has not gone to the planning committee.
But it's scheduled to.
No. If
You
you
need
want
to
it to,
order it.
then it needs to.
Oh, I thought that was mentioned in the, I thought it was in the, what was in the board book.
Is it an appearance or is it, they haven't even reviewed the case yet.
But aren't they supposed to?
It says the investigation records have not been reviewed by the PMRC.
Oh, so I thought that was you telling me that it's pending as it usually is in these
No,
investigations.
I don't know why we put that note on there. I had a thought at the time. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's left me,
I
but
think it needs to go to planning committee.
Oh, okay.
In May and come see us in June.
Yeah, that sounds good then. Okay.
That's my motion.
Okay.
okay.
Second that one as well.
What's wrong?
So
I'm in favor.
so they're appearing. So you want him to appear in?
What, has the PMRC reviewed it?
No.
Right.
So they don't have to get it in May. We'll just send it to them. They'll send the reports back. Y'all will get those reports. And
Then
then
we'll decide
what you
Mhm.
want to do
June
from
if-
there.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, see, I assumed the PMRC review was pending when I saw that. Yeah. And so the motion is there's going to be a PMRC review of the investigation data, and then we're going to see, we have a follow-up discussion on this in June. They got a second for that?
Second.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The 26-103, it's kind of weird. It's almost like they just called us about a reentry plan, because there's not one in there, is there?
Yeah,
Right,
there
and
is.
so we've already sent her an example.
Okay.
So boards have to already send her example of reentry, and I would just kind of take this for information, and they need to follow what's in the example, and hopefully that maybe they'll watch the tape, and they just need to come see us with a mentor and a plan, and we can evaluate that, maybe give us the plan before so we can review it. But I don't think you can do anything with this other than take it for information.
Second.
Motion a second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries on 26-103 of information. 26-106, had some issues, obviously, that this is an attestation, so told us, looked like May 24, third-degree charges, pled it down to first degree. And so regarding family members, I think on this one. And so I had 10-day with or without a BRA is what I had on this one.
I would do a 10-day and see what Dr. Downer says.
Okay.
Okay, second.
That's a motion, a second for a 10-day letter. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26-106. 26-112, I had investigation with charts from January to February because after February, the licensee's been notified that this is out there. So you got to make sure you go after the right charts there. And then obviously part of that investigation, you're going to need all the pharmacy ordering sheets to see where this is coming from and what form it's coming in. Because it seems to me the allegation here is there's, first of all, it's a complaint from one of our own licensees. And so regarding a licensee, and then it sounds like this is a
Right?
who knows? Yeah, I didn't even look.
I mean, I think they're editors.
Hey, who in that space isn't? I mean, Serena Williams is.
Yeah.
And so the,
Yeah.
and so, and so the pharmacy ordering form should tell you, because if the ordering forms are pre-filled syringes of set doses, you should be fine. If there's anything other than that being moved around, then you got someone compounding in an office.
Correct.
And so that's
Did
what
you
I
say
saw. What'd y'all think?
investigation?
That's what I had, was initiate an investigation, and it's, and I don't know that you need an expert for it because it's going to be a dispensing thing. Because I think what's supposed to be happening here is it's pre-filled syringes mailed directly from pharmacy to patient.
Correct.
Right. And so, yeah, I had investigation
I'll
and,
make a motion. for
and pull some charts. And I don't know, you might want to, I don't know how many charts you pull. You got to decide that.
Pull 5 charts.
Yeah. So I got a motion to open investigation and pull 5 charts.
6.
And then Don seconded it. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 26-117. I think when I went through this whole thing, because it starts back, I mean, so what recently brought us here is a local facility removed privileges and informed us. But I think we took all this up back in August of 22. And the board took it for information when we looked at the actual case. And there's not a reason to bring up as a separate issue someone's lack of reporting to another state. That's not really what we do, unless there was some other mitigating circumstance. So I saw it as information because we already said it was information. So this is somebody who was a radiologist who missed something on a call, had a bad outcome, and then just had a kind of cascading event of not letting people know. Is what it looked like to me.
Take it for information.
Got a motion, a second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 117. All this information.
That's called domino effect.
Yeah, that's what I want to be sure it was all the same issue. It gets confusing. Let's see. Yeah, so this is, 127. This is a mess. And so, with all due respect to the complainant, because I think the complainant's may be an important thing here, because the complainant's an expert to some degree in this situation. The physician's response is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
And so, honestly, y'all, I had his information, or you investigate the situation. So Dr. Cluck has a look of information.
Information on this, it was a very good response.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Probably maybe a little overreaction of the person who complained.
Well, because you can imagine being on the back end of this, you'd be like,
Yeah.
how'd I get here? Well, you got there after 10 years. And so so that's a motion for
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The 26-130, I looked at it as not GN. It's a settled case, and the argument was duration of labor versus C. Do you think anything about that, Don?
I think it's one of the biggest risks in obstetrics right now, and there are, at many times, not enough staff as you'd like to have, but that's just the way it goes. And high-risk cases like this have this happen.
Yeah.
Hey, Don, I had a question. What was the significance of the provider mentioning her not collecting cord gas at the time of delivery versus delayed sampling? Was there anything significant about that?
Well, ideally you get it right at the delivery so that it doesn't sit and come from the wrong part of the placenta, because that's become one of the big challenges in cases like this is we got a cord gas, and the plaintiffs say, yes, but it wasn't drawn right, so it's inadmissible. And I think that's what they're trying to, I suspect that's what they're trying to allude to here. You want to draw it as close to the patient as you can, not on a table when the placenta's already out.
So what do you think it is, Don? You think it's info? I think it's an investigation.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's an investigation. I think this is one of the big risks of childbirth in America.
Yeah.
In the world.
Yeah.
And
It was interesting that I think they said they put the baby skin to skin with the mama. I mean, and that kind of, that's kind of interesting. I mean, if it was having that much issues.
Right.
It says skin to
Well, this is where
skin.
you two know a lot more than me.
I mean, I wouldn't have been doing that, would you? Doesn't it say that?
It does say skin to skin and normal O2 and heart rate, but poor tone.
I mean, that's kind of like saying, oh, everything's okay here. From not the OB standpoint.
Right. Other provider
That
room.
was like, wow, why would you think it was okay to let the mama hold baby skin to skin?
Right. When I got pending issues. Yeah.
Obviously, there were issues.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Brad, you say information?
But that also may just be saying, this is the common procedures include that, and you want to, unless you've got evidence that you need to do some resuscitatory measure, and it may have been immediately after delivery, that's what was done, and then they analyzed and said, we need to do something further and pull the baby away. That's what I took that to mean.
When they started pushing the skin to skin a few years ago, that was an issue that I always got nervous about, because you couldn't really, they went straight there and you couldn't really
see what you got.
I couldn't really evaluate.
Yeah.
Harder to assess.
Yeah, much harder to assess. So that could have been what happened, yeah.
That's what it looks like. Initially put skin to skin, and there was a strong request for delayed cord clamping. So.
Inappropriate delayed long cord clamping based on the evidence too, and that's becoming a much huger problem day by day.
Does it look like info? What do you think?
I don't see from this anything GN, no.
There was a case here, malpractice case, but we don't see the expert opinion about this case.
No, because it's not someone we asked to do it, and you can imagine that situation.
There'd be two expert opinions.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably oppose each other and cost a lot.
Or three,
and
or
so
four.
Well, I know, you're right. I'm talking about, we don't see what they said in this malpractice case.
No, because essentially the way I see this, a complaint gets filed to us unless the complainant gives us all the court documents, and we don't open an investigation. We really can't probably do that.
Okay.
Right? You'd have to hand us all that stuff through one of our standard pathways.
Well, when I look at this, so when you look at this, you just kind of go, like you guys were saying, this happens, bad, it's unfortunate, but unless somebody's looked at this more and says there's really a screw up here.
Well, that's where you either investigate it or you take it for info.
Yeah, we gotta make that decision.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, it also says Apgar given to me much later were less reassuring. I'm going, why didn't you give the Apgars right when they happened? I don't know what the Apgar was, but if it was a 2 and you didn't tell me 10 minutes later, I would have gone, oh.
Yeah.
Just there's some things that may or may not be an issue, but if you have a low Apgar, which it seems like there must have been, and they didn't give it to it when it happened, someone was not providing information to people who need to make a decision. Because, if his Apgar was 2 out of 10, then I would.
Well, that's how you got to $1 million.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, anyway, I don't know if it's gross negligence or not, but it's.
That's kind of odd. Look, if you're going to define it the way typically we've managed GN,
It was not
It's not absence of care, it's not below a medical student, and it's something that sounds like it happens. It's not, way beyond ideal.
Yeah. I would not have wanted to do it that way.
Yeah.
For sure.
So the practitioner already took a hit out on the data bank. for
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine somebody's already learned something about this, if there was something to learn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 7 digits later? Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
punitive damage has already been done to, and so Brad, what were you saying before? Were you suggesting?
After hearing everybody, I'd go for information only.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Dr. Griffin, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 26-130 was information. 26-131. All right, Don, you up again.
No,
Trial after C.
I think we're seeing a second chapter of a long topic. I didn't see something below G in here. I mean, to reach the level of G in here. I think it's a very.
That's the consent, right? That's that complicated consent.
Yes, I mean, this is a very uncomfortable situation that is happening, and it's horrible to see, but it's not because of, I think, the doctor's lack of doing the right thing.
So it looked like information to you,
I think so.
considering there's a settled malpractice here, or adjudicated malpractice.
Adjudicated.
I would say information.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries on 26-131 is information. 26-134. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and so timeline. 21 gets in Texas. 22 tells us about it. We take it as information, and that is regarding consent for hydroxychloroquine and all sorts of fun drugs. And then 23, licensee applies for license in another state, walks away from the license, doesn't respond to that state, and gets a data bank entry. And then 25, licensee claims, well, you didn't tell us about the previous state, but the way the state in 25, August 25 approached it, I don't know why they would say they received a complaint. That almost seems like a different issue. And once again, you have a lack of response, and then that state data banks her. And so, I don't know. I mean, so basically the issue at hand for us is we have a licensee who's failed to respond to a board times 2. And you have a letter from a lawyer saying she's trying to clean it up as big practice. I don't know. I mean, I could see taking information. I could see having the provider come see us. It's just kind of 6 one up does the other.
Well, we know what'll happen if we have an issue with her and we reach out to her.
Yeah, nada. Nada.
Want her to come see us, she may not reply.
Exactly.
That's one way to test the waters. So applied to Ohio.
And then just stopped the process?
Correct. And then they went to ask questions, I'm sure because of Texas. And it was like crickets. Yeah, it's crickets. And then they had an application with no one to respond to it. They had to decide what to do with the application.
So that the person could have called and said, I've changed my mind.
Correct. Or should have just responded to the request for questions.
So they didn't go that far. If they called and said, I'm withdrawing my application, then there would have been no.
Absolutely. And in this state, if we ask questions, the license just sits dormant. We wouldn't take up the license until it was complete, correct, Laurel? So if someone applied for licensure in Arkansas and then we asked questions back and they never responded, we wouldn't take up the license until it was complete. So Ohio must have a different process. So they took it up and closed it out. And then she claims that Colorado then became aware of that, and that is the complaint Colorado's alleging she didn't respond to. But it would seem odd. It seemed to me that Colorado wouldn't issue a complaint. That would be a.
But the issue here is that she is not responding to two licensing boards, period. Whether she's applying for a license, already has a license, she's not responding.
One to us, we eventually US.
What's her status here?
Well, so she got a hearing in Colorado and they reprimanded her. Her status here is active license.
The end of May, next month.
Real soon.
And so you can flag a renewal, you can request her to come see you in June, do a board requested appearance. And it'd be kind of funny to do that one, to be quite honest, to test the waters. And so that's
my motion.
Yeah.
I make a motion, we flag her renewal and tell her to come see us in June.
Tick tock.
I got a motion second for a board requested appearance and flag renewal, any renewal attempt for an appearance. All in favor?
And
Any
video,
opposed? All right, motion carries.
video is fun.
Huh?
Video appearance.
Yeah, you got virtuals. Okay, thanks, y'all.
You need to get like a blank subpoena filled out. ready to go.
Oh my gosh, it's in Texas. Good luck.
She might already have started the process of renewal.
The 26 138. Yeah, that's an investigation. And then the thing I think we got to be careful about when you go after an expert, if the board wants to, you're gonna have to get an expert that fits. So we got two providers here, right? You got JS and KB. KB does not have a license in Arkansas. Now you can investigate a medical corporation if you want, but I mean, the way I looked at it is I would just try to run all the answers I could through JS. And so, but the thing is, JS's training is not anywhere near this procedure. And so to me, on this one, when I looked at it, I thought, investigate expert, you're going to need two experts. You're going to need one that matches JS's license. And I would get one that actually knows how to do the procedure.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of how I looked at it.
I'll make that.
And then, and the investigation will give some room to get some charts.
Two experts, one in what he does on a daily and one who is an expert.
Yeah.
In his procedure.
One boy's supposed to be doing it,
Yeah.
one boy is doing it.
Because what'll happen is
For Julie, she needs to know what kind of experts you need.
you need a psychiatrist
Yes.
and you need someone trained in these procedures.
But do we have to do an investigation first, so they have something to review?
That's what I said. I open an investigation and then get the two experts. Yeah. The and then when the investigator contacts the complainant, who's one of our licensees, you should be able to get the names involved and the charts involved, if not more.
And this is just on this one?
Yeah, because KB doesn't have a license.
Yeah, and
Withdrew,
KB was
didn't he?
internal medicine. I'm still trying to,
What's that?
Didn't they withdraw?
Yeah.
They're like,
stem cell treatment.
Do you see the specialty of JS?
Oh, it's a popular field here in Arkansas.
Yeah. So,
And then what psychiatrist in
Know what you're talking about?
well, it depends. There's multiple specialties that do that, so it won't matter. So you won't be able to choose.
please, if it.
Psychiatry.
Either one of them work.
I feel evil.
That's why I said, just to me, I would do it as someone proficient in that procedure, because you've got
apologize, my
multiple
blood
specialties who
sugar.
do that procedure. But the first one ain't it.
You got a discount, yeah. Discounted price.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
Okay.
Unless you want to take a 10-minute break.
Uh,
You need to vote on this one.
All right, so we got a motion for an investigation and experts pertinent to provider and pertinent to specialty, or pertinent to procedure. All in favor? Any opposed? Our motion carries. Everybody want to take a break? Y'all want to keep working?
Break.
All right. I wasn't sure which you were gonna vote. Yeah. All right. Back to discussions. Looks like we're on 26-143. Physicians wanted to add to some physician prescribing. It looked fine to me unless somebody saw something funny there. It was just a question of, do we want to approve his essentially request, not application, because he's already got one in for that drug for Brenedy.
Have we, this is a general question,
Yeah.
have we approved these without them showing up before?
Yes, because he's
Okay.
already applied for a bunch and
The first
gotten it,
time.
like
Yeah.
5 or 6. And usually, I mean, the status of the board has been no controls.
Yeah.
And at times, that's included testosterone because people have asked.
Yeah.
But that's kind of how we've done it.
I make a motion to approve.
Yes, sir, we can. A motion a second to approve the request As stated, all in favor? Any opposed?
Yeah, I think on the expensive,
Motion carries.
that was big time expensive.
Yeah. The 26-149, I felt like it was information, y'all, but I just felt like because what was alleged, it needed to be here. I got a motion for information. Is there a second?
Second.
Couple nods. All right, second, Don. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. 155, same kind of thing. Felt like it belonged here because of the severity of what's being discussed here, but it still looked like information to me.
Information.
Got a motion for information, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So that's information on 26-155. 26-156, make it stop. No, I wouldn't even do that. So do you want to flag renew or do you want to move on? Okay, so just take it for information.
No, I think we need to just stop the madness. We see
Well-
her every meeting.
Well, you don't have to. You can just take this for information. That will stop the madness. Because until they establish a contact here or we get a complaint, it's kind of is where it is.
Take it for information.
Now, there's a license renewal coming up, but do you really want to do that?
So they have no contact with her.
Correct.
But she has a contract and it expired in February, right?
Mhm.
So what, does she not have to remain in contact with the AMF?
Her understanding with us and her orders on her last revoke and stay was that she's not to practice until she has the consent of the AMF, if I remember correctly on that order. As best we know, she is not.
But does she have an active license? Because it's revoked.
Yes, she does. It's revoke and stay. It's an active license. And she's due for renewal in July of 26. And so your options are, what's that? We did that, and we investigated that earlier and found that that wasn't the case. That was a couple meetings ago. Yeah. And so, but if you flag the renewal for appearance, I don't know where that's gonna get you, unless you just want to see what's up.
Just
I mean,
table.
We told her not to practice, but she has a license,
Mhm.
so, I don't know why she has a license.
Because when we had a hearing, that's what got voted up for.
Yeah, I
Second chance.
Because that was a long day.
She's supposed to be contacting the foundation and she's not, or?
Well, if she wants to practice, she has to have the advocacy of the AMF in order to practice. Mm-hmm.
And she's out of, so her contract with AMF is over.
No, it's October 27th.
Well, but she also has a,
February 26th.
I would tell you, I look at the situation, she has a pending contract. Basic, because what'll happen is when she shows up with a workplace, they're gonna have to set up all of the mentorships and everything, all that stuff, and there'll have to be a new contract.
So here's my problem is she has an active license, but we've told her she can't practice without approval from AMF, but she's no longer contacting AMF. So we don't know what she's doing or where she is or what's happening.
Nope.
So we just, I don't like that.
Well, then your only option is bringing her, ask her what she's doing. Or hire, I mean, you can't, because there's nothing to investigate,
Right.
but that's the problem with an active
Yeah.
license.
To me, if she's not communicating with AMF, then have her come in.
Okay, so it's a board requested appearance in June.
Yep.
Okay,
And flag her renewal in,
yeah, in July.
oh, July. It's not till July.
Okay, so that's a motion for a board requested renewal and flag a renewal for appearance.
Well, we can decide that in June.
Well, but if someone dances on you,
Oh, she can renew before, oh, then flag for renewal and come see us in June.
okay, that's a motion. Is there a second? Second, all in favor? Any opposed?
I feel
All right,
like
motion
Dr.
carries.
McGee's like my biggest cheerleader.
That's the, you got it. Oh, man. 26-157. I guess currently the license isn't active, and let's just leave it there. And so I would take this for information for now.
So have we made sure that this provider, so, I'm just making sure, because I'm getting cloudy on a thing or two. license status is inactive.
Dr. Donner wants to say something over here. I know he does.
No.
It's expired, but there was a plan at some point, I think.
The plan was that when he was going to practice in Arkansas, he would start a contract and have testing at that time.
He is scheduled to meet with us on Tuesday. He's in California. His chemo was supposedly over in January. He's still, at least as of yesterday, his plan is still to move to Arkansas. And he's scheduled to meet with Rebecca on Tuesday morning.
So if he currently is not a
Licensed.
licensed doctor, so he's not licensed, but I would just flag it, it's November of 25. So can he still go online and?
No, he's flagged. That's why he didn't have a license.
So
So he
I would
has to
just-
come before us.
Yep,
Yeah, he'd have
he's
to
got to
come
go see
before us.
Donner, and then I assume he would then realize he would have to request an appearance. It'd be a practitioner requested appearance
Right.
with us.
And he will test on Tuesday.
So I would
If he
just,
shows up.
I would just table it.
Okay?
Second.
Yep. A motion, a second to table it. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right, Dr. Jones, you get to fix 158.
Did you say you want me to fix him?
It's your baby. 158 is your baby, and I love
Did I do
you.
any good or did it fail?
I mean, he's got a board order that says that everyone's under 50 MMEs. He's got an investigation that says that's not the case.
Oh,
Ah,
that's too bad.
yeah. I hate to see someone lose their head over this.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of like the one earlier. Every meeting I've been, in the 6 years I've been on this board, I think we discussed this one too.
No, he goes beyond.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's just her 6 years.
Well,
Just my 6 years on the board.
I did the best I could. I give up.
Jones gives up. Okay, he's tagged out. It said we looked at 5 patients. There were many of them over 50. There were some inconsistent screens. There was one very questionable cancer diagnosis for one of them. And so, but the board, the order clearly states all patients to 50 MMEs or less within 6 months. It doesn't say compliant with rule 2.4. And so, if that is 2.4, yeah, that's why it's 2.4. And so to me, we now have a violation of a board order. And so, and I guess from y'all's standpoint, I mean, is that public health, safety, and wellness, or is that show cause?
I'd probably err more towards show cause.
Okay. Do we need to get more charts? And do I need to get an expert?
Well, the violation in front of us would be violation of a previous.
Board order, yeah. So that's already demonstrated. Okay.
Well, I would need the charts that show that the 50
Yeah.
cases is not occurred.
Yeah, but we have those as a part of the investigation right now.
And so I don't think we need additional ones unless you think that would help benefit establishing more above 50.
I don't think so. I mean, there's going to be, what the argument's going to be here, but that's not what's in the board order. Yeah, right.
Yeah, because his average MME was like 44 or something, so you
Yeah.
know he has.
Right.
The only real good thing I'll need is some type of documentation to show above whichever patient is above that.
And I believe that. I mean, that's what I'm pretty sure that's what I saw and what we had. Y'all dip in there and see. But I think all of them over 50 in that group, didn't we? I'll pull it. How did I get here? Uh-oh. If I hit leave, does that get interesting? No, I probably don't need to hit that. Ooh, no, don't. How about if I not leave the meeting? And so no, right here. Inside the investigation.
You want just the investigation?
Yeah, because when he goes into it's the 5 charts. Should be a summary. No, that ain't it. Is that maybe part of the downloaded file, isn't it? Yeah. How did I get on this setting?
So is he up to date with his contract?
Well, not really, because he's not, all patients are not below 50.
Well, okay, so Arkansas Medical Foundation, though, when he with Dr. Don, he's compliant with that, and he also had a contract with Dr. Silver, right?
No, I don't think so. Mm-mm.
Volunteered.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That was discussed, wasn't it?
Yeah, plus minus on that then. Okay, well,
I mean, and I think I mean, I'll just lay it out that the arguments you're going to get is that there are patients that meet 2.4 and they're being managed within 2.4's guidelines, right? So if you have certain medical conditions, you're allowed to go over 50, but the problem is the board order says 50 for a reason. And so, but the investigation is not tucked in here, so I can't see the exact charts, but that's what I had was there were multiple over 50.
doesn't sound like he did it.
Well, because it's a downloaded it's a zip file.
That was sent to you via email.
Yeah. And so that's what, we looked at 5 and there were a couple over 50. I think there were 3 of 5 or 4 or 5 over 50. From Julie, y'all take time, take a look at it. Jenny. Mm-hmm. Yeah, load it up. So just click on JB. Click on JB and load up everyone from JB. Yep, click on that one. No, that's. Oh, keep going down.
Dated April 1st.
April 1st, so go up top, John. Yep, right there, links for mail out, click that one. That one right there. Yeah, it doesn't have a name on it, just got a discussion number on it. So if you're looking on your email, it's April 1st. It's gonna take a minute to load it.
It's a long call.
Oh yeah, the zips are big. Am I allowed to ask Nick, y'all, as part of discussion? Hey, Nick, isn't that your recollection? There were multiple over 50, like 4 out of 5? 3 out of 5, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but 2.4 don't apply here. Board order says above 50. Will it not? Oh, does it? Okay. Oh, that's odd. Never seen that song and dance for. And so the question is, if you've got, could y'all see the situation with the provider's going to play? The situation the provider is likely to play is that these are CA patients. That's why I did that. But the signed board order is pretty clear, 5-0. And it's not a first run at this. This is this is a repeated run at this. And if the board says that, hey, I'd like to see more charts, you could pull more, right? You got 3 out of 5. And so there's an investigation kind of situation hanging here. So you can go get more and look at it again in June or August, depending on when Nick decides he can get caught up. Yes, sir. Yeah, so there's going to be charts again in October. Yeah. And that's the other thing to do is you look at another set in October. And I imagine this gentleman was probably going to see this when this is available to be seen, our activity today, I would think. It's not like he doesn't know the phone number here. And so that's the other approach, is you say, I'm going to look at it again, and if I have the same problem again with the 5 highest MMEs, then you act at that point. And you could, the other thing I envisioned is send him a letter, is, look, your board order says this. We expect this. And if you want to try to give him some leeway and remind him of his board order in some way that legally makes sense, you could do that. In October, you're going to get your answer and you'll pull the 5 highest again. But I figure if you don't do something, it's going to continue. You see how he's going to play. Yep. Exactly. And so, you know, correct. Correct. That's, yeah. And so, but Michael, when you look at it, if it's 3 out of 5 on something like this, is that a bad spot or is that's a decent spot? Well, I mean, if the board, because the board's only got one place to go on a hearing, if they go up.
It's still a violation.
Okay.
Even one's a violation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how y'all looked at it, how appeals looked at it and things like that. Oh, I think I think we all made that clear.
I mean, me in that position, I would have done what the board said. Exactly.
Well, I would have that pinned on my wall, what I signed, yeah. I mean, so show cause. I don't think you can take up an EOS on this. I mean, no. And so it's a show cause and then, or it's a letter and says, hey man, we're going to look again in October and they better all be below 50. Right. And if not, you're going to be right back where you are now. Now you'll have more information because you would table this. So you'd have 3 out of 5 now. And then if in October it was 3 out of 5 again, then you really looked at it. No, we're not. No, we're all. I mean, to me, I'd probably just show cause him now, to be honest, and says where I kind of lean on this deal.
We can show you the recording we were talking about.
Close.
I'll make a motion for a show cause.
All right, we got a motion, a second for a show cause hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The I know. Yes, ma'am. Next up is 26-159. Sorry, Nick. I had investigation, because we're gonna have to look at that tape.
Yeah, I was gonna say, somebody needs, because that CEO, his complaint is like, we think this happened, but she's a really good person. And and I'm like, it's so confusing. I'm like, I didn't understand.
Well, well, more likely than not, we'll see what everybody else thinks here. But if this is a standard Pyxis, it's got 5 or 6 drawers. I don't expect the drug that was stated to be in the same drawer with the other one.
Yeah.
And so regardless of the color of what comes out, it's going to be which drawer it is. And so, and
She said they wouldn't even let her see the video. So, will we have to subpoena the video?
yeah, that's what the investigation's going to get you. And if they don't give you a video, and then it would be ideal, although if that licensee, I would assume, was going to give us the information as to whether or not there were concomitant medications that would cross-react, so we wouldn't have to go after that. Now, nor I don't think could we. And so that's what it's going to come down to being. Because there's clearly admitted a positive test here on both parties. And so, you could, the other thing I had here is do you get the AMF involved early on in this process? But I probably would just investigate and see what I had first.
I'll make a motion to investigate, to open an investigation.
Okay, got a motion, a second to investigate. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. 26-160. If he gets in touch with my dad, I'd like to know. So, Looked like information to me.
Information.
Motion and second on?
It's all approved.
Yes, ma'am. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, issues. So, am I still in here? Yeah, I'm still in here. So let's go there. Oh, load up, you rascal. 2610, which is batch 6. Did anybody see anything in there that? Got a motion, a second for information on 2610, batch 6. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
I don't know. Okay, I have to research that. I'm not sure it's even on this agenda. I don't know what those are.
Okay. All right.
So back to 2610, we got a motion, second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2611, I would table this for now because there's other, this kind of ties in a little bit to our other issue here. Now, the only question really asked by the email is not the question of Rule 24. It is, how long do we need to keep the records? And that's just one where I think you got to ask your own legal counsel on that. And so we can answer it that way, or we can table it. But I would just answer the question asked, and that is you're going to have to consult your own legal counsel on 2611.
So I have a question about a possible typo there. On page 5 of that, line 6, it says thrombolytic agents.
Yes, sir.
It says does not include antithrombolytic medication, such as heparin or Lovenox. They're not antithrombolytic, they're antithrombotic.
Well, but that's part of what we've tabled on the other issue.
Okay, so is that just a typo then or something, or?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's part of what we're going to have to look at regarding the other thing we discussed today with PAs. We're going to have to maybe look at kind of how this is structured
Okay.
on these forms.
Just those meds, Lovenox and Coumadin and heparin are all meant to keep you from having clots.
Right, correct.
Not to break.
Yeah, and that's something we can take up at some point.
Okay, all right.
But the question from the complainant, or the not complainant, but the questioner here is, how long do we keep records with our cosign charts? Is that something you could help us with? And I think the only answer the board can give based on legal opinion is you're going to have to get your own legal counsel to kind of chime in on what they think.
I'll make the motion to table and then tell them.
Oh, you don't have to table it.
Oh.
No.
No, on number 1, you don't table the.
Well, the way I look at this situation
on the Rule
is
24 issue.
was not asked by the complainant.
Okay.
That's not in this email.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not in this email. And so really the question asked by the email is, how long should the charts be there?
Okay. So then just say.
Consult your own legal counsel.
Consult your own legal.
And so that's a motion. Is there a second for that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2612, which is batch 7. I didn't see anything there.
I have information.
Okay. Motion is second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So 2613, which is batch 8. I did not have any surprises on that one, unless anybody else did, which is totally believable. And motion is second for information on 2613 batch H. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2614 batch 9. Now I got 2 questions there, because I will kind of go back through these things at times. 26107 is a provider that dropped as DEA. Now it says for technical issues. It got batched, but sometimes we'll look at that stuff, sometimes we won't. And so he doesn't really give you any information as to why. And so it's hard to tell. And so I wasn't totally sure on that one. And that's 2614, yeah.
So isn't that a question that's supposed to be answered when you do a renewal, like with your attestation?
Let me double check.
Something's ever happened with
Well,
the
I wonder if that's how I got this. Is that how I got here though, Brian? I think that's how we got here was attestation renewal, where he told us that. Let me get out there where he
did
is.
not give a,
Is that not how we got here? Yeah, it's an attestation.
Yeah.
Said he dropped out of his out-of-state DEAs.
that's not telling us why.
Exactly. That's why it got batched, and I looked at it. I really don't know why.
Yeah, just a technical violation.
Right. And so I thought, the board may want to look at that more than information. And so that's how I got to bringing it up here. And so the only way you could really do that, you do a virtual board requested appearance, you just ask him. But what's that? It's truly discussion item 26107. And if the board says, nah, board, I just move on.
I need to recuse from the batch.
The whole thing?
Well, I have to recuse from 26-110.
Okay.
So I assume I need to recuse from the whole batch.
Oh, do you? Okay. Gotcha. And so it's just a question on that one, on 107, is do you want a board request appearance or just leave it be?
Well, there's a memorandum agreement,
Right.
which,
It didn't make it look better. It made it look worse to me, Brian.
I don't think it takes much time. I would make a motion that we bring 26107 out and request a board requested appearance to further explain this.
second.
Got a motion, a second for a board requested appearance for 26107 out of batch 9. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Now, the other one is 26111.
We're already dealing with
Correct.
something else, so I just table that, so we have that to add to.
Okay, because that is an accusation of some interesting practices, but it seemed denied by the provider, but there's something else sitting here.
Yeah.
And so,
Table 26-111.
okay, so that's a motion to table 2611. There's a second. Dr. Cluck, all in favor?
Aye.
No, any opposed? All right, motion carries. Now, the remaining items in batch 9, does anyone have a motion on those?
Info and all the others.
Motion a second for information on the remainders in batch 9. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. One recusal. Two recusals. Mhm. Okay. And then I'm just going to go on and do batch 10. Is that okay with y'all? 2615 is batch 10. I didn't see anything there unless somebody else did there.
I've had information.
Motion a second for information on 2615 batch 10. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2616. There's one on there.
HL.
What's that?
HL.
You better believe it.
Yep.
The because that's a brand new clinic.
Big player.
Where are we at? I'm sorry.
We're at
2616. Prescriber metrics. Hey, I want y'all to look at some. So the reason those are highlighted is because they're new. Okay? I want you to look at total MME.
New to the chart.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like
Welcome to the game.
the Beatles, man. You going to the top quick. I mean, 405-1161, get you some. Now look at the rest of that list and show me another one that's even close. There's number 2 is, but that person does a whole different practice.
Hospice and palliative care, correct.
And so, yeah, that's the one I had. Because you can get in a rabbit hole in this area, but I'd look at that one.
Yeah.
Because I will tell you, that's not a long-standing licensee in this state either.
Make a motion for investigation and pull 10 charts. And PDMP and all.
And then you got to go PMRC.
PMRC. Yep.
And so, and then do you want an expert because it's going to be bad?
Yes.
All of the above.
Second.
2616. And so,
You got a second.
and that was a motion to investigate, 10 charts, PMRC, expert. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Anybody, yeah, okay. Anybody else in 16? Anybody else you worried about?
Do we need to take that for information or the rest of them?
I don't know what you do technically on that. I probably just use that as the motion. I just do that, yeah. The 2617, it's a request for legal guidance, and that's just gonna have to be, I assume, up to their own legal guidance.
I'll make that motion, contact your own attorney, ours don't work for free.
No. I got a second for that? Mr. Camp, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 2618, I didn't see anybody in there that I really had a question about. Did y'all?
I had information on all of them.
Okay, got a motion for information
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
I have one question.
Okay, go.
On page 14, JK, his contract is up in June. I guess it just automatically drops off the list, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead with your motion.
We got a motion and a second to take it for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. In 2619, I didn't see anything unless somebody else did.
I had information.
Got a motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 2620, I had information on that one too.
I've got one.
Yep, go.
26-150.
Yes, sir.
I have to recuse.
Look at it. Basically, it's a lady, first pregnancy, goes up in the emergency room, and diagnosed with ruptured membranes.
Oh, yeah.
And admitted, and then there's some accusations of going a long time without seeing a physician, like 20-something hours. But the main thing is she went from ruptured membranes to actually having a delivery, C-section, in 56 hours. And the maximum is usually 24. Mike could squeeze in 36. 24, start having infections in the mom,
Right.
and then the baby. When the baby was born, did fine, but he didn't have any kind of workup. So there's just a lot of, number one, it's way too long to let someone go who's in the hospital to have ruptured membranes. The ACOG is like 24 hours.
Okay.
So that's just like double, right?
Gotcha.
So I think we need to.
So you investigate an expert, you want to talk to the person, talk to the provider?
Is expert better to get?
Well, the good thing, if you could, so you got a couple ways to play the game. You could investigate, and the board only can look at the data, right? So you look at the full thing. But probably, I think the way I look at them at least, I would pretty much always try to get an expert. Because then you're delaying yourself, and then it gets somebody other than us there.
Could I ask a question for
Yes, sir.
For clarification? When I'm reading this, so this has to do with
Delay in care.
OB-GYN,
Yes, sir.
but then I'm seeing something that said checked out to a hospitalist.
I bet it's a OB hospitalist, laborist.
A laborist.
That's how I took
So-
it, Brian.
Okay, because I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
'Cause I worked as a
No, not internal
yeah, I
medicine.
worked as a hospitalist. I would
Yeah, this
like
hospital
no.
actually did the C-section.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
they're
laborist.
That means they're a hospitalist just for OB-GYN.
Gotcha. So this provider is saying that they checked out the care.
Well, there's some dispute over if they checked out or didn't check out, and
Correct.
the provider.
The durations are pretty long right there if
provider
you
went
transition.
20-something hours, and he said he was sick, and then there's just all kinds of explanations given by
By the person,
attending provider.
right.
And so it just, and then you look at the records, and you have the ER visit and the discharge summary, and the discharge summary is about that much. And the attending physician was supposed to come in noon, didn't show up, so someone else had to come back and discharge him. It was just,
So what's basically alleged is a handoff, but it doesn't really look like the handoff really went as it should have.
How ill are you if you have a patient in active labor with ruptured membrane?
Well, that's the complainant's complaint.
yes, that's what they said. They said they went 20-some hours without even seeing a physician while they were in the hospital with ruptured membrane.
And so to me, when you're that far off the board, I'd investigate, get an expert, and then you get a solid answer the board can work off of.
Yeah, well, you definitely get the charts, because let's see what the nurses were saying, who they paged. Did
Correct.
they call this provider, or were they calling the?
Yeah, because all that part of the record.
My guess it was both.
All that's important part of the records wasn't included.
No,
Correct.
my guess is that they called the person that was supposed to be on call.
Well, like he's saying, you investigate, you got to guess a lot less.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what was your motion?
So,
It's your call. I mean, to me, it makes more sense to get an investigation and an expert, so you get an opinion other than our own that you can utilize if you feel like there's really something there we got to take some action.
I'm moving we get the investigation with the expert.
Second.
So that, I got a motion, a second, on 26-150 for an investigation expert. All in favor?
So when you say investigation, are you just wanting we need to subpoena the records?
On this patient, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of records going.
Yeah, and then we got one recusal from Dr. Phillips on this. So, got all in favor as we did that. Any opposed?
I'm just still, the hours you said that passed, I'm making sure I heard you properly.
Well, we're gonna find out. All right, motion carries. And one recusal from Dr. Phillips.
And the rest of them.
And, what's that?
And expert review, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Representatives.
Yes, ma'am. And then, on the remainders in 26-20, any motions on those? Information, I got a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 26-21, we can't do that. I mean, I guess what you do is I mean, someone needs to consider a motion that this is not a matter the board can take up. Or this is not a matter the board can solve. Or we're limited to the laws as they exist. What's the best way to do that, Orly?
I think the issue up here is this is an application that you can't deny because it doesn't meet the standards to qualify as an applicant because they have to take the test the fifth time and you can't do anything past the fourth.
Right.
And so there's not anything that you all can do. Your hands are tied by the statute.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't sure how you phrase it, so you just, so the meeting notes make sense, that's all.
I mean, I think the easiest way to probably phrase it is, unfortunately, your application doesn't meet the qualifications set
Okay.
out in the statute and set the statute out in the letter, and so there's no action that can be taken.
So the board take up a motion that they can't,
Regarding your application.
yeah, we can't consider the license because it doesn't meet statutes. You got a motion? Motion and a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, you up, Amy?
Oh, I can do mine tomorrow after the hearing.
Oh, you are?
My report will only last no more than 5 minutes tomorrow.
All right, so do we want to shut this thing down?
Do you want, attorneys, would you like to tell the board members what we're going to do with the hearings tomorrow? Or anything, have any been continued, anything like that?
I can run through the list real quick. Is our understanding, the first one on the list is set for a surrender. We're not clear they want to present a letter or a statement to the board regarding their practice and history and practice. We're not sure whether he's going to show up or not based upon the most recent email we got from his counsel. The second one has been continued until June. We will take that one up in June. We will be having a show cause hearing on Dr. Jefferson. Dr. Lee has been postponed, and the last one we will need to discuss when they get here.
So the first one may show up and want to make a statement, may just get a written statement. We don't know.
Yeah. But it is a surrender. The second one is continued until June. We will have a hearing on the third one. The fourth one has already been postponed.
That was
on
me.
the agenda. And the last one, we will be having a discussion with the individual when they arrive.
Do you have anything else?
Nope.
8 o'clock.
I'll tell Love and motion to adjourn and get people to sports events.
So moved.
We out.
We leave our stuff.
You can leave your stuff.